Chapter 1593. After entering the heavenly river's water vein, there was an endless flow of the heavenly river's water. These streams of water would not freeze or boil. Even if they were in the cosmos, the water temperature would not change. It was difficult to describe them as water in the general sense. The river water flowed in an endless stream. It seemed ordinary, but it was extremely heavy. There was an ancient saying, "The sky has the Milky Way, and the earth has the Chen River." It was said that there had been a river in pre-Great Calamity times known as the Heavy River. As its name suggested, the river water was extremely heavy. Even though it was only a single drop, it was already as heavy as 30,000 catties. The earth could not bear it, so it could only flow and collapse underground, hence the name Sunken River. However, the water in the Milky Way was even heavier than the water in the Chen River. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to bear the weight of those stars that looked small from afar, but were actually enormous. With their current strength, Yang Zhaoge and the others were able to explode stars. As such, there were no obstructions in traversing the heavenly river. Still, walking within, Yang Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly as he seemed to be thinking about something. Following the guidance of the talismans, they gradually slowed down and felt that they were getting closer and closer to their goal. Finally, Yang Zhaoge's group parted the river water. Gazing into the distance, they could see that there was actually an empty space in the middle of the vast, surging river water. In the blank space, the stars were far away, and the river was flowing around. There, a simple and unadorned long sword floated quietly in the air, looking ordinary and unremarkable. However, as long as the stars and the water showed any signs of approaching, the sword would immediately produce a trace of white gas. It was so faint that it was almost transparent, but this white gas would naturally form a domain, causing everything that came close to it to collapse and disintegrate. It was the immortal slaying ancient sword, one of the 4 immortal slaying sword. It had once been a supreme treasure of the prime clear lineage of Taoism. After the ancient investitures of the God's War, it had fallen into the hands of the Jade Clear Bigwig, the lord of the Daoist Way Heavenly King. It had only disappeared after the Great Calamity in this era. The Daoist Heavenly Lord had died long ago, and this sword had finally reappeared in front of the world today. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge and the others all held their breaths lightly. Under the premise that he already knew, there was no surprise, and he might even face unprecedented danger later. Still, looking at the legendary ancient sword, the final sword of the immortal exterminating 4 swords appearing before them, with only this final step missing, Yang Zhaoge and the others could not help but feel agitated. They looked at each other, nodded, and slowly walked forward. The immortal trapping sword in Yang Zhaoge's hand and the immortal exterminating sword in Jiao Qingxuan's hand trembled slightly. The immortal extinguishing sword in front of him also vibrated slightly. However, it was also at this moment that before Yang Zhaoge and the others could approach, the situation suddenly changed. The celestial extermination ancient sword suddenly released rays of terrifying jade light. The water vein of the heavenly river that everyone was in also changed. Talismans made of jade light abruptly appeared in the river and on every star. That celestial extermination ancient sword suspended in the river, under the reflection of the jade light, in a trance, actually gradually turned into a shadow and disappeared. What replaced it was a white jade gate that was faintly discernible in the heavenly river. A vast, lofty, authoritative aura manifested, suppressing Yang Zhaoge and the others to the point that their thoughts became sluggish, virtually unable to move at all. The immeasurable heavenly venerate. Everyone was well aware of this. Inside and outside the jade door, time and space seemed to blur. The minds of Yang Zhaoge and the others were slightly dazed as they could only feel that while they were standing outside the door, at some unknown point in time, they seemed to have already entered within. The might of the Tao realm was fully manifested at this moment. The immeasurable heavenly venerate didn't even truly descend upon this heavenly river. Instead, through the immortal extermination ancient sword that he had secretly refined and the mechanism he had set up, he had reversed the heavens and earth, intending to suck Yang Zhaoge and the others away and bring them to his side. However, Yang Zhaoge and the others were already prepared for this. The water of the heavenly river broke apart. As the void shook, one after another powerful existence descended. Some were blazing like fire, Some were piercingly cold like swords, some were surging like thunder, and some were as heavy as the ground. After being shone by the jade light of the heavenly river, these miraculous scenes lost some of their miraculousness, and their true forms were revealed. One of them walked in front. He had a tall figure, and his hair was short, which was different from the current world's customs. His hair stood up, and his facial features were masculine and resolute. His entire body was filled with blazing power. It had been a long time since the exalted fire luminary, Suo Mingjong, cut. A deep voice resounded. The short-haired man straightened his palm like a saber, and made a downward slashing motion in the air. Within the heavenly river, rays of jade light drifted everywhere like broken ribbons of light. The jade door's action of capturing Yang Zhaoge and the others was instantly stopped. At the same time, the incongruent's divine mother, who was dressed in white and had the aura of a lone sharp sword, came closer. She extended her hand towards the immortal ending ancient sword that was already illusory and was about to disappear. The southern extremity longevity emperor, who wore a crown, and the earth queen, who was dressed in luxurious clothes, appeared together. A few Taoism heavenly lords who were still active in the current world descended together. However, the white jade door that shocked the universe was also starting to materialize from illusory. Its power was getting stronger and stronger, and its aura was getting clearer and clearer. It was also preventing the incongruent's divine mother from retrieving the sword. The immeasurable heavenly lord had decided to descend here with his true body. At this moment, as heavenly music lingered, the great Daoist Xiandu, who sat on the 9-colored lotus throne and had the 10 extremities crane cover, also appeared in the heavenly river basin. He was holding a zither with only 4 strings on it. The great Daoist Xiandu didn't pluck the strings. Instead, he held the zither and directly stepped into the jade door. At this moment, it was as if a shapeless force was plucking the strings of the zither. With a buzzing sound, the remaining string on the zither broke once again. As soon as this zither string broke, a ray of radiance rose from the broken zither, transforming into a massive 8 trigrams diagram. It directly stopped the process of the jade door turning from illusory to tangible. The jade radiance in the universe seemed to have frozen. The immortal ending sword that was about to disappear was also left behind. The incongruent's divine mother immediately took the sword. The immortal exterminating 4 swords finally returned to the 3 clear lineage's hand. After entering the incongruent's divine mother's hands, the immortal ending sword was still trembling. Jade radiance flowed on the surface of the sword. This sword was once refined by the immeasurable heavenly lord. At this moment, its owner was still the immeasurable heavenly lord. However, the incongruent's divine mother's expression remained unchanged. As she took the immortal ending sword, she also took out another sword. It was the Qingping sword. After the prime clear numinous treasure heavenly lord's ancestor transcended, this sword fell into the incongruent's divine mother's hands. In the past, when Jiao Qingxian and the other roving Jade 7 opened up the roving Jade heavens, they had borrowed the power of this sword. Unlike the immortal exterminating 4 swords, the Qingping sword was very special. It was difficult for the incongruent's divine mother to use it as a weapon to defend against enemies. However, this sword had its own wonders. At this moment, it was put to use. The incongruent's divine mother placed it together with the immortal ending sword. After being shone by the Qingping sword's sword radiance, the jade radiance on the immortal ending sword immediately began to fade. Fuxi's remnant zither. At this moment, a voice sounded in the universe. It was distant and ethereal, and it was hard to tell whether it was male or female. It seemed to have come from the white jade door, but it also seemed to be ringing in everyone's ears. Its tone was calm and without any fluctuations. There are still 3 more strings. As the voice sounded, the solidified jade radiance began to glow with vitality again. The 8 trigrams diagram on the white jade door also began to become blurry. The jade door gradually became clear again. At the same time, Buddhist chanting suddenly sounded in the sky. The water of the heavenly river split apart, and Buddhist light shone. It was boundless and immeasurable, and it also descended. Chapter 1594. Under the majestic sound of Sanskrit, the light of Buddha illuminated the universe, and one green lotus after another arrived in the heavenly river. On the green lotus sat the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Mahasthamaprapta Bodhisattva, Buddha of sandalwood merit, victorious fighting Buddha, and many other Buddhist experts. It wasn't just the Buddhist experts who were searching for the awakened sky cosmos. A portion of the Buddhist Bhantes who were on the other side of the battlefield with the demon race were also summoned back to participate in today's battle. It's really the Fushi Zither. Did fellow Daoist Lu Ya exchange it for you? Ancient Buddha Randeng looked at the zither in great Daoist master Shendu's arms. There are still 3 zither strings. The Fushi zither was rumored to be the personal treasure of Emperor Shi, who was one of the 3 sovereigns in the Archean era, along with Emperor Wa and Emperor Dong. It was heavily damaged, and its whereabouts were unknown after the Archean era. Now that it had finally reappeared in the world, only 4 strings were left of the broken zither. Be it Daolord Lu Ya or the great Daoist master Shendu, none of them could take the initiative to control the Fushi zither to fight against the enemy. However, when enduring the might of the Dao realm, it could be used to block a Dao ancestor for a moment. However, every time he used it, a string would break. Until it was completely exhausted. Now, the great Daoist master Shendu had used that zither to temporarily stop the heavenly lord of the immeasurable from descending and help the goddess Wudang obtain the immortal slaying ancient sword. However, the carnate Taiji diagram quickly dissipated. Clearly, it would only last for a moment. The immeasurable heavenly venerate continued to move. The white jade door flashed, and the second string of the Fushi zither in great Daoist master Shendu's arms began to tremble. But right at this moment, the jade gate suddenly shook violently. It was as if on the other side, the immeasurable heavenly lord himself was being disturbed and obstructed. That's good. Yang Zhaoge, the great Daoist Shendu, and the others let out a sigh of relief. The one obstructing the heavenly lord of the immeasurable might very well be the future Buddha. The immeasurable heavenly lord had originally intended to stop pestering the future Buddha, directly abandoning that humanly essence stone fragment and allowing the future Buddha to refine it as he himself would descend here and take down Yang Zhaoge and the others as well as the immortal exterminating 4 swords. However, the future Buddha, who already knew of his scheme, temporarily put aside his own process of refining the humanly essence stone shards and turned around to attack the immeasurable heavenly lord, making it difficult for him to escape. The positions of both sides had been reversed. Yang Zhaoge, Yang Jian, and the others had purposely leaked the information about the immortal ending ancient sword being in the immortal court to the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus naturally wished to obtain the immortal extermination formation as well. Because of the immortal extinguishing sword, the immeasurable heavenly lord clearly had the advantage of striking first. The future Buddha would definitely not allow him to succeed. The 2 heretic Tao fathers were once more locked in a fierce, explosive contest. Of course, this didn't mean that the future Buddha or the Eastern monarch Tai were helping the orthodox Taoism. They were doing this for their own sake. Yang Zhaoge could easily guess that other than the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the other Buddhism bigwigs, the demon race great sages led by Daoist Lu Ya had already arrived. The battle between the 2 heretic sects, which was already entangled with each other, became even more intense. In this battle, heroes had gathered, and powerful enemies were everywhere. However, for the direct disciples of the Dao sect, being able to maintain the battle at a level below the Dao realm was already a blessing in disguise, and it was difficult for them to ask for more. Even so, they would still face attacks from all sorts of powerful enemies. In fact, it was not impossible for the Dao ancestor to temporarily put aside their conflict and still attack them first. If they won this battle, it would be akin to a carp leaping through the dragon's gate, gaining boundless opportunities. If they lost, they might be completely annihilated, and Taoism's direct lineage's backbone would be completely shattered. Yang Zhaoge and the others were united. They could only fight. The North Ocean clone, Xue Fei, and Pan Pan simultaneously manifested their golden bodies of the great sage, and their demonic qi surged towards the skies. Suo Mingjong, Yang Di, and the others also took the initiative to welcome the Western Paradise's Buddhas. However, at the same time, the heavenly river that everyone was in suddenly surged with numerous formation patterns, which flickered with radiance. The originally clear river water instantly turned dark yellow. At the same time, gusts of black winds blew by. 9 Bends Yellow River Formation. The immortal court's people didn't appear in large numbers like the Western Pure Lands Buddhist Bantes. Only the percussion Heavenly Lord appeared. He stood on a faraway star and didn't approach it. His silhouette disappeared within the black winds and Yellow River along with the star. The 9 Bends Yellow River Formation here was created by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Only, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord had yet to personally descend. He was guided by the percussion Heavenly Lord. However, even so, Yang Zhaoge and the others could already feel its might. Even a grand Heavenly Lord had to be wary of it. Although there was no chaotic golden dipper, the seclusion immortal mantra and immortal bewitching pill personally refined by the Tao ancestor still managed to mesmerize everyone. What goes around comes around. Yang Zhaoge laughed at himself. However, he wasn't afraid. The incongruent's divine mother's expression was calm. She was the only Taoism's grand heavenly immortal who wasn't prepared to make a move. She had a more important mission, which was to cleanse the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's traces within the immortal ending sword with the green duckweed sword's assistance. She handed the immortal slaughtering sword over to Yang Zhaoge and Gao Qingxian. This time, Yang Zhaoge and the others went all out. They risked the danger of the 4 ancient swords falling into the enemy's hands and brought all 3 swords with them. Gao Qingxian and her clone arrived together. Yang Zhaoge immediately started establishing the immortal extermination formation. After attaining the 5 Qis unifications, with his exquisite formation attainments and the assistance of Gao Qingxian and her clone, the 3 of them could establish the immortal extermination formation. Although the formation before them wasn't complete, its might was already extremely ferocious. When the incongruent's divine mother successfully refined the immortal ending sword and gathered all 4 swords, the immortal extermination formation would be completed. By then, the tables would be turned. As the surging golden radiances surged, the ferocious sword intent engulfed the entire area. The illusory sword lights transformed into 4 doors, which stood at the 4 corners of the formation. The immortal extermination sword, immortal slaughtering sword, and immortal trapping sword hovered above 3 of the doors. White radiances condensed into the illusory immortal ending sword on the 4th door as well. Under the immortal extermination formation's presence, the destructive baleful qi continuously shook the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation formed by the surrounding Heavenly River. 2 formations that were infamous for several eras were set up at the same spot, causing a rare clash. One of them was set up by the Tao ancestor, and the other's infamy was missing a corner. Although the immortal extermination formation was set up as a backup, the number 1 slaughtering formation in history was too ferocious. The golden radiances and yellow mists it stirred continuously clashed against the black winds and Yellow River. The immortal extermination formation's setup was affected by the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation, causing its progress to slow down. The 4 doors rose and fell unsteadily. The ancient swords hanging on the doors were also shaking, unable to exert any force. Similarly, the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation's power was dispersed by the immortal extermination formation, rendering it ineffective. The black winds blew and stopped, while the dark Yellow River rose and fell. At this moment, the 2 sides continued to wrestle, causing the entire Heavenly River to tremble. It was as if an enraged dragon was rampaging within the void's outskirts. Although the immortal extermination 4 swords had fallen into the hands of the Taoism lineage, the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the other Buddhism bigwigs didn't seem dejected or fearful. Instead, they all pounced towards the immortal extermination formation, which was unable to unleash its full might. The group of Taoism grand heavenly immortals didn't retreat and immediately went forward. The golden body of the great sage formed by Yang Zhaoge's North Ocean clone took the lead. He raised the Ruyi golden cudgel and struck towards the victorious fighting Buddha. Both sides were fighting for time. Within the Heavenly River, a battle instantly broke out. Chapter 1595. Coward, take this. The demon monkey raised the Ruyi golden cudgel and slammed it towards the dignified Buddha. Ever since Yang Zhaoge wreaked havoc in the immortal court, the victorious Buddha fought the immortal court once again. The victorious fighting Buddha looked at the demon monkey, then at the Ruyi golden cudgel. His expression was calm. When he revealed his golden body, everyone was startled. His 18 arms held various treasures such as jade umbrella cover, flower jar, fish intestines, divine pestle, treasured phial, golden bell, golden bow, silver halberd, and banners. However, unlike before, the current victorious fighting Buddha's golden body didn't have the original 20 heads. Instead, it had 22. Losing the Ruyi golden cudgel in the past allowed him to let go of his past. While he lost his divine weapon, his cultivation improved. Everyone present was a top-notch figure, and they immediately understood what was going on. The victorious fighting Buddha's cultivation was learned from Grand Master Subhuti and the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit. Grand Master Subhuti was the Tathagata Buddha, who was also the Western sect's second sect master, Daoist Juanti. To the top-notch bigwig experts present, this information wasn't a secret anymore. In the past, when Daoist Juanti fought against others, he manifested a golden body with 24 heads and 18 arms. The current victorious fighting Buddha was clearly a step closer to Daoist Juanti's golden body. However, Yang Zhaoge's North Ocean clone's golden body of the great sage didn't care about it at all. Instead, he swung the Ruyi golden cudgel and slammed it down. The victorious fighting Buddha's 18 arms flipped around, attacking and defending. He blocked the demon monkey's attack and retaliated. After nearly 100 years of cultivation, his previous injuries had already recovered. Now, he was at his peak condition and had even improved. In the past, he could already suppress a single golden body of the great sage before his injuries had fully recovered. Now, he was even stronger. However, now that the Ruyi golden cudgel appeared in the demon monkey's hands, the situation had changed. The victorious fighting Buddha was clearer than anyone else about how ruthless and tyrannical this super weapon was. Although his injuries had recovered and his cultivation had improved, he was currently facing the monkey who was wielding the divine metal treasure. Instead, he was trying his best to delay Yang Zhaoge's golden body of the great sage. The battle between the two sides immediately became white-hot. They fought to the heavens and the earth, and it was like a wildfire. While Xuefei and Panpan didn't have the Ruyi golden cudgel in their hands, they were still domineering and domineering. They could go against grand heavenly realm Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, while they could sweep through a group of grand virtual realm Buddhist Bantes, preventing them from getting close to Yang Zhaoge and the immortal extermination formation. This time, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was up against the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit. The Buddha opened his mouth and spouted a deluge of heavenly flowers. The celestial venerable raised his hand and summoned lightning. Golden, green, red. The lotus flowers materialized into a sea of flowers that engulfed the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. In the next moment, thunderclaps resounded in succession, shattering the lotus flowers. The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit said that the morning dew was like a bubble, breaking the eternal thunder. On the other hand, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor used the grand illusory spatial lightning to nullify his opponent's lotus blossoming steps evasion technique. Both sides fought back and forth, fighting to their heart's content. With the grand simplicity splendor cloud above his head and saber in hand, Yang Di directly faced off against a Buddha who had already attained the great heavenly Buddha fruit. This Buddha was one of the 35 Buddhas of the central blessed lands of Soha, the virtuous splendor Buddha. When the central blessed lands of Soha split apart, a large number of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and unveiling Buddhas perished because of the future Buddha. Most of them left the Western Pure Lands, and the virtuous splendor Buddha was one of them. This Buddha's body was golden in color. His right thumb and index finger were intertwined and placed on his right knee. His left hand was forming a Dharma seal, and he was chanting the Buddha's name. His fingers formed a flower-pinching gesture and pointed towards Yang Di. However, the profound Buddhist arts were obstructed by the grand simplicity splendor cloud above Yang Di's head. Layers of clouds that resembled a chaotic nebula whose boundaries couldn't be discerned rumbled like a blooming lotus, dispelling the virtuous splendor Buddha's attack. Yang Di slashed with his saber, breaking through the layers of Buddha lights and slashed towards the virtuous splendor Buddha's golden body. While grand virtual realm experts couldn't harm a grand heavenly realm expert, the tyrannical and unrestrained attacks caused the virtuous splendor Buddha to stop in his tracks, making it hard for him to advance. Yang Di remained expressionless. He turned around and slashed towards another bodhisattva equivalent to Taoism's grand virtual realm, severing one of his arms. The virtuous splendor Buddha wanted to stop him. However, he discovered that Yang Di couldn't do anything to him. As a grand heavenly realm expert, he couldn't even break through the grand simplicity splendor cloud above Yang Di's head. He wanted to let Yang Di go to the immortal extermination formation. However, Yang Di immediately slashed with his saber, obstructing the virtual splendor Buddha's path, preventing him from taking another step forward. The great strength bodhisattva frowned slightly upon seeing this. As he waved his palm, boundless Buddha lights filled the heavens and earth like a sea of white flames. However, before the great strength bodhisattva's Buddha lights could descend, a vast land appeared between him and Yang Di. The Buddha lights covered the land, illuminating the world above without a hint of darkness. However, it couldn't penetrate through the land and illuminate the space below. A woman dressed in luxurious clothes appeared before the great strength bodhisattva and said, "We meet again. Please guide me, Bodhisattva." Earth Queen. The great strength bodhisattva inhaled deeply and clasped his palms together. Under the illumination of the Buddha lights, the land was scorched, and the radiance grew more intense. The woman dressed in luxurious clothes had a calm expression on her face. She blocked the great strength bodhisattva's attack unhurriedly. Beneath them, the two great formations were clashing. The scales of victory were slowly but surely tilting towards the immortal extermination formation. Yang Zhaoge's familiarity with the Nine Bends Yellow River formation slowly came into use. Since the immeasurable Heavenly Lord wasn't here personally, while Yang Zhaoge couldn't break through the Nine Bends Yellow River formation for the time being, he became more and more confident as time passed. The incongruent's Divine Mother was refining the immortal ending sword. If she didn't refine the immortal ending sword, she wouldn't be able to leave with it. On the other hand, as long as she could completely refine the ancient sword and get rid of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's imprint, Orthodox Taoism would be able to claim the sword for themselves. They would be able to leave and fight whenever they wanted. At that time, the dragon would return to the ocean, and the tiger would return to the mountains. What they were fighting for was this bit of time. The Taoism cultivators only had to block the enemy's attacks. Of course, other than the Buddhists, the demon race was also hiding by the side, waiting to reap the benefits. As such, while Yang Zhaoge and the others were fighting against the Buddhists, they were also constantly on guard against the demon race. The great Daoist Shen Du hugged the Fushi zither and stood quietly by the side. While the Fushi zither couldn't be used to attack, the Taoism Heavenly Lord himself wasn't to be underestimated. Daoist Shen Du, you've finally stepped into the mortal realm. The Dipankara ancient Buddha looked at him and said slowly, "This tribulation has too many implications. I had no choice but to come." The great Daoist Shen Du answered calmly. Before the Dipankara ancient Buddha could say anything else, flames suddenly surged in front of him. In this battle, the immortal ending sword's problem had determined that Taoism had to defend themselves. However, there were still people who took the initiative. For example, Suo Mingjong, who appeared in front of the Dipankara ancient Buddha. The short-haired man strode forward and crossed the void. He took the initiative to challenge the strongest expert in the enemy's camp. August Flying Eagle said. P.S. Updated 6/13. Chapter 1596. The ancient Buddha Randeng had a calm expression. His gaze shifted from the great Daoist master Shen Du to Suo Mingjong. "Please advise me," Suo Mingjong said simply without waiting for Dipankara ancient Buddha to speak. Then, a burning fist punched toward the ancient Buddha in the world. Dipankara ancient Buddha stretched out a palm and blocked Suo Mingjong's fist. As the two sides collided, an extremely heavy feeling leaked out, distorting the space and time of the universe. Even though there was only a section of the heavenly river in front of him, it was still extremely heavy. Countless stars flowed and floated within. But at this moment, when Suo Mingjong and the Dipankara ancient Buddha exchanged blows, it actually caused the galaxy in front of them to tremble. Due to the influence of the Yellow River of Nine Bends formation, the river water had turned dark and murky, but for a moment, at the spot where the two had exchanged blows, the river water actually became clear again. If one were to look from outside the heavenly river, they would see that the long river, which resembled an angry dragon, suddenly trembled and bent violently, as if it was about to be cut in half. Although the yellow river of the Nine Bends was disturbed by the immortal extermination formation and its transformations were restricted, the power contained within was still astonishing. The terrifying battle between the two grand heavenly realm experts had almost pierced through the formation. The younger generation will surpass us in time, the Dipankara ancient Buddha said slowly. In the perfect Buddha's light behind his head, a lamp was lit up. As the candlelight swayed, two more lights suddenly appeared next to this one. 3 bright lamps, one purple, one gold, and one grey, stood side by side in the perfect Buddha light behind the head of the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Among them, the golden lamp grew brighter and brighter, illuminating the entire universe. The ancient Dipankara Buddha shone brightly, even more dazzling than the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva. Under the illumination of the Buddha's light, it was as if there were tongues of fire constantly spitting out. The golden flames covered the sky and the earth, filling the universe. His hand, which was holding Suo Mingzhang's fist, became even more powerful. An ocean-like wave of flames swept from all directions and surged towards Suo Mingzhang. Even the crimson flames around Suo Mingzhang's body were ignited by the golden flames, as if they were going to become fuel for the flames. Suo Mingzhang showed no fear on his face as he displayed the profundity of the sky-severing book. There seemed to be an impenetrable invisible barrier erected around him. The boundless flames that filled the entire universe disappeared without a trace the moment they arrived in front of Suo Mingzhang. There was no intense collision, no weakening from strong to weak. Everything came to a halt in an instant, from being to nothing. It was as if the world had been forcefully divided into two halves. One side was stormy, the other was clear and boundless. Suo Mingzhang slowly raised his other left hand and clenched it into a fist as well. As he did this, the stars that had been hidden in the Milky Way rushed out of the river. Then, Suo Mingzhang swung his fist forward, and countless real stars gathered together. Under the guidance of Suo Mingzhang's left fist, they turned into a destructive torrent and hit the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Countless heavenly flames of the stars were compressed, collapsed, expanded, and exploded. They forcefully opened up a path in the pure golden sea of light, and their target was the ancient Dipankara Buddha. The Buddha sect had emperor masters. You had master, Di Buddha Tian Yang Li sect, and Buddha, ancient Buddha, and to master. Buddha, Hu Tian Buddha sect Tian Tian sect on. Chen, sect, Yang, master, Buddha, Yu, Buddha, Buddha, Yang, and Buddha, Buddha. The stars fell like rain, and Suo Mingzhang's left fist was hidden behind it. It was difficult to know its specific location. In the perfect Buddha light behind the head of the ancient Randeng Buddha, another purple flame lamp beside the golden lamp became even brighter. Between his eyes, there were also purple flames leaping about, outlining all sorts of karma in the world, deducing countless things in an instant. Thousands of things in the world seemed to have established a connection in the purple line of fire. There were veins that could be found, and they were displayed in front of the ancient Dipankara Buddha. However, when the purple line of fire extended to a certain range, it was suddenly cut off. The invisible barrier appeared once again, severing the purple line of fire without any reason. Suo Mingzhang's left fist was still unpredictable. It rolled up a storm of meteors and landed on the Dipankara ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha shook his head slightly and retreated. However, Suo Mingzhang's previous right fist changed again. The resplendent starry heavenly flame, Yang Yang, disappeared at this moment, leaving behind only a lonely and cold universe. In this terrifying universe, it was as if the Dipankara ancient Buddha was the only one left. The heat in the cold void disappeared, and it was difficult for new life and things to be born. It was like an eternal grave, burying everything, and even the hope of new life was cut off. It was not the devouring and absorption force like the collapse of the chaotic whole, but the ancient Dipankara Buddha felt that he was trapped here, and it was difficult to leave. The dark void was endless, and the border seemed to be constantly retreating, but he was also moving along the cold border. It was as if he was escaping from the center of the darkness, but it was endless, as if he was sinking deeper and deeper. The ancient Dipankara Buddha frowned and simply stopped, no longer trying to retreat. The golden light in the perfect Buddha light behind his head shone brightly and rose to the peak. The endless golden flame of Buddha light covered the sky and the earth, constantly expanding in all directions, filling up the dark and empty universe in front of him. There was finally some temperature in the void, but soon, the golden flame was broken. Suo Mingzhang's left fist finally reappeared. Moreover, it was already within reach of the Dipankara ancient Buddha. The mysterious power of the sky-severing book was not only used for defense, but also for offense. Suo Mingzhang's left fist was invincible, and the defensive force around the ancient Dipankara Buddha was silently disintegrated layer by layer. The ancient and powerful golden body of Buddha lost its luster when Suo Mingzhang's fist approached, like a clay puppet or a wooden sculpture, decayed and fragile. Cultivating the original beginning in reverse, what an anomaly! The ancient Dipankara Buddha looked at Suo Mingzhang quietly. Above his head, a five-colored light suddenly appeared, dazzling and captivating. An extremely heavy power suddenly manifested, not only suppressing the real world, but also suppressing people's spirits, causing them to be paralyzed and unable to move. Under the sky-severing book, Suo Mingzhang opened his eyes and saw many pearls hanging above the ancient Dipankara Buddha's head, falling one after another. Some pearls smashed on Suo Mingzhang's arm, preventing his left fist from moving forward, and some simply smashed towards him. A single pearl was like a layer of heaven, a universe of its own. The most precious treasure, the sea-calming pearl. Suo Mingzhang did not care about one pearl. But at this moment, the 24 sea-calming pearls smashed down one after another, as if it had the power to overturn the universe. The power of the 9 Yellow River Formation and the Immortal Slaying Formation was not fully exerted, so even the Heavenly River was about to be cut off by the 24 sea-calming pearls. Suo Mingzhang temporarily stopped, punched with both fists, and broke the sea-calming pearls one after another. The ancient Dipankara Buddha took this opportunity to retreat. On the battlefield, the others were also surprised. Since fighting the Yimu demon, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, and the Vajra Unbreakable Buddha, Suo Mingzhang rarely appeared in the world for nearly 100 years. However, he amazed the world with a single brilliant feat after many years. Suo Mingzhang fought head-on against the Dipankara ancient Buddha and shocked the world again. Chapter 1597. You've created your own path and explored it independently. You've reached the Zenith Heaven realm in less than 100 years, but you're already so powerful. I wonder what will happen if you have more time. Dipankara ancient Buddha looked at Suo Mingzhang, who was fighting with the sea-calming pearl, and sighed. Looking at you reminds me of Sun Wukong and Yang Jian. The 24 sea-calming pearls returned to his side, like the 24 heavens, filling the void. After the Dipankara ancient Buddha temporarily restrained its power, the Milky Way flowed a little more smoothly. Suo Mingzhang looked at the sea-calming pearl with interest. He didn't flinch, but was eager to have a try. The ancient Buddha opposite him, on the contrary, put away the light in the perfect Buddha's light behind his head. The purple light and the golden light disappeared, leaving only the grey light. It was neither black nor white. In the grey light, the Buddha of all beings emerged, like all phenomena of reincarnation. That was more profound and mysterious than the sword Buddha and Chu Su's reincarnation sword scripture. Taoism friend Suo, don't be in a hurry. Dipankara ancient Buddha said lightly, as far as I know, what you care about is martial arts cultivation and exploration, and the struggle for orthodoxy is only secondary. The reason why you hate the celestial court is not for yourself, but because your Taoism companion died in the hands of the celestial court martial artists. Is that true? Suo Mingzhang looked at Dipankara ancient Buddha coldly, without a word. Dipankara ancient Buddha didn't take it seriously, and smiled quietly. On the Taoism side, Tai Heavenly Lord of Salvation is in danger, and Emperor Fengdu is not around. No one can break the limit of reincarnation, and Western Heaven still has me and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. If her body and soul are destroyed, and she is doomed eternally, let's not talk about it. But your Taoism companion should still have her slough left, right? His tone was calm, but it shocked everyone like thunder. Although it has been many years, it doesn't mean that there is no chance. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. whether they were enemies or allies, and looked at Suo Mingjong. The result of the exchange is not something that Jun Huang would like to see. The short-haired man interrupted the ancient Dipankara Buddha's words calmly. Do you want me to watch her commit suicide and lose her life again? The ancient Buddha fell into silence for a moment. After a while, he shook his head and sighed. That's true. If he wasn't so fierce and resolute, he wouldn't have fallen in the past. Suo Mingjong did not say much. He looked directly at the Dipankara ancient Buddha and walked forward step by step toward the 24 heavens transformed by the sea-calming pearl. His figure became taller and taller under the flames. At the same time that the ancient Randeng Buddha activated the sea-calming pearl to fight, he looked at the great Daoist master Shen Du and the Fushi zither in his arms. Fellow Daoist Lu Ya, you're scheming. However, the Fushi zither has limited time. 9 nether. Great Daoist master Shen Du's eyes flickered. The ancient Dipankara Buddha smiled but did not reply. High up in the endless void, far away, as if it was in a different place from the world, there was a jade gate and a white lotus fighting endlessly. On the other side, a green lotus flew over from an unknown direction. Almost at the same time, an ancient bronze bell appeared and clashed with the green lotus. Neither side gave way to the other. While they were entangled, a pitch-black ancient mirror suddenly appeared. Back then, the pitch-black ancient mirror had once fought with the ancient bronze bell. Later on, the green lotus appeared and joined forces with the ancient bronze bell to force the black mirror to retreat. However, their positions had changed now. The pitch-black mirror attacked again. It condensed a pure white mirror light and shone it at the ancient bell. The ancient bell rang, and the sound was deafening. The invisible sound of the bell bounced off the pure white mirror light. The black mirror did not relax and continued to fight with the ancient bell. The ancient bronze bell was blocked by the black mirror. In that case, it could not care about the green lotus. As the green lotus floated, it descended, leaving the endless high ground and descending into the vast void of the mortal world. The battle in the heavenly river was intense. Black winds blew, and sword chi soared into the sky. The entire Milky Way kept distorting, and from time to time, there would be terrifying scenes of water flow being cut off. However, at that moment, the hearts of both parties trembled slightly. Everyone looked in the same direction. At some point in time, a green lotus had appeared in the river. The green lotus had yet to bloom, but the Buddhist chanting immediately became even louder and more shocking. Amitabha Buddha. Everyone's heart trembled. Great Daoist Shen Du raised the Fushi zither high up. The remaining 3 strings on the zither were trembling non-stop. With a wong sound, another string broke. Radiance lit up and instantly spread to the surroundings, forming an incomparably huge earlier Heaven 8 trigrams diagram, which completely enveloped the entire heavenly river. After being enveloped by the earlier Heaven 8 trigrams diagram, the Buddhist chanting in the heavenly river became much deeper. While the green lotus was still bobbing up and down in the river, it would not bloom for a while. Yang Zhaoge and the others temporarily felt relieved. However, they still felt heavy. Amitabha Buddha, one of the oldest and strongest existences in the world, the master of the Western Pure Lands, and one of the 2 Buddhist patriarchs. This Tao realm bigwig was about to descend upon this place. As his opponent, the Eastern monarch Tai would not sit by and watch him descend and take away the immortal extermination formation. Unless someone was holding the Eastern monarch back. To be able to hold the Eastern monarch back, he would definitely be in existence on the same level as him. Connecting this to the 9 underworlds mentioned by great Daoist Shen Du, the other party's identity was obvious. One of the 9 underworlds' ancestral devils, the vast freedom heavenly devil who was also in the Tao realm, he suddenly made a move and helped the Amitabha Buddha block the Eastern monarch Tai. Although the Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern monarch Tai, the immeasurable heavenly lord and the future Buddha were holding each other back, the vast freedom heavenly devil himself would not be able to take away the immortal extermination formation. If he did so, the other 4 Tao ancestors would immediately put down their conflict and work together to suppress the vast freedom heavenly devil. Compared to orthodox Taoism, which did not have a Tao ancestor, the 9 underworlds were more feared. Not to mention that the primordial heavenly devil and the doomsday heavenly devil might be involved. However, Even if the 9 underworlds didn't take away the immortal extermination formation, it did not mean that they couldn't obtain other rewards from this great tribulation and exchange for other items. As such, because of the vast freedom heavenly devils help, the Amitabha Buddha successfully freed himself and descended upon the heavenly river. Although he was temporarily obstructed by the Fushi zither, it only lasted for a short while. As time passed, the earlier Heaven 8 trigrams diagrams radiance gradually dimmed, just like before. There are still 2 zither strings left. The Taoism people's hearts sank. Yang Zhaoge turned his head and looked at the incongruent's Divine Mother. The incongruent's Divine Mother's eyes were closed. She did not speak nor move. It was as if the battle outside had nothing to do with her. She was only concerned about the 2 swords in front of her. One of them was the green duckweed sword's radiance, while the other one was the immortal ending sword's jade radiance, which was getting dimmer and dimmer. Evidently, success was right in front of her. As long as the immortal ending sword's jade radiance dissipated completely, she could bring the sword away or enter the immortal extermination formation. However, at this moment, a demonic wind suddenly blew within the heavenly river. Streams of evil and ferocious demonic chi. Remember the mobile version's website, M. Chapter 1598. The group of Taoism experts was engaged in an earth-shattering battle with the Buddhist Bhantes of the Western Pure Lands. At this moment, the covetous great demons finally showed themselves. A towering demonic aura permeated the air, causing the heavenly river to become even more turbid and bloody. The celestial splendor of the Taoism heavenly venerables and the Buddha's light of the Buddhas of the Pure Land lit up together. Gusts of demonic wind swept down, revealing the true figures of a group of great demons. Gazing over, Yang Zhaoge saw that the one leading them was a red-robed old man with an ancient appearance. It was the number 2 figure of the demon race, Tao Lord Lu Ya. Just like the ancient Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Lu Ya came personally this time. Next to him stood a golden-winged rock. It was the powerful rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles's arrogant gaze swept past Yang Zhaoge and the others. In the end, it landed on the immortal extermination formation, and its gaze grew colder. In the past, his only son, Fuluor Zi, perished because of Yang Zhaoge and the others' immortal extermination formation. Tao Lord Lu Ya and the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles were flanked by other greater demons, all of them emanating terrifying auras. The yellow wind monster, the 9-headed bug, and the horned head immortal that Yang Zhaoge and the others had fought before were all present. Other than that, there were also other ferocious experts. In particular, there was a white-furred old ape that was as tall and sturdy as a mountain. Its majestic demonic aura was especially eye-catching. The exuberance of his chi and blood was shocking. It was as if he could shatter the void with just his physical strength. The giant ape looked at the 3 golden bodies of the great sage on the battlefield with a complicated look in his eyes. Fellow Daoist Yuan Hong, you're here as well, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor suddenly said. This huge, ferocious white ape was named Yuan Hong. During the ancient investiture of the God's era, his name had shaken the world. He had immense strength and was skilled in physical transformation. He was the most famous monkey demon before the great sage, Heaven's equal. After that, he encountered a calamity and was placed on the investiture of the gods. It was only after this era's great calamity that he was freed and entered the Astro Mountain's starry sea to cultivate. In recent years, he had only reappeared in the world. During the battle between the Astro Mountain's starry sea and the Western Pure Lands, Yuan Hong also displayed his prowess, causing the Buddhas of the Pure Lands to be extremely fearful. Today, he had accompanied Tao Lord Lu Ya to the battlefield as well. It's been a long time, Southern Extremity, Lady of Earth. Yuan Hong's gaze swept across the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others before finally landing on the incongruent's Divine Mother, and fellow Daoist incongruents. Tao Lord Lu Ya's gaze similarly landed on the incongruent's Divine Mother and the immortal extinguishing sword whose jade light was gradually fading. Previously, they were not in a hurry to appear. On one hand, they were observing the situation. On the other hand, they were waiting for the imprint left by the immortal slaying sword to fade away. At this moment, the time was ripe. Although the Mahesvara heavenly demon managed to restrain the eastern monarch Tai, the descent of Amitabha was also delayed by the Fushi Zither. This was the perfect opportunity for the demons to strike. There were only 2 strings left in the Fushi Zither. To the Taoism and the monster race, time was of the essence. The group of great demons didn't hold back. They immediately rushed towards the immortal extermination formation, as well as Yang Zhaoge, the incongruent's divine mother, and the others. One side was filled with Buddhist light, while the other side was filled with demonic wind. Although the 2 sides were hostile, the Tao sect's people were in a precarious situation with the immortal vanquishing array in the middle. As Yang Zhaoge's North Ocean clone's transformation roared, he swung his rod and forced the victorious fighting Buddha to retreat. Then, he leaped and was about to jump out of the encirclement. At the same time, the other 2 golden bodies of the great sage did the same. Seeing this, the victorious fighting Buddha didn't stop them. Instead, he sank down and led the group of Buddhas towards the immortal extermination formation. However, at this moment, the great strength Bodhisattva's groan resounded by his ears. "Yang Zhen, it's you." Amidst the darkened heavenly river, the land that covered the skies suddenly ruptured. A silhouette appeared from within. However, it wasn't the luxuriously clothed woman from before. Instead, it was a young Daoist. The young Daoist laughed and said, "Why wouldn't it be me?" A long, 3-pointed, double-edged saber appeared in his hand. With a slash in the air, he broke through the great strength Bodhisattva's boundless Buddha light flames. Then, he turned around and instantly appeared in front of the victorious fighting Buddha. "Erlang deity, it's been a long time." Upon seeing this, the victorious fighting Buddha could only stop in his tracks. He waved his 18 arms, and various treasures rained down towards Yang Zhen. "It has indeed been a long time. However, I miss the great sage, heavens equal more than you." Traveling monk Sunday. As Yang Zhen spoke, the 3-pointed, double-edged saber in his hand spun in the air. Of the 18 Buddhist artifacts, 12 were deflected and 6 were shattered. Then, his weapon drew another circle in the air. As it slashed toward the 22-headed Buddha in front of him, it also blocked the other Buddhist Bhantes who wanted to charge towards the immortal extermination formation. The victorious fighting Buddha took a step back and evaded the sharpness of Yang Zhen's weapon. Lotuses appeared under his feet as he shifted his position. Unexpectedly, Yang Zhen transformed into a golden-winged roc and quickly caught up to the victorious fighting Buddha. His claws slashed down and tore apart the golden fish scale cloud above the Buddha's head. The great strength Bodhisattva quickly caught up and unleashed the Tao truth of the 4 truths of Buddhism. Buddhism's ultimate art, the 7 subjects, the 37 Tao grades, the 8 righteous paths, the 4 thoughts, the 4 righteous breaks, the 4 divine limbs, the 5 roots, the 5 powers, and the 7 senses, all appeared at the same time. Unexpectedly, the golden-winged roc transformed into a true dragon. As it soared through the 9 heavens, it suddenly opened its mouth. A torrent of water that was almost comparable to the heavenly river beneath everyone's feet gushed out. It was so heavy that it felt as if the heavens had fused with it. In an instant, a large area of Buddha's light and white flames was destroyed. Even with everyone's remarkable abilities, they couldn't help but sigh when they saw this scene. How many years had it been since such a powerful dragon tribe had appeared in this world? The great strength Bodhisattva wouldn't be afraid if a grand heavenly realm water dragon king was here. However, this true dragon was transformed from Yang Zhen. Its strength seemed to be even stronger than a real dragon tribe. Under the impact of the torrential flood, even the great strength Bodhisattva's Buddha's light could not withstand it. "Yang Zhen!" The 9-headed bug roared furiously. Its eyes were bloodshot when it saw its enemy. It ignored the immortal extermination formation below and charged toward Yang Zhen. "How many heads are you going to throw at me today?" The true dragon spoke and laughed. The giant dragon's body gradually turned illusory and turned into a projection of light. However, its strength did not diminish. It continued to spit out torrential flood and extinguished the great strength Bodhisattva's Buddha's light. In the projection of light, Yang Zhen's figure appeared. His body swayed slightly. All the pores on his body opened up. Vigorous blood qi rose and turned into a mist of blood. The mist of blood condensed and turned into a second projection that stood side by side with the true dragon. It was a giant phoenix. When it spread its wings, it covered the sky. As it flapped its wings, a storm surged and went against the nine-headed bug that had manifested the nine-headed ghost chariot divine bird. This bird's name was Grandgale. It was a primordial mutated species with extraordinary talents. It controlled storms and directly clashed with the nine-headed bug's nine heavens astral winds. Blood chi rose from Yang Zhen's body. The mist of blood condensed and turned into a third projection of light. It was the image of a golden-winged rock. As the rock flapped its wings, Yang Zhen's speed was like the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. Time and space were nothing to him. Even in front of grand heavenly realm opponents, he seemed to be everywhere. Behind the victorious fighting Buddha, the great strength Bodhisattva, and the nine-headed bug, Yang Zhen's figure appeared at the same time. Chapter 1599. Ascending to the grand heavenly realm, one could do as they pleased, and there was no distance between the heavens. To those below the grand heavenly realm, grand heavenly immortals were omnipresent. However, grand heavenly immortals were able to wear each other down in a mystical manner, and it did not display such profundity. However, there were always exceptions in this world, such as the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles of the demon race, whose godly speed was almost unparalleled among grand heavenly immortals. Yang Zhen gave the reason why he said almost in today's battle. At this moment, he seemed to be everywhere in front of his fellow grand heavenly immortals, simultaneously existing in every corner of space. While it was clearly fighting against the grand heavenly immortals, the nine-headed bug clearly saw a second and third Yang Zhen appear behind the victorious fighting Buddha and Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva. However, it could clearly sense that there was another person behind it as well. Noticing the danger, the nine-headed bug did not even bother to look back as it immediately stopped its nine heavens astral winds and hurriedly dodged to the side. Not only was it dodging the storm created by the grand heavenly immortal bird, but it was also dodging the threat coming from behind. Even with its quick reflexes, it could not avoid a three-point, double-edged blade that came stabbing at its back. The ice-cold blade instantly pierced through one of the nine-headed bug's heads, turning it into a bloody mess. The nine-headed bug was both shocked and enraged as it stumbled and fell. When one of its heads looked back, it saw a fourth Yang Zhen smiling at it. On the other side, the victorious fighting Buddha and Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva were also facing a similar situation. I see. At this moment, the Dipankara ancient Buddha who was fighting with Suo Mingjong sighed and tossed a small flag out. As soon as the flag was tossed up by the Dipankara ancient Buddha, a white mist floated in the air and golden rays shone brightly. The flag landed and protected the victorious fighting Buddha and Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, helping them block Yang Zhen's attack. When the Taoism and demon race powerhouses saw the flag, they exclaimed in unison, "The Green Lotus Flag." The Green Lotus Flag was a supreme treasure belonging to Amitabha Buddha. In the past, it was on par with the primordial Lord of Heaven's Wuji Apricot Flag, the West Kunlun Jade Pool Queen Mother's White Cloud Boundary Flag, and the Tao Virtue Heavenly Lord's Floating Flame Flag. It was one of the top defensive treasures since ancient times. As soon as the Green Lotus Flag appeared, Yang Zhen found it difficult to attack. However, the victorious fighting Buddha, Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, and the other Buddhist cultivators were unable to withstand Yang Zhen's attacks and reach the immortal slaying formation. As soon as he saw the Green Lotus Flag, Yang Zhen smiled. The pores on his body trembled, and his qi and blood began to boil. This time, the change in his qi and blood didn't condense into light and shadow. Instead, it was Yang Zhen's own body that changed. His body continued to grow taller, and his skin gradually became waxy yellow. Then, the surface of his body began to emit a clear, glass-like radiance. When the others saw him like this, their expressions became a little strange. Because at this moment, Yang Zhen had shockingly transformed into a golden Buddha that was 30,000 zhong tall. As the Buddha's light circulated, purity appeared naturally, wisdom was realized, and enlightenment was free. There was a deluge of heavenly flowers, a fragrance pervaded the air, and Buddhist chants accompanied it. Then, the great Buddha flipped his palm over to grab the azure lotus flag. The victorious battling Buddha, Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, and the others. This action was not meant to harm anyone. Instead, he was using his palm to manifest a world. Buddhist kingdom in the palm, flowers reveal me. As the golden lotuses bloomed, they clustered around the azure lotus flag and the people protected by it. However, they were temporarily unable to rush out and approach the immortal execution formation. Who's more fake, you or the white lotus heretic? The victorious battling Buddha, who had been calm all this while, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yang Jian smiled and didn't answer. As he blocked them, he turned his palm around and struck out at the other demon race members. Let me fight you. Yuan Hong's figure suddenly expanded, and his body towered between heaven and earth as he faced Yang Jian head-on. The Buddhist kingdom in the palm was still blocking the Buddhist cultivators, but the great Buddha had transformed into a light and shadow. Yang Jian's figure appeared again, and he looked at Yuan Hong with some surprise. He and Yuan Hong were old rivals. They had fought during the ancient investiture of the gods era, even before he fought the great sage, heaven's equal, and injured the nine-headed bug. Yuan Hong was extremely talented, and he was also proficient in transforming his body. However, this time, he directly revealed his true form and rushed forward to compete with him in strength. This was something Yuan Hong was well aware of. Yang Jian's improvement over the years was far above his. If they were to compete in terms of transformation ability, Yuan Hong was most likely not a match. As such, he might as well display his innate strength and fight with all his might. Yang Jian thought about it and understood Yuan Hong's intentions. He didn't evade, and directly clashed head-on with Yuan Hong. Boom, boom, boom. Yang Jian, who seemed to have transformed into a violent ape in human form, clashed head-on with the true heavenly connection giant ape. Punches and kicks flew everywhere, displaying the most primitive and violent battle since the start of the battle. As he raised his hand to block one of the old white ape's claws, Yang Jian lowered his body and fiercely slammed towards the white ape's armpit and chest. Amidst a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sound, as if he had crashed into Mount Buzhou, Yuan Hong let out an enraged roar and fell backwards. This great demon was also ferocious. He swung his other claw towards Yang Jian. However, Yang Jian gathered the power of the 8-9 Mysteries art and raised his shoulder to take Yuan Hong's attack head-on. His body only shook slightly, and he didn't even take half a step back. After the Great Calamity, Yang Erlang, who had been in seclusion for 10,000 years, finally showed his prowess once again, causing many people present to recall their distant memories. As expected of the myriad war god. Even if he's thrown into the 9 underworlds, he should still be able to crush an extinct devil, right? Yang Zhaoge grinned as well. He's an all-round battle machine that ignores the environment and his opponent's trait. While the Buddhist Bantes were obstructed, the demon race was also displeased. 3 golden bodies of the great sage appeared in front of them. As soon as immortal Qiu Shou saw the Ruyi golden cudgel, he felt a sharp pain in his leg that was previously crippled. Moreover, the 3 golden bodies of the great sage could fuse together to manifest the great sage equaling heaven's true body. The demon race's great sages hated traveling monk son from the past. However, they were even more fearful of the great sage equaling heavens, who single-handedly defeated the heavenly court. Yang Zhaoge immediately pointed with his finger, and a stream of grand commencement earlier heaven chi flew out. It split into 3 streams of clear air, and landed on the 3 golden bodies of the great sage. The yellow wind monster stood up again. He looked at the Zun earth and opened his mouth 3 times. Then, he exhaled and blew out. Wherever the Samadhi divine wind reached, the 3 streams of clear air released by Yang Zhaoge were immediately diverted. They couldn't land on the golden bodies of the great sage. At the same time, the 3 giant apes felt their legs floating, and they couldn't open their eyes. Just as the demons let out a sigh of relief, the yellow wind monster was shocked, and chills ran down his entire body. Above him, the space suddenly transformed into a chaotic abyss. A jet-black saberlight descended from the abyss without any signs or warnings. Even the surrounding demon race great sages didn't notice it. When everyone realized it, the saberlight that could extinguish all creations had already reached the yellow wind monster's head. Because he was the saberlight's target, The yellow wind monster was the first to realize it after sensing the deadly killing intent within. He didn't know if he could dodge this saber, so he could only try his best to dodge it. At the same time, he couldn't care less about the 3 demon monkeys, and was about to unleash the Samadhi divine wind to protect himself. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles was just beside him. As long as he managed to block the yellow wind monster for an instant, reinforcements would arrive immediately. However, a small bell that resembled a bell suddenly rang within the void. When the bell rang, the yellow wind monster stiffened. Kai. As the saber light descended, its head was instantly separated from its body. Chapter 1600. Within the dark and lightless chaotic abyss, Feng Yunsheng's silhouette appeared. With the help of the soul-absorbing bell, she killed a demon race great sage without any prior signs with a single slash. The yellow wind monster, which was considered a ferocious existence among the demon race great sages, had its head separated from its body at this moment. His eyes were still wide open as his head fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open as he died with everlasting regret. Under the Luoyuan chaos extinguishing saber's slash, when it was sliced into 2, it also signified the complete annihilation of its soul. After Feng Yunsheng's slash, she didn't even bother looking at the outcome of her attack on the yellow wind monster. Her saber immediately drew a graceful arc in the void, changing from a downward slash to a diagonal slash. Clang! In an instant, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles had already arrived by her side. Feng Yunsheng's saber successfully blocked the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' attack. After blocking the attack, Feng Yunsheng transformed into the chaotic abyss and was about to disappear into the dark void again. After a single attack, she immediately disappeared. She was as tranquil as the abyss. However, once she made a move, it would be earth-shattering. Feng Yunsheng had chosen her targets very carefully. Burning Lamp Daoist and Lu Ya were powerful, and they possessed many mysterious techniques. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' speed was unparalleled. Ambushing them might be successful, but it might also fail. Even if she succeeded, she would only be injured, but not killed. As such, Feng Yunsheng aimed her most threatening slash at the yellow wind monster. Not only was this demon race great sage powerful, but he could also suppress the great sage equaling heaven's true form formed by 3 golden bodies of the great sage all by himself. To Yang Zhaoge and the others, the threat posed by this great demon far surpassed the likes of the 9-headed bug and the horned head immortal. In fact, it even surpassed Yuan Hong, the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, the victorious fighting Buddha, and the others. Feng Yunsheng had deliberately chosen the most threatening slash to target the yellow wind monster. Then, as expected, her slash succeeded. Since the start of the war, the first grand heavenly realm expert to perish wasn't from Taoism or Buddhism. Instead, it was from the demon race. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles let out an enraged roar. As it flapped its wings, space became chaotic, and it continued chasing after Feng Yunsheng. After suffering such a huge loss, the demon race wouldn't allow Feng Yunsheng to have a second chance. Not even the rock of cloudy miles could detect the slash in time. If it was him, he might have been able to sense it earlier under the shroud of killing intent. But for the others, at the moment of danger, they could only rely on themselves. However, Feng Yunsheng had ascended to the grand heavenly realm, and her 3 flowers at one's prominence made her powerful in the first place. She then carried out the assassination with all her strength. If one was caught unprepared and suddenly attacked, the number of people who had the confidence to survive, including all 3 tyrants present, was limited. The demon race didn't have a protective treasure like the azure lotus flag, so they naturally couldn't resist these sneak attacks. Taking a step back, even if Feng Yunsheng didn't make a move in the future, merely the invisible threat she posed was sufficient to cause others to have misgivings and be unable to act freely. Even the ancient Dipankara Buddha split out 6 sea calming pearls and attacked Feng Yunsheng from all directions to help the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. Sut. Suo of Zhong extended Sut. And Suo Song. As the starlight disappeared, the cold, lonely darkness became the ruler. It was like a graveyard that kept expanding, burying the void. Under the shroud of darkness, the 6 sea calming pearls that were smashing towards Feng Yunsheng slowed down by a beat. Without the sea of calming pearls, Feng Yunsheng retracted her saber after exchanging a blow with the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. The abyss of chaos shrunk to a point. It seemed to have lost the concept of space. The last bit of light flickered and was about to disappear. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles snorted. His figure flashed. When he reappeared, there seemed to be more than one golden-winged great rock appearing in different places. Since he couldn't stop Feng Yunsheng, he couldn't let Feng Yunsheng lead him by the nose. Instead, he took the initiative and attacked the immortal extermination formation and the others. Apart from Yang Jian and Suo Mingjong, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles appeared beside the others. Some attacked Yang Di, some attacked the southern extremity longevity emperor. The three golden bodies of the great sage didn't miss. There was even a golden-winged rock that bypassed the people from the Dao sect and headed straight for the immortal vanquishing array. However, Yang Jian's figure suddenly appeared in front of the golden-winged rock and blocked its path. In other places, Yang Jian's figure also flashed to intercept the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles flew into a rage. It flapped its wings and raised its speed to the extreme, shifting through spacetime as it battled with Yang Jian. Yang Jian's figure was shrouded by the golden-winged rock's shadow and was unpredictable, not letting the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles have the upper hand. On the other side, the victorious fighting Buddha, Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, and the other Buddhist Bhantes raised the azure lotus flag and charged toward the Buddhist kingdom in the palm unleashed by Yang Jian. Yuan Hong, Qiu Shou Immortal, and the other demons also flew toward the immortal execution formation. Yang Jian's figure shifted in an attempt to block it, but the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles turned around to intercept him. The abyss of chaos reappeared, and the exterminating blade light descended once more. Feng Yunsheng's second attack was still untraceable and without warning. The spirit-assimilating bell rang, perfectly coordinating with this assassination strike. Qiu Shou Immortal's soul only paused for a moment, and the saber light was already above his head. Fortunately, he had already learned his lesson from the yellow wind monster, so the ever-vigilant Qiu Shou Immortal was not completely defenseless. However, he only had time to tilt his body to dodge for a moment before he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. The destructive saber completely ignored the powerful defense of a top-tier demon's body and cut through Qiu Shou Immortal's demonic aura and flesh like cutting through tofu. At this moment, a scarlet gold flame suddenly appeared in the void, as if it could burn through the chaotic void. Carnate Li Fire Essence. It was Dao Lord Lu Yue who had finally made his move. He stood where he was without moving, but Carnate Li Fire suddenly appeared around Qiu Shou Immortal's body and attacked Feng Yunsheng, helping Qiu Shou Immortal escape. Feng Yunsheng's saber light vibrated and deflected the scarlet gold carnate fire. At this moment, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles suddenly appeared beside Feng Yunsheng. Caught you. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles shouted and swiped down with both claws. His wings flapped, and a piercing wind blew. He was still wary of Yang Jian's obstruction. I'm the one who caught you. Feng Yunsheng did not retreat this time. The saber light paused for a moment, and instead expanded even further. The dark and lightless abyss enveloped the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles instead. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles's body seemed to be tainted by a layer of blurry mist. Within the heavenly river, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles's silhouettes dimmed and were on the verge of disappearing. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles sneered. He exerted force with his claws and actually tore a crack in the chaotic abyss. However, Feng Yunsheng did not retreat at all. She raised her saber and attacked with all her might, keeping the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles within the chaotic abyss. The human and the demon shouted in unison and engaged in battle. Without the rock blocking his way, Yang Jian's figure flickered and blocked the other's path once again. However, he did not let his guard down. Instead, he paid attention to Daoist Lu Yue. Other than helping Qiu Shou Immortal escape once, this peak bigwig had remained motionless. Only, he seemed to be mumbling something. At this moment, Dao Lord Lu Yue suddenly smiled and tossed out an item. Yang Zhaoge, Yang Jian, and the others looked over and saw that it was a scarecrow. Yang Jian's heart jumped, and his figure flickered, wanting to block it. However, Blazing carnate fire appeared around Daoist Lu Ya and the Scarecrow, burning through space and obstructing Young Gen's path. Next, Daoist Lu Ya drew his bow and aimed the arrow at the Scarecrow. Then, an arrow was shot out. Chapter 1601. Seeing Daolord Lu Ya's straw doll and bow, everyone present was shocked. Nailhead 7 Arrows Book. Yang Zhaoge was shocked and almost cursed out. What the hell? Doesn't it take 21 days to take effect? The head nailing 7 Arrows Book was one of the most famous secret arts in history. During the ancient investitures of the gods era, Daolord Lu Ya had used this art to kill the prime clear grand heavenly immortal Zhao Gongming, who was the original owner of the 24 Heavens Sea calming pearls. Even with Zhao Gongming's prowess and treasures, he couldn't escape from the Nailhead 7 Arrows Book. This art was extremely vicious. It was worth mentioning that this art could only be used once in an era. After the ancient era, Middle Era's Daolord Lu Ya never used it again. However, with Zhao Gongming's example, it was enough for everyone to be wary of this evil art. After entering the current era, Daolord Lu Ya had always been holding on to this trump card. Today, it had finally appeared once again. Yang Zhaoge and the others were originally wary of this vicious move. However, the Nailhead 7 Arrows Book also had many restrictions. It couldn't be used as one wished. At the same time, this secret art wasn't without any signs. Using it required one to stand on an altar, continuously perform the art, and bow 3 times a day for 21 days. Only then would it take effect. In the past days, the target's soul would be even more unstable. They would be drowsy, restless, and unable to calm down. No matter if it was Yang Zhaoge's group or the Buddhist Bantes, none of them had such signs before. As such, no one cared about the Nailhead 7 Arrows Book. Everyone was wary of Daolord Lu Ya's other infamous treasure, the immortal slaying flying saber. At least, Young Gen was constantly on guard. While great Daolord Shen Du seemed to be holding onto the Fushi zither and didn't intend to enter the fray personally, he was also secretly keeping an eye out. Young Gen's 8-9 Mysteries art was extremely powerful. He even dared to face Mahamayuri head-on. However, he had a nemesis in the past, which was Daolord Lu Ya's immortal slaying flying saber. Although he had some countermeasures, he wasn't sure if he could successfully block it. As such, Young Gen was constantly on guard. Who knew that Daolord Lu Ya would suddenly take out the 7 Arrows Book? What was even more shocking was that this time, he didn't even need to open the altar. He directly drew his bow and shot an arrow at the straw doll. The arrow hit the grass doll between its eyebrows, and blood immediately flowed out of the wound. Ah! Within the immortal slaying formation, there was a miserable cry. As Yang Zhaoge looked back, he saw the incongruence Divine Mother collapsing on the ground, with blood gushing out from her forehead. He had the great overarching heaven immortal physique, which was indestructible and unrestrained. But now, he was like a mortal, sickly, and weak. The prime clear direct lineage bigwig, the incongruence Divine Mother, collapsed weakly onto the ground at this moment. Her aura was weak, as though she was on the verge of death. Being in the immortal extermination formation, although the immortal extermination formation was restricted by the Yellow River of Nine Bends formation and she was still ambushed, the incongruence Divine Mother did not die immediately. But the celestial extinguishing sword and Qing Ping sword that were suspended in the air in front of her trembled slightly. Although it did not fall, there were still some remnants of the jade light on the celestial extinguishing sword. It had not been completely refined. However, Yang Zhaoge and the others felt even more fearful. No matter if the incongruence Divine Mother's success rate was the highest, Daolord Lu Ya had used the secret art that could only be executed once in an era. It was impossible that he did not have other plans. As expected, within the dark river water, demonic chi suddenly overflowed. A huge golden-whiskered turtle surfaced from the water's surface and silently approached the immortal extermination formation. The huge turtle transformed into a black-clothed Daoist with a long beard and a black face. He wore a black robe, had a silk belt around his waist, and was about to jump into the immortal extermination formation. Black Cloud Immortal. The incongruence Divine Mother exclaimed softly. Just like the Dragon Head Immortal, the Spirit Tooth Immortal, the golden light immortal, and the others, he was a great demon that had attained the Tao. During the ancient era, he was taught by the Lord of Numinous Treasure. During the ancient era's investiture of the gods' Great War, the Black Cloud Immortal was captured by the Western sect's second cult master, Daoist Juanti. After many twists and turns, the world changed. After the Black Cloud Immortal escaped, he joined the Astro Mountains' starry sea. Previously, even during the war between the demon race and the Western Pure Lands, he never showed himself. No news about him leaked out, and the outside world was unaware of his whereabouts. Now that he appeared, he was aiming for the immortal extermination formation. Daoist incongruence, you're lucky to have escaped death. Rest at the side. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding the last bit of our relationship and smashing you with my hammer. As the Black Cloud Immortal yelled, he was about to step into the immortal extermination formation. He spat out seals from his mouth. As they revolved, they seemed to have fused with the formation. Originally, the Black Cloud Immortal didn't recognize the immortal extermination formation's formation diagram and various arts. However, other than the orthodox Taoism, the 9 underworlds obtained the immortal extermination formation's formation diagram due to Zhongbuksu's remnant. After scheming and trading, the Astro Mountains' starry sea also had some gains. Now, the Black Cloud Immortal wanted to seize the opportunity to seize control of the immortal extermination formation. Tao Lord Lu Ya's Nailhead 7 Arrows book that defeated the incongruent's Divine Mother, who was also a grand heavenly realm, was precisely creating an opportunity for the Black Cloud Immortal. However, before the Black Cloud Immortal could enter the immortal extermination formation, a heaven-shaking roar resounded behind him. A demonic aura that was even more violent and domineering than him formed a ball of golden demonic clouds behind him. Within the clouds, a demon monkey that was much larger than Yuan Hong was about to appear. Great sage equaling heaven. Even though the Black Cloud Immortal was stronger than Immortal Qiu Shou, Immortal Spirit Tooth, and the others, his scalp went numb. However, at this moment, Daoist Lord Lu Ya said, "Even without yellow wind, I'm still waiting for you." After shooting an arrow at the straw doll, he flipped his palm, and a gourd appeared on his palm. The mouth of the gourd emitted a ray of light that was more than 30 feet tall. Within the light, an object appeared. It had eyebrows, eyes, and a pair of wings. 2 rays of white light shone from its eyes, instantly enveloping the demon monkey in the golden cloud. At the moment when the demon monkey was about to appear under the protection of the golden light, it was interrupted by the white light, and its mind was immediately dazed. As the light flickered, the giant demon monkey reverted back to the form of the 3 golden bodies of the great sage. It was the treasure that everyone was wary of, the immortal extermination flying saber. Seeing this, Yang Jian took a deep breath and appeared to block the Black Cloud Immortal. However, Daoist Lord Lu Ya did not continue to use the immortal extermination flying saber to slash at the monkey. Instead, he immediately retracted it, and the gourd in his hand spun, retracting the white light that enveloped the golden bodies of the great sage. His next target was not Yang Jian, but Feng Yunsheng instead. Helpless, Feng Yunsheng could only face the attack with the abyss of chaos, blocking the white light that could freeze one's primordial spirit. However, this way, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles was freed. The rock flapped its wings, going against Yang Jian in every way. Yang Jian's 3-point, double-edged saber swept horizontally, trying to force the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles back. However, as Daoist Lord Lu Ya's gourd spun, the white light aimed at Yang Jian again. The famous killing weapon had not seen any blood, but it had an extremely strong restraining effect. Yang Jian's body shook, and his physical body nourished his spirit. Golden light flashed in his primordial spirit, and a golden lotus bloomed. The golden lotus swayed, preventing the immortal extermination flying saber from freezing him. The reverse flow revealed a bit of the defensive treasure Wuji apricot yellow flag. However, being enveloped by the white light, although Yang Jian did not fall unconscious, the changes in his mind slowed down. In this way, he could not help but miss the Black Cloud Immortal, and the immortal extermination array. Chapter 1602. Seeing that the Black Cloud's Immortal was about to enter the array, Great Daoist Master Shen Du frowned. He wanted to stop it, but the carnate Taiji diagram that enveloped the Milky Way valley had completely dissipated. The green lotus floating quietly in the river was about to bloom. On the Fushi zither, a wung sound rang out again. As the third string snapped, a new, innate Tai Chi art emerged and shrouded the heavenly river again. At this point, the Fushi zither once again won a short moment of time. However, there was only one string left. Everyone on the battlefield was fighting even more fiercely. The gourd in Daolord Lu Ya's hand spun repeatedly. The sharpness of the immortal slaying flying saber's final strike was restrained by him. However, the domineering power of the immobilizing and bewitching technique was pushed to its limits. After the white light circled around Yang Jian's body, it shrouded the three golden bodies of the great sage, causing them to feel dizzy. Feng Yunxing let out a long breath of turbid air and no longer hid in the void. Instead, she strode forward and slashed straight at the immortal slaying gourd in Daolord Lu Ya's hand. The black blade light and the white light emitted from the mouth of the gourd reflected off each other. The black light turned sharp, while the white light trembled. Compared to Yang Jian, Feng Yunxing was much more adept at dealing with this unique treasure. Under the threat of the Luo Yuan Chaos Destroyer blade, she tried to cut through the white light. However, a Tongtian white ape caught up to Feng Yunxing and blocked her way. Feng Yunxing's saber light was ruthless and tyrannical, but the old white ape in front of her wasn't someone ordinary people could compare to. Earlier, Yuan Hong had been badly beaten up by Yang Jian, but that was because Yang Jian had not only mastered everything he was good at, but had also crushed him in all aspects. But against people other than Yang Jian, Yuan Hong's omnipotent transformation technique was revealed. Combined with his boundless strength, he was also one of the top experts of the demon race. When he started fighting with Feng Yunxing, it was hard to tell who would win or lose in an instant, but Feng Yunxing was unable to get close to Daolord Lu Ya. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles focused on finding trouble with Yang Jian. Although he was no match for Yang Jian, on the other hand, Yang Jian was also attacked by the Buddhist experts. Daolord Lu Ya did not personally take action. Instead, he oversaw the entire situation and deployed a group of demon experts to search for an opportunity. Great Daoist Master Xian Du, who had been hugging the Fushi zither and did not personally attack, was his focus. The immortal slaying flying saber retracted and released. As it circulated, it threatened everyone. Even the Buddhist supremacies were wary of that terrifying white light. Suo Mingjong frowned, but he couldn't let go of the Dipankara ancient Buddha in front of him. Otherwise, the ancient Dipankara Buddha definitely wouldn't have joined forces with him to deal with Daolord Lu Ya. Instead, he would have used him to block Daolord Lu Ya, while the ancient Buddha would go after the immortal extermination array himself. Although Yang Jian had verified that he was not completely powerless against the immortal slaying flying saber, there was still the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles and other opponents by the side, preventing him from truly fighting Daolord Lu Ya. He wanted to release the victorious fighting Buddha, Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, and the other Buddhist venerables. Under normal circumstances, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles would have gone to intercept the Buddhist cultivators. The demon clan and the Buddhist sect were also rivals in the fight for the immortal extermination formation. However, the problem was that the victorious fighting Buddha and the others had the green lotus flag in their hands. Apart from Yang Jian's Buddha kingdom that was able to trap them with his Buddha kingdom, the victorious fighting Buddha and the others could just ignore the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles and charge straight into the immortal slaying formation. Not even Daolord Lu Ya's immortal slaying saber would be able to do anything to them. If they were to charge into the immortal execution array, the consequences would be worse than if the Black Cloud's immortal was alone. Therefore, Yang Jian could only suppress the victorious fighting Buddha and the other Buddhist Bantes while fighting the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles. At the same time, he had to be careful of Lu Ya's immortal slaying flying saber. Just as Daolord Lu Ya looked majestic and intimidating for a moment, the heavenly river before him suddenly shook slightly once more. 6 beams of starlight lit up in the void, and the murderous aura of weapons filled the air. A stern-looking man wearing a crown and Daoist robes just like the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor appeared. When the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor saw him, his expression was calm, as if he wasn't surprised at all, "You're here, fellow Daoist?" The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit, who was fighting against the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, sighed. "Fellow Daoist North Star, you still came after all." The people present were the top experts of the Daoist, Buddhist, and demon sects, so they naturally recognized the man's identity. It was one of the 4 imperials of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. It had always been on par with the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the Earth Queen. North Star Upper Palace Heavenly Sovereign Emperor, he was one of the few surviving Taoism Heavenly Lords after the Great Calamity. Due to their differing views, he parted ways with the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the Incongruence Divine Mother, and the others. In the past, after Yang Zhaoge wreaked havoc in the Immortal Court, the Immortal Court forcefully attacked the Tao universe and the world beyond worlds as revenge with the support of the Western Pure Lands. Ever since then, the North Star Emperor rarely appeared, and his whereabouts were unknown. During today's battle, almost all of the Taoism experts were mobilized. Even the great Daoist Xian Du, who usually resided in the Tushitou Palace, was here. However, the North Star Emperor still didn't appear. Everyone thought that the North Star Emperor wouldn't come. However, this Taoism Heavenly Lord still came. His arrival caused Daoist Lu Yue to frown. It wasn't because of the North Star Emperor's cultivation. Instead, it was because Daoist Lu Yue had never forgotten something. The North Star Emperor had a treasure in his possession. It was the Jade Clear Primordial Heavenly Lord Grand Master's 3 treasures Jade Scepter. Just like how the Incongruence Divine Mother couldn't directly wield the green duckweed, the North Star Emperor couldn't truly wield the 3 treasures Jade Scepter. However, to Daoist Lu Yue, this was a huge threat. Order. As expected, the moment the North Star Emperor appeared, he immediately cupped his hands without saying a word. A jade scepter flickering with purple, white, and golden colors flew into the sky. It transformed into a ray of radiance and crashed towards Daoist Lu Yue. Daoist Lu Yue wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. The radiance's target wasn't him. Instead, it was the gourd in his hand. The 3 treasures Jade Scepter transformed into a stream of radiance and plugged the gourd's mouth. The white radiance was instantly interrupted, and the gourd fell from Daoist Lu Yue's hand uncontrollably. It floated within the dark river, and its movements were erratic. The North Star Emperor used the 3 treasures Jade Scepter to block Daoist Lu Yue's immortal slaying flying saber. Previously, he had always avoided antagonizing the Immortal Court. In fact, he even helped the Immortal Court against the blessed lands of the White Lotus. When others saw him dealing with the demon race's Daoist Lu Yue, they couldn't help but feel suspicious. However, the North Star Emperor immediately challenged the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit as his opponent. He replaced the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor to obstruct the Black Cloud's Immortal in the Immortal Extermination formation. It might seem like an unnecessary action, but his intentions were clear. Without the Immortal slaying Gourd's threat, Yang Jian and the others immediately launched a counterattack. Upon seeing this, Daoist Lu Yue had no choice but to step forward and personally take action. However, what welcomed him was a loud roar. Lu Yue. The 3 golden bodies of the great sage roared in unison. Within the Immortal Extermination formation, Yang Zhaoge could finally unleash the One Chi's 3 clears transformation without any reservations. 3 streams of clear qis were unleashed, fusing with the 3 golden bodies of the great sage. As the radiance shone brightly, the roaring heaven-supporting ape finally reappeared within the world. Chapter 1603. Within the Immortal Extermination formation, the Incongruence Divine Mother covered her bleeding forehead and fell to the side. Her aura was weak. Gao Qingxian left her clone behind to stabilize the Immortal Extermination formation together with Yang Zhaoge, while she replaced the Incongruence Divine Mother and continued refining the Immortal Ending Sword's Jade Radiance with the Green Duckweed Sword. When she opened up the roving Jade Heavens in the past, she had come into contact with the Qingping Sword. However, her cultivation level was far inferior to the Incongruence Divine Mother after all, so her refining speed was much slower. Fortunately, there was not much Jade light left, and it finally began to fade bit by bit. After the Black Cloud's Immortal entered the formation, he was just getting used to the changes in the formation when the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor caught up to him. with Yang Zhaoge and Jiao Qingxian connecting to the formation, while the southern extremity Longevity Emperor didn't recognize the Immortal Extermination formation. He had a much easier time compared to the Black Cloud's Immortal. As the two fought against each other, Yang Zhaoge and Jiao Qingxian's clone continued pushing the Immortal Extermination formation circulation, suppressing the Nine Bends Yellow River formation. With the North Star Emperor using the Triratna Jade Scepter to deflect Tao Lord Lu Huai's Immortal Slaying Flying Saber, Yang Zhaoge immediately executed the Grand Commencement Divine Finger, reversing the One Chi's Three Clears transformation. 3 streams of clear chi flew out of the Immortal Execution formation and merged with the 3 golden bodies of the Great Sage. As the demonic aura soared into the sky, the golden demonic clouds appeared once again, and a tyrannical roar came from the clouds. The Great Sage, Heaven's equal's true body, appeared in the mortal world. He had a hairy face and a thunderous mouth. He wore a phoenix feather purple gold crown on his head, a golden chain armor on his body, and a pair of lotus silk cloud walking shoes. As he spun the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand, the sky above his head and the yellow springs below his feet, his aura ferocious and lawless. Lu Huai, the giant monkey, roared. Now, I'll let you pick up the Immortal Slaying Flying Saber. Let's fight. Tao Lord Lu Huai sighed. It's useless even if I pick it up. I can't get rid of the Triratna Jade Scepter in such a short time. However, even though you've manifested the true form of the Great Sage equaling heaven, you're still not at your peak. I'll give it a try. As he spoke, golden red flames ignited around his body, piercing through the void. The Xiantian Li fire blazed forth as a golden red sun rose up above Tao Lord Lu Huai's head. That sun was even hotter and larger than the actual sun. The shadow of a black 3-legged bird appeared in the sun. With the appearance of the great sun golden crow, the world seemed to have returned to the primordial times as boundless heat spread out. When the water of the vast heavenly river, which previously contained the rise and fall of thousands of stars, came into contact with the starry heavenly flame, not to mention boiling or evaporating, even its temperature barely changed. However, now that the great sun golden crow had appeared above Tao Lord Lu Huai's head, the surrounding water temperature seemed to be gradually rising. The golden crow flew towards the giant ape, setting off a trail of fire. Hey! The giant ape was shocked. With one hand holding onto the Rui Jingu Bang, the other claw swiped towards the great sun golden crow's neck. The huge claw accurately grabbed the golden crow's neck. The innate Li fire essence that could pierce throh Taisha's emptiness turned into waves of fire that engulfed the giant ape. But in the sea of fire, his eyes were like stars. No matter how the flames raged, he didn't even blink. The terrifying claw tightened its grip and crushed the golden red sun that the golden crow had transformed into. The area around Tao Lord Lu Huai's body was constantly being filled with liquefier essence. Brilliant suns soared up one after another, crashing toward the monkey. The monkey let out a long howl and swung his cudgel. Not even a sound could be heard in the void before it had already collapsed. With a single cudgel strike, the dark but majestic heavenly river's flow was almost cut off. The great sun golden crows that were soaring in the air were all crushed. There were only scattered innate flames and primordial chaos left in the universe. The monkey raised the Rui Jingu Bang and with a leap, he arrived before Tao Lord Lu Huai. Tao Lord Lu Huai's figure changed and Buddhist chants reverberated through the world, turning into the image of a great Buddha. A circle of perfected Buddhist light appeared behind the great Buddha's head. It was bright red and resembled a great sun. Amidst the Buddhist chants, the great Buddha exuded an unparalleled might, as though he could grasp everything in the world in his palm and rule over the past, present, and future. It was Tao Lord Lu Huai's Buddhist incarnation, Vairocana. The Vairocana Buddha pushed out with both palms and an incomparably ferocious force was displayed. It was even more domineering and majestic than the Vajra supreme art of the Buddhist sects. The might of Vairocana Buddha could be seen clearly as his palms clashed head-on against the great sage, heaven's equals Rui Jingu Bang. However, the monkey was still more violent and the Rui Jingu Bang was more ferocious. The rod came crashing down. Although the Buddha managed to block it, its body suddenly became shorter. As the monkey roared, he struck repeatedly with his staff, raining down like raindrops. Every time Vairocana Buddha blocked, he would shrink a little. In the blink of an eye, the majestic Buddha's figure had shrunk by more than half of what it was when he first appeared. Cracks finally appeared on the two Buddha palms that seemed to be able to grasp the world, and they began to extend toward his arms and body. The monkey swung his staff again and swept it out, instantly sending Vairocana Buddha rolling on the ground. Golden light dispersed and Tao Lord Lu Huai's figure appeared. He looked at the Rui Jingu Bang in the monkey's hands and sighed. He said to the victorious fighting Buddha, the consequences of being beaten to death by him in the immortal court back then would be worse than losing this weapon to him. He doesn't have the Rui Jingu Bang and you don't have the immortal slaying flying saber. You still won't be able to defeat him. The victorious fighting Buddha sighed as well. At least hold on a little longer, right? After all, his time is limited. Tao Lord Lu Huai shook his head. The monkey hollered and picked up the Rui Jingu Bang, striking at Tao Lord Lu Huai again. The sun that Tao Lord Lu Huai transformed into reflected rays of rainbow light in the air. In an instant, the sun disappeared. Only the rainbow light escaped far away, avoiding the ferocious sky-bearing ape. TSK, TSK, TSK. The monkey sneered and clicked his tongue. With a sway of his body, he leaped into the air and turned into a golden demonic cloud, chasing after the rainbow light that was fleeing into the distance. Tao Lord Lu Huai's speed was extremely fast. His teleportation was not much inferior to the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. However, he could not shake off the monkey and was chased around by the monkey with the Rui Jingu Bang. The rainbow light and the golden cloud shifted around the heavenly river. The monkey struck left and right, causing the heavenly river to tremble and almost sever a few times. The situation between the two was completely reversed at this moment. Back then, Tao Lord Lu Huai's immortal slaying flying saber had intimidated everyone and helped the demons gain the upper hand. Now, he was being chased around by the monkey. Not only was the monkey chasing after him, it even had the time to deal with other opponents. Wherever the golden cloud passed, a staff would suddenly descend. Immortal Qiu Shou, the nine-headed bug, Yuan Hong, and even the Dipankara ancient Buddha, the Buddha of sandalwood merit, and other mighty figures of the Buddhist sects were all on tenterhooks. They were constantly wary of the Rui Jingu Bang that suddenly appeared. Apart from the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles who relied on his speed and the victorious fighting Buddha and the others who relied on the green lotus flag, everyone else was suffering. The monkey did not even have to stop intentionally. He just struck a few times as he passed by. He smashed one of the nine-headed bug's skulls. He knocked out all of immortal Qiu Shou's teeth. He overturned the Buddha of sandalwood merit's golden lamp relic. Chapter 1604. His opponent changed from the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor to the North Star Emperor, but the Buddha of sandalwood merit was still eloquent. It wasn't as thunderous as before, but Great Monarch Gauchen was merciless in his attacks. His killing intent surged. The killing intent of the mortal world seemed to have gathered here, causing the pure land of Buddhism to lose its tranquility. The Buddha of sandalwood merit fought with North Star Emperor calmly. However, the golden lamp Sarira on his head was knocked over by the passing monkey, causing the Buddha to be in a sorry state. Karma has to be settled. The Buddha of sandalwood merit shook his head and smiled bitterly. North Star Emperor had no intention of showing mercy. Instead, he followed up with his attacks. 6 starlight divine pillars gathered and manifested thousands of celestial soldiers and generals, attacking the Buddha of sandalwood merit. However, what caught his attention was that the Buddha of sandalwood merit regained his composure and did not panic. Fellow Daoist North Star, why are you involved in today's mess? The Buddha said to North Star Emperor seriously, Fellow Daoist, there is no right or wrong choice in all these years, be it to fight or to make peace. However, Fellow Daoist was thoughtless in today's most important test. Great Emperor Gauchen said indifferently, this is indeed the most important juncture. It concerns the rise and fall of Tao sect's destiny. Naturally, I have to come. If it wasn't for me getting rid of your eyes and ears, I should have arrived earlier. It's not too late. The Buddha of sandalwood merit had a compassionate expression. Fellow Daoist, if you didn't come today, you would have allowed the Tao sect's lineage to survive. Now that you're here, your fate will be completely destroyed. You're not too late, "You're too early." North Star Emperor could tell that there was a hidden meaning in his words. He focused his gaze on the other party's face. The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit looked at the golden cloud that caught up to the rainbow light in the void. He saw the monkey appear and hit Daoist Lu Ye's shoulder with his rod, causing the flowing fire to disperse and flesh to fly. He did not show any fear and sighed instead. "All the glory of yesterday has gone up in smoke today." North Star Emperor frowned. Led by the Dipankara ancient Buddha, all the Buddhas, including the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit, chanted, "His here." The waters of the heavenly river suddenly parted. A powerful aura descended from the distance. 5-colored brilliance lit up the natural luck. In the clear and pure Buddha's aura, one could only see the blazing red fire, the vigorous green light, the heavy yellow soil, the sharp platinum, and the long black water. The 5 rays of light were inseparable and flowed endlessly. Inside the 5-colored divine light sat a Buddha. He had 24 heads and 18 arms. In his hands, he held tassels, umbrellas, flower pots, fish intestines, treasured filers, golden bells, golden bows, silver halberds, banners, treasured banners, lotus flowers, tokens, alms bowls, sharp spears, broadswords, relics, and scriptures. Everyone present knew who the newcomer was. Mahamayuri, Kong Xian. In terms of individual strength, he was truly the second strongest person in the Western Pure Land, an existence that was only inferior to the master of the Pure Land, Amitabha Buddha. The ancient Dipankara Buddha and Tao Lord Lu Ye, who were currently here, had both been defeated by Kong Xian in the ancient era. They had been forced to flee by Kong Xian's 5-colored divine light, not daring to fight him at all. During the ancient era's investiture of the God's War, Kong Xian assisted the Prime Clear Severing sect, defeating almost all opponents below the Tao realm. It was only when the Tao ancestor Daoist Zhuanti took action that Kong Xian was defeated. He entered Buddhism and eventually became Mahamayuri. After that, Mahamayuri never appeared in the world for more than an epoch. In this epoch, Mahamayuri remained in seclusion. It was only during the recent 100 years that he made a brief appearance. However, during that battle, Mahamayuri presided over the immortal court alone, defeating the great sages and small saints of the demon race, including the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles. Other than the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles and a few other great demons who managed to escape, the rest were all captured alive by Mahamayuri. Under the situation where the Tao ancestors restrained each other, Mahamayuri single-handedly held the fort against 10,000 enemies. He single-handedly overturned the immortal court's disadvantageous situation, forcing the blessed lands of the White Lotus to retreat from the immortal court's 800 immortal territories that they had occupied for more than 20 years, allowing the blessed lands of the White Lotus to return to the immortal court's embrace, directly changing the outcome of that war. However, ever since that attack, Mahamayuri had gone silent. After that, the two heretics clashed again due to the humanly essence stone's shards. The battle lasted for 100 years. The Western Pure Lands and the demon race sent their experts to participate in the battle, but Mahamayuri never reappeared. Today, he finally reappeared. Just by looking at the 5-colored divine light surrounding his body, Tao Lord Lu Ye, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, and the others who had suffered under his hands felt heavy. Ever since the demon race appeared, Yang Jian fought against all by himself. Tao Lord Lu Ye changed the tides of the battle with a single arrow and a single blade. Emperor Northstar's Triratna Jade Scepter landed on the immortal slaying flying blade. The 3 golden bodies of the great sage merged into one, gradually sweeping through the entire battlefield. Taoism and the demon race took turns to fight for supremacy. Only the Buddhists seemed to have lost their chance. Yet, the Buddhas of the Pure Lands remained calm and indifferent. Other than the impending arrival of Amitabha, their confidence came from Mahamayuri, who had finally appeared before them. Upon seeing Mahamayuri's appearance, the Dipankara ancient Buddha said, "I'll have to trouble you, Daoist." The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit, Mahasthamaprapta Bodhisattva, and the other Buddhist Bhantes also said, "Thank you, Mahamayuri." Mahamayuri nodded at them and did not speak much. He did not specifically target any of his opponents. Instead, he walked in the void and approached the immortal extermination formation. Whoever stood in his path would be struck by the five-colored divine light. As he passed by the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit and Emperor Northstar, the five-colored divine light struck down. Emperor Northstar, who was fighting with the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit, could no longer be bothered with the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit. Instead, he focused on his new opponent. Mahamayuri scattered the five-colored divine light and collected the shadows of the heavenly soldiers and generals. Then, the light spun a few times, and Emperor Northstar disappeared without a trace. He continued forward, and the five-colored divine light shone down. Yang Jian frowned and stopped breathing. The great Buddha shadow that he manifested was struck down by Mahamayuri's five-colored divine light. The Buddhist kingdom in the palm was released, and the victorious fighting Buddha, Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, and the others were freed. As he walked forward, he passed by two heavily injured nine-headed bugs that had been destroyed. Without waiting for the other party to speak, the five-colored divine light struck down again. The nine-headed bug also disappeared without a trace. "Brother, are you going to help the Western Pure Lands again?" The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles's expression changed. "You must know that the Maitreya Buddha also has a Buddha Sarira." Mahamayuri nodded calmly. "I know. When you return, you can talk to the Maitreya Buddha on my behalf. I'm also willing to exchange for the Sarira from him." As he spoke, he continued forward, and another five-colored divine light struck down Immortal Dragon Head, who could not dodge in time. As he walked forward, he had already reached the edge of the Immortal Extermination Formation. At this moment, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had just forced the Black Cloud's Immortal out of the formation when he encountered Mahamayuri. Mahamayuri's five-colored divine light struck down once again. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's primordial ancestral lightning exploded, and the primordial chaos shook, blocking the five-colored divine light for a moment. He wanted to transform into a streak of lightning and escape. However, the five-colored divine light in front of him spun and struck down again. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's figure also disappeared. Chapter 1605. His previous opponent, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, had disappeared. However, the Black Cloud's Immortal wasn't at ease. That was because the five-colored divine light was also descending upon him. The Black Cloud's Immortal was shocked and hurriedly threw out a treasure hammer. Wherever the hammer went, it would split open the void and shatter the stars. It was so powerful that even the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had to be wary of it. It was the Black Cloud's Immortal's personal treasure, the Chaos Origin Hammer. Although its reputation was ordinary, its might was comparable to Heavenly Lord Guangcheng's famous cyclic heaven seal. But at that moment, Mahamayuri's five-colored divine light shone down and collected the immemorial hammer. "Fellow Daoist, please don't make things difficult for me on account of how you suffered at the hands of Tao Father Zhunti for many years," Black Cloud Immortal said helplessly. Mahamayuri nodded. "Fellow Daoist, step aside. I won't make things difficult for you." The Black Cloud's Immortal hurriedly retreated, but there were other people in front of Kong Xian who took the initiative to welcome him. The monkey swung his cudgel once again, causing Dao Lord Lu Yue to fall back. His old and new injuries flared up at the same time, and the carnate Li fire essence spurted out like a bloody mist. Then, as the golden cloud churned, the monkey landed in front of Mahamayuri, standing between him and the Immortal Vanquishing Formation. Mahamayuri looked at the monkey in front of him, and his calm expression finally changed a little. He said with some regret, "It's a pity that all my skills have turned to dust. Now that I've pieced them together, I can only make a clay doll. Although I often feel that it's a pity, the great sage himself is happy to be free." The monkey opened its mouth, emitting the voice of the Northern Ocean clone. "As for whether he is a clay puppet or not, we'll only know after we battle." With that, Monkey raised the Rui Jingu Bang and smashed it down on Mahamayuri's head. Mahamayuri scattered the five-colored divine light. Wherever the light reached, the monkey's body seemed to shrink and was swept away by the divine light. However, golden clouds appeared under the monkey's feet. With a somersault, it jumped out of the range of the five-colored divine light. However, he did not take the opportunity to retreat. Instead, he continued to rush towards Mahamayuri. Mahamayuri's expression did not change, and the five-colored divine light shone again. The monkey was once again captured by the divine light. He swung the Rui Jingu Bang in the direction of the dazzling void below. Grow, grow, grow. Amidst the explosive roar, monkey's body and the Rui Jingu Bang swelled up at the same time and then smashed towards the green light within the five-colored divine light. The raging divine treasure metal actually caused the green light to become thinner. The monkey leaped and jumped out of the five-colored divine light once again. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he raised the Rui Jingu Bang and attacked Mahamayuri again. At this moment, the distance between them was extremely close. Seeing that the Rui Jingu Bang was about to hit the monkey, Mahamayuri stood proudly on the spot, not moving an inch. The five-colored divine light descended for the third time, engulfing the monkey. The monkey let out a long howl. As the golden light flickered, his body suddenly disintegrated, instantly splitting into thousands of clones. The five-colored divine light swept out, sweeping down one monkey after another. However, there were still some who slipped through the net. They shrunk their bodies and jumped out of the cage. As soon as he escaped, the monkey's body immediately grew larger. Then, he swung his rod at Mahamayuri's head. At this moment, the distance between the two sides was very close. Mahamayuri finally took a step back to dodge. However, the speed at which the Rui Jingu Bang was descending seemed to have suddenly increased, and Mahamayuri was unable to dodge it. He could only tilt his body slightly and take the blow with his shoulder. The glass golden body instantly cracked. However, Mahamayuri no longer retreated. The five-colored divine light appeared again, finally sweeping down the monkey. The monkey was trapped, but it refused to admit defeat. It swung the Rui Jingu Bang continuously, bringing about streams of golden light that spun, trying its best to repel the five-colored divine light around it. However, Kong Xian's five-colored divine light became increasingly intense, scattering down continuously. The monkey seemed to have fallen into a vortex. It felt that the divine light was getting heavier and heavier, and its body was getting weaker and weaker. It was as if layers and layers of creation worlds were pressing down on its body. Moreover, it kept on accumulating without end. The monkey wanted to break free, but Mahamayuri's appearance suddenly changed. The 24-headed, 18-armed Buddha golden body disappeared, and another Dharma aspect true body with a single head and 4 arms appeared. The new Buddha golden body faced the east. It was white and wore a white robe, a crown, a jade necklace, earrings, and bracelets. It looked very dignified. It rode on a golden peacock king and sat in the lotus position on a white lotus flower or a green flower. It had 4 arms. The first arm on the right held the lotus flower, the second arm on the right held the karma fruit, the first arm on the left held the auspicious fruit, and the second arm on the left held 3 to 5 peacock tails. The five-colored divine light continued to revolve. After the two fought for a while, the monkey's body finally disappeared. When the others saw this, the people from the Tao sect felt despair. The Buddhists and the demon race didn't rejoice in the monkey's misfortune. Since the ancient times, how many people below the Tao realm could force Mahamayuri to such a state? Only, that peacock was still too strong. The Jade Great Heavenly Lord's whereabouts were unknown, and the monkey had transformed. Among the grand heavenly immortals, who else could be Kong Xian's opponent? Not only did he strengthen his defense after cultivating the golden body of Buddhism, even his five-colored divine light is stronger than before. Lu Yue was injured by the monkey and couldn't fight anymore. However, it didn't affect his vision. Looking at the current Kong Xian, his gaze flickered. Yang Jian seemed to be in deep thought. He wanted to fight against Mahamayuri and leave the others to Yang Zhaoge and the others, who were manifested by the great sage equaling heavens. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles couldn't gain any advantage over the monkey. However, while the monkey's attacks were strong, he might not be able to break through the victorious fighting Buddha and the others' green lotus flag. To restrict the victorious fighting Buddha, the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, and the others, Yang Jian was still needed. Unfortunately, Mahamayuri was too strong, and the five-colored divine light managed to knock the monkey down. Only, Yang Jian had been keeping an eye on him. Within the immortal extermination formation, Yang Zhaoge looked at Mahamayuri with a calm expression. Mahamayuri noticed the abnormal virtual immortal as well. Yang Zhaoge smiled. Mahamayuri's expression changed. The five-colored divine light revolving around his body suddenly trembled violently. As the radiance continued to revolve, a silhouette appeared, which was faintly discernible. When everyone looked at it, they saw that it was the monkey that had been knocked down by the five-colored divine light. The monkey held the Ruyi golden cudgel in one hand, and a spirit stone in the other. The monkey roared towards the sky. Then, he opened his mouth and placed the spirit stone into his mouth. Swallow it. The golden radiance that soared into the sky suddenly expanded. It gradually pierced through the five-colored divine light and the universe's skies. The vigorous, tyrannical, and violent surging power vibrated non-stop. It caused the heavenly river to tremble. It caused the Buddhas to turn pale. It caused the peacock to bend his waist and lower his head. Mahamayuri was enraged. The five-colored divine light revolved rapidly and was about to knock the monkey down again. However, the monkey was currently standing tall. He stood within the five-colored divine light, unmoving like a pillar. The surrounding divine light was like the ocean. As Kong Xian swept through, it seemed like he could knock down the entire heavenly river if he wanted to. However, the golden silhouette stood tall and swung his cudgel towards the sky. With the momentum of splitting the ocean, a hole appeared within the five-colored divine light. Chapter 1606. The terrifying strike of the Ruyi Jingu Bang had actually broken through the rainbow divine light from within. As the lights and shadows flashed, the North Star Emperor, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Immortal Chiosho, the Nine-Headed Bug, and the others who were previously captured by Mahamayuri's five-colored divine light took the opportunity to escape from the gap in the divine light. In a trance, they turned around and looked at the figure that tore apart the sea of divine light, feeling as if it was a lifetime ago. The other people outside were also shocked. Within the Immortal Extermination Formation, Yang Zhaoge said, the Fushi Zither's power can't be activated by itself. It can only be activated in response to the Tao Ancestors' attack. However, it didn't truly seal this place off. Instead, the Grand Heavenly Realm experts rushed over. He smiled bitterly. The North Star Emperor came to help, but Mahamayuri also came. Kong Xian did not speak as he just appraised Yang Zhaoge. At the same time, five-colored divine light revolved around his body, trying to mend that gap again and sweep away the troublemaker. The bitterness on Yang Zhaoge's face faded away, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He said leisurely, 100 years ago, when I wreaked havoc in the Immortal Court, I always rejoiced that I acted decisively and caught the Immortal Court off guard. Otherwise, if the other party had invited you, Wisdom King, to guard the place, I'm afraid I could only escape 100 years ago. It would have been difficult for me to kill the traitor and take my revenge. Mahamayuri finally said, if there's anything different today, it might be that you can't even leave. As he spoke, the five-colored divine light began to grow stronger. The five-colored light grew brighter and brighter, as if an overwhelming tide was about to drown the golden figure once again. Today is indeed different. Yang Zhaoge was not afraid. We will also improve. He counted with his fingers and said, for example, I don't need to join in myself. I only need 3 wisps of clear qi to manifest the true form of the great sage, heaven's equal. For example, we can maintain the existence of the true form of the great sage, heaven's equal for a longer period of time. For example, Yang Zhaoge's smile didn't diminish. He said slowly, for example, although there are many repercussions, it can help everyone recall the great sage equaling heavens during his peak. Before he finished speaking, the monkey in the five-colored divine light let out another long roar. Many golden clouds clustered around him. As he roared, his body swelled up again, becoming even larger. At the same time, 2 more heads grew out of the giant monkey's neck, and 4 arms grew out of its body. 3 heads and 6 arms. The same furry face, the same mouth, the same eyes of fire and gold, and the same Ruyi Jingu Bang. At this moment, the Ruyi Jingu Bang also split into 3 in his hands. Each of his 6 arms wielded it, and as it moved, it could destroy the heavens and the earth. The 3 pairs of eyes of fire and gold were even brighter than the sun. Its enormous body filled up the heavens and the earth, as if it had trampled on the mortal world and stood in the netherworld's yellow springs. Its back was straight, and its 3 heads were pointed upwards, piercing through the clouds as it scanned the heavens. The 3 Rui Jingu Bang lashed out together. Wherever they passed, creation ceased to exist. Everything shattered into the primordial earth, water, fire, and wind from before the opening of the heavens. It was chaotic, and the surroundings were dark and chaotic. Everyone present looked at the giant monkey with 3 heads and 6 arms, and their scalps went numb. They squeezed out each word through gritted teeth. Chi. Heavens. Big. Saint. Looking at the figure that had finally broken through the 5-colored divine light and jumped out, those who had experienced the primordial era's God-conferment war couldn't help but recall the scene of Tao ancestor Xuanti breaking through the 5-colored divine light. Mahamayuri's expression was solemn, but there seemed to be a dazzling flame in his eyes. His similarly huge transcendence golden body ignited with blazing flames, and the 5-colored divine light spun rapidly to meet the great sage, Heaven's equals 3 Rui Jingu Bang. Ever since the great sage, Heaven's equal wreaked havoc in the heavenly court's divine palace during the middle journey to the West era and battled the great heavenly Lord Jade Emperor, the most pinnacle battle of the Zenith realm in history was repeated. The great sage, Heaven's equal battled Mahamayuri. With the great heavenly Lord Jade Emperor's disappearance, this was the battle to decide who the current Zenith realm king was. In this pinnacle battle, both sides disregarded their surroundings and clashed without restraint, destroying everything in their surroundings. The massive heavenly river was cut off. The surging river water and the revolving stars were all smashed into nothingness. Even the endless void outside the heavenly river's water vein was affected. Time and space seemed to collapse into a single point, wrapping everything together. Soon, this point expanded again, and the figures of the great sage, Heaven's equal and Mahamayuri reappeared. The great sage, Heaven's equal was energized. With a long roar, he wielded the 3 Rui Jingu Bang with his 3 heads and 6 arms, pouncing towards Kong Xian again. Kong Xian's golden body was slightly dimmer, but the 5-colored divine light was still as bright as before. He did not back down against the great sage, Heaven's equal, and the 5-colored divine light shone down. Both sides fought until the heavens and earth turned dark. One of them continued to activate the 5-colored divine light, as if it was endless, wanting to wipe out his opponent. The other swung his Rui Jingu Bang repeatedly, deflecting the rings of divine light that were attacking him. He searched for his opponent's weakness, and the Rui Jingu Bang struck towards his opponent's body. When the bystanders saw this scene, they were dazzled. What an unforgettable memory! Young Jian's third eye on his forehead opened and closed continuously, looking at the 3-headed, 6-armed figure. That was the Earth Essence Stone just now, right? Can you already bear it now? The North Star Emperor and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had complicated looks in their eyes. During the Middle Era, when the great sage, Heaven's equal wreaked havoc in the heavenly court's divine palace, they were one of the people who personally experienced it. The great sage, Heaven's equal strength was not only because his demonic body was indestructible. Without the Earth Essence Stone, the great sage, Heaven's equal's indestructible demonic body was one of the top existences in history. In the past, when he fought with the Jade Emperor, the two sides were in a stalemate, and he directly shattered the netherworld of that time. Previously, before he recovered to his peak state, he had already beaten Tao Lord Lu Ya to the point of fleeing. Now that he carried the Earth Essence Stone and returned to his peak state, the great sage, Heaven's equal did not back down, clashing head-on with Mahamayuri's 5-colored divine light. Just the shockwaves from their clash was enough to turn the world upside down. When fighting with an opponent like Elder Brother, the outcome of the battle will be determined by the indestructible demonic body. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles's eyes flickered. In the current situation, even if the great sage, Heaven's equal was struck down by Mahamayuri's 5-colored divine light, he had the confidence to escape with his indestructible demonic body. However, once the 5-colored divine light was broken through, how many times could Mahamayuri withstand the great sage, Heaven's equal staff? Although the outcome of this battle was still undetermined, as the battle dragged on, one could gradually predict the outcome. If the Tao realm did not appear, he would be the only one reigning supreme. The current Zenith Heaven King was still the great sage, Heaven's equal, Sun Wukong. He's not the real Sun Wukong after all. The Dipankara ancient Buddha stared at the battle. In his current state, he will definitely be able to maintain it for a shorter period of time. Let's see if Kong Xian can withstand it. At this moment, the carnate 8 trigrams that originally enveloped the universe gradually disappeared. No matter how intense the battle in the heavenly river was, it was still safe and sound. The lotus petals of the silent green lotus trembled slightly, showing signs of blooming. The Fushi zither in the great Daoist master Xian Du's arms buzzed. The last string of the zither finally broke. Chapter 1607. The remaining strings on the Fushi zither snapped one after another, until not a single one was left. As radiances flickered, another earlier 8 trigrams lit up, covering the skies and enveloping the entire sky. The green lotus returned to silence, but the battle before them was still ongoing. Seeing the last zither string snapping, both the Taoism and the mountain sea demons realized that they only had a little bit of time left. After a short while, the Amitabha Buddha would descend upon this place. The three-sided battle became even more chaotic and intense. The great sage equaling heavens, Mahamayuri, Dipankara ancient Buddha, Suo Mingjong, Feng Yunsheng, Yuan Hong, Yong Jian, Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, Victorious Fighting Buddha, Mahasthamaprapta Bodhisattva, Yang Di, Gaiety Buddha. Everyone was engaged in a battle. Daoist Lu Ya, who was previously injured by the great sage equaling heavens, disregarded his own injuries and entered the battlefield. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor had just escaped from the 5-colored divine radiance. Without any hesitation, they immediately intercepted Daoist Lu Ya and fought against the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit, Chou Shou Immortal, the 9-headed bug, and the others. Within the Immortal Extermination formation, the incongruence Divine Mother barely managed to sit in a lotus position. Her aura was still extremely weak, as if she was on the verge of death. Gao Qingxian used the green duckweed sword to refine the final bit of jade radiance on the immortal ending sword. Yang Zhaoge and Gao Qingxuan's clones controlled the Immortal Extermination formation. Suddenly, a black-robed Daoist entered the Immortal Extermination formation while cautiously observing the great sage equaling heavens and Mahamayuri's battle. The Black Cloud's Immortal had returned. Previously, he avoided Mahamayuri's attacks and didn't dare to fight against him. However, now that Mahamayuri was obstructed by the great sage equaling heavens, the Black Cloud's Immortal's thoughts were rekindled. Although Daoist Lu Ya was heavily injured, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit and the others were here as well. Now that the Black Cloud's Immortal had regained his freedom, he immediately seized the opportunity and rushed into the Immortal Extermination formation, intending to take advantage of the situation. Within the formation, Yang Zhaoge laughed upon seeing this. Black Cloud's Immortal, there is no way out of the Yellow Springs, yet you insist on barging in. Huh! The moment the Black Cloud's Immortal entered the formation, he felt the killing intent pressing down on him. Even though he recognized the Zhuxian formation diagram, the shadow of death rose in his heart. This feeling was completely different from the last time he barged into the formation. The last time he entered the formation, he wasn't the main formation user. Although it was difficult, he was able to move forward and he didn't have this feeling of imminent danger. Now, however, it was really as Yang Zhaoge had said, as if he himself had barged into a perilous land where death was certain. The Black Cloud's Immortal was shocked. Amidst the golden light and yellow mist, the doors on the 4 high platforms were already standing stably. 3 swords, Zhuxian, Trapping Immortal, and Slaying Immortal, were hanging on the door beams of the 3 doors, glinting with cold light. Apart from that, on the beam of one of the doors, the shadow of the celestial extinguishing sword also appeared. The entire Immortal Slaying formation began to operate at this moment, unleashing its power. There was no sign of it being unstable like before. He was clearly wrestling with the 9 Bends Yellow River formation just now. The Black Cloud's Immortal suddenly thought of something and his expression changed greatly. The pitch-black chilly wind that filled the heavenly river had mostly dissipated. The water of the heavenly river was no longer as murky as before. It was much clearer than before. The stars in the heavenly river rose and fell again, faintly discernible. The immortal extermination array became more and more stable and powerful. As for the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation, it was the exact opposite. It was getting weaker and weaker. The others fighting within the Heavenly River noticed the drastic changes. Everyone looked at the great sage equaling heavens and Mahamayuri, who were fighting as if no one else was around. How could they not understand what was going on? Unlike the immortal extermination formation, which relied on the immortal exterminating four swords and the formation diagram, the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation relied on the geographical advantage of the Heavenly River's water vein. Then, the two grand Heavenly Realm pinnacle experts started fighting without holding back. As they clashed against each other, the Heavenly River's flow was continuously broken, and the void was shattered. Although it was the work of the Tao Realm bigwig, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord himself wasn't there yet. The Nine Bends Yellow River Formation's foundation was continuously being destroyed, which severely affected its performance. As the two great formations fought, the immortal extermination formation's strength naturally increased, and it eventually suppressed the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation. As the two continued fighting against each other, the stronger one was, the stronger the other would be. They would continuously attack the other until their opponent was completely defeated. The stronger the immortal extermination formation was, the weaker the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation was. As the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation weakened, the immortal extermination formation would gain the upper hand, and its advantage would grow larger and larger until it became unstoppable. Even without the immortal ending ancient sword, the immortal extermination formation still posed a huge threat to enemies beneath the Tao realm. The Black Cloud's immortal rushed forward and stepped right into the immortal extermination formation that was getting stronger and stronger. Greed blinded my eyes. Am I going to die here? The Black Cloud's immortal sighed helplessly and could only retreat. Within the formation, Yang Zhaoge activated the prime clear sword arts. His sword intent transformed into lightning, which shook the immortal exterminating four swords that were hovering above the door. The immortal exterminating four swords were shaken by the lightning and instantly released sword lights. The ferocious sword intent surged in all directions, and the horrifying sword lights descended like a rainstorm, slashing towards the Black Cloud's immortal within the formation. The Black Cloud's immortal was shocked. He could only focus and rely on his understanding of the immortal extermination formation to move around within the formation, evading the sword lights. Even if he was born in the prime clear lineage and had read the immortal extermination formation's diagram before, he was still in a perilous situation. Within the river, the black-robed Daoist disappeared, and the gigantic golden-whiskered turtle appeared. It was bobbing up and down, evading here and there. However, it was still occasionally grazed by the sword lights, causing its flesh to be lacerated. Outside the immortal extermination formation, no matter if it was the Buddhas of the blessed lands or the demons of the mountains and seas, they all felt their scalps tingling upon seeing the immortal extermination formation being erected. Although the immortal ending ancient sword was still missing, when the formation was fully activated, even Mahamayuri wouldn't have the confidence to barge in. The Dipankara ancient Buddha chanted softly and distributed 6 sea calming pearls to the surroundings to replenish the damaged heavenly river. If 6 pearls weren't enough, he immediately distributed another 6. However, Suo Mingzhang's attacks immediately surged, forcing the Dipankara ancient Buddha to be fully focused. The Buddhists and demons could only try their best to delay the Taoists and keep them here. The earlier Heaven 8 trigrams diagram formed by the last string of the Fushi zither had already become faint, and would eventually disappear. Within the formation, Yang Zhaoge stood up. He immediately took the immortal extermination sword from one of the doors and personally walked towards the Black Cloud's immortal. On the door, the illusory image of the immortal extermination sword appeared. Within the formation, 2 real and 2 illusory swords were still hanging high up. Rays of sword lights descended one after another, causing the Black Cloud's immortal to flee in all directions. He wanted to leave the formation, but he couldn't. Yang Zhaoge's figure flashed, and he suddenly arrived beside the Black Cloud's immortal. He held the immortal extermination sword and stabbed downward. The Black Cloud's immortal hurriedly evaded, but because of this, his footwork within the immortal extermination formation was disrupted. Within the formation, Countless golden lights flickered and penetrated through the black cloud's immortal's body. The gigantic golden whiskered turtle was almost dismembered. He roared in pain and gathered his last bit of courage, wanting to pounce towards Yang Zhaoge. However, Yang Zhaoge dodged to the side. At the same time, he raised his sword and slashed downwards. Under the flickering of the dense green swordlight, the sword chopped down the turtle's head. Chapter 1608. Yang Zhaoge's sword descended, slaying the Black Cloud's immortal within the Immortal Extermination Formation. A prime clear bigwig and a demon race great sage perished just like that, further increasing the Immortal Extermination Formation's infamy. After beheading the fish, Yang Zhaoge pushed upwards with his palm, causing the Immortal Extermination sword to fly up once again, hovering above the platform's door beam. Golden radiances filled the skies, and yellow mists billowed. 4 platforms supported 4 doors, standing within the formation. Dense killing intent surged into the skies, shaking the entire universe. Within the formation, ferocious sword chis rampaged, shattering the void. The most primitive elements of earth, water, fire, and wind could be seen everywhere, scurrying about. The world of creation seemed to be destroyed. Everything was shattered and about to return to nothingness. It was a scene of doomsday. Yang Zhaoge remained unfazed. He quietly stood within the formation and surveyed his surroundings. The Buddhas and great demons that wanted to rush into the Immortal Extermination Formation no longer dared to approach it. The horrifying formation condensed the ferocious chi of the heavens, transforming into a perishing abyss, devouring everything around it. Under the Immortal Extermination Formation's influence, the surging heavenly river and the universe's stars dried up, heading towards destruction. Within the heavenly river, although the runes formed by jade radiances still remained, the dark chilly winds had already vanished. The river water's darkness faded away, becoming clear once again. As the Immortal Extermination Formation revealed its sharpness, the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation finally couldn't hold on any longer and was destroyed by the ferocious sword chis. The Immortal Extermination Formation was worthy of its title as the #1 ferocious formation, achieving a complete victory. The ancient Dipankara Buddha's sea calming pearl that helped to suppress the heavenly river was also forced out from the river by a formless force, leaving the ancient Buddha helpless. The Immortal Court's grand heavenly immortal, percussion heavenly lord's figure reappeared. His complexion was pale, and his aura was weak. With the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation destroyed, the percussion heavenly lord, who was connected to it, was instantly gravely injured. What made him feel even more despair was that within the Immortal Extermination Formation, Gao Qingxian stood up and lifted the immortal ending sword with both hands. Only the last bit of jade radiance remained on the immortal ending sword's tip, flickering on the sword's tip. While the incongruent's divine mother couldn't move, Yang Zhaoge, Gao Qingxian, and the others already knew what they had to do to complete this final step. She lifted her hands, and the immortal ending sword flew into the air. Then, Gao Qingxian wielded the Qingping sword and tapped towards the immortal extinguishing sword. After the celestial extermination ancient sword trembled slightly, it flew up to a high platform in the celestial extermination formation. It replaced its own shadow and hung upside down on the beam of the door on top of the high platform. At this moment, since the ancient investiture of the God's era, the 4 immortal exterminating swords had finally returned to their position. At this moment, the entire immortal slaying formation seemed to shake at the same time. When the people outside the formation saw this, they were all alarmed. It was as if they were welcoming the end of the world and were walking towards the end. Great overarching heavenly immortal physique, undying unrestrained physique. However, even a grand heavenly immortal's life was worthless in the face of such a world-destroying calamity. Under the effect of the formation, the last bit of jade light on the tip of the celestial extermination ancient sword began to fade. Meanwhile, under Yang Zhaoge's instructions, the terrifying grand formation began expanding outward. Boundless ferocious sword chi surged out in all directions like a tide. At this moment, the boundless heavenly river was engulfed by the sword formation and turned into nothingness. Within the cosmos, the heavenly river's water didn't freeze, nor did it evaporate by the side of the stars. Upon entering the sword formation, it was immediately shattered, turning back into the gloomy darkness before the heavens were split open, as if it had never existed. Patches of massive stars were engulfed by the sword formation. They instantly expanded, collapsed, and were annihilated. Everything was silent and insignificant. Upon seeing this, the Buddhas of the blessed lands and the demons of the mountains and seas had a drastic change in their expressions. After entering the immortal extermination formation, there was no doubt that they would die. However, right now, the immortal extermination formation was expanding outwards with the momentum of a tiger devouring a whale. It was obviously trying to forcefully trap them within the formation. Once they entered, who would be able to escape? No matter if it was Mahamayuri and the other Buddhist Bantes, or Daolord Lu Ya and the other demon race great sages, all of them hurriedly fled far away. The sword chi was unleashed, enveloping the entire space. All living beings were plunged into misery, and all things ceased to exist. Time and space collapsed, and the great Tao crumbled. Many of the wondrous sceneries had now withered. White mists hovered in the air, and the green lotus flag shone with myriad golden radiances. Even Mahamayuri's five-colored divine radiance could withstand it. However, under the immortal extermination formation's threat, the white mists drifted away, and the golden radiance dimmed. The blessed lands of the blessed lands manifested by the victorious fighting Buddha, Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, and the others were filled with scenes of the Dharma decaying era. The Bodhi tree had withered, the pagoda had collapsed, and the Buddhist chants had ceased to exist. They had no intention of testing if the green lotus flag could withstand the immortal extermination formation. Instead, they hurriedly retreated far away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The five-colored divine radiance that swept across the surroundings was immediately dimmed by the swordlight within the formation. Mahamayuri, who was previously unstoppable, couldn't be bothered with fighting against the great sage equaling heavens anymore. He also retreated with his five-colored divine radiance. The golden-red sunlight hung low, as if the sun was setting. When Daolord Lu Ya saw Jiao Qingxian holding the immortal extinguishing ancient sword, he immediately commanded the demons to retreat. Then, he transformed into a rainbow and fled far away. Space collapsed, causing chaos. Even the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles felt his wings becoming heavy. He didn't dare to forcefully resist and quickly flew away. The light within the Buddha's light behind his head flickered like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any moment. The sea-calming pearl, which was emitting five-colored radiance, seemed like it was covered in dust, losing its radiance. The Dipankara ancient Buddha glanced at the green lotus in the river, shook his head, and sighed. Then, he hurriedly distanced himself from the immortal extermination formation with his fastest speed. Even Feng Yunsheng, Yang Di, Suo Mingjong, Yang Jian, and the others felt their hearts trembling when facing such a formation. While the enemies fled, the immortal extermination formation's devouring speed was extremely fast. With the assistance of Daolord Lu Ya and the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, the demon race could still escape in time. However, the Buddhists weren't as fortunate. The virtuous Buddha, who fought against Yang Di previously, was caught up by the expanding sword formation and engulfed within. The blessed lands of the blessed lands instantly crumbled. The Buddha's radiance withered, and the golden body decayed. The virtuous Buddha let out a sigh, put his palms together, and passed away. His body was destroyed by countless sword chis, leaving no traces behind. Not even a sarira was left behind. The immortal quartz percussion heavenly lord had nowhere to escape. He was devoured by the immortal extermination formation along with the river stars in the heavenly river, before being extinguished. The majestic treasured radiance imbued with faith power within his body was also extinguished, leaving no traces behind. The Buddha of sandalwood merit intended to escape, but someone suddenly appeared behind him. When the Buddha turned around, he saw the great sage equaling heaven's piercing fiery golden eyes. You were destined to fail from the very beginning. Unfortunately, we didn't win either. The Buddha of sandalwood merit sighed. In the end, the Tao ancestors still managed to destroy the immortal extermination formation, and each of them only had a single sword. Big monk, you talk too much. The great sage equaling heavens, who no longer had 3 heads and 6 arms, sneered and smacked his opponent's head with his staff. The former son of Buddha, one of the legendary figures of the Middle Journey to the West era, and the current Buddha of Sandalwood Merit's skull was instantly shattered, and he died. Chapter 1609. In order to avoid the expanding immortal extermination formation, the Buddhists and demons fled far away. As for their previous opponents, the great sage equaling heaven, Yang Jian, Suo Mingjong, Feng Yunsheng, and the others, they were less apprehensive. The group of Taoism Grand Heavenly Immortals were finally able to hold their breaths. They forcefully switched from defense to offense, chasing after their previous opponents and giving them a good beating. The Dipankara Ancient Buddha, Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, and the others could only endure helplessly. It was inevitable that they would suffer some losses. After all, the most important thing was to avoid being dragged into the immortal extermination formation. The victorious fighting Buddha looked back and saw his master, the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit, perishing under the familiar Rui Jingu Bang. He had a complicated expression. "I've sinned, sinned." The victorious fighting Buddha, who had always been calm, had a rare look of sorrow in his eyes. Looking at the familiar figure of the great sage equaling heaven, the Buddha's heart wavered and he had mixed feelings. At this moment, there seemed to be faint movement in the boundlessly high above the universe. The Dipankara Ancient Buddha, Tao Lord Lu Ya, and the others had a look of disappointment and regret. In a battle below the Tao realm, they were still one step behind. In the end, they still needed the help of the Tao ancestors. However, it would be difficult for anyone to obtain the complete immortal extermination formation. The Dipankara Ancient Buddha looked at the dissipating carnate 8 trigrams and felt even more regretful. That was the last string blocking the path. Just a little more and Amitabha would have arrived. Yet, the most surprising thing was that Mahamayuri's attack still failed to take down Taoism. Although the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon had helped to block Dong Huang, that was all he could ask for. Everyone looked at the immortal extermination formation. The last bit of jade light on the immortal extermination ancient sword that hung on the door beam of the formation finally dissipated as the formation was fully activated. At this point, Taoism had finally refined the imprint left by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord on the immortal extermination ancient sword and could bring the sword away. However, it was not easy to bring away the immortal extermination ancient sword or the 4 immortal extermination swords. As the 4 immortal extermination swords returned, the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon no longer obstructed Donghuang Tai and returned to the 9 underworlds. What happened next had nothing to do with him and the 9 underworlds. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha ancestor, who had been fighting endlessly, immediately ceased their battle as well. Although they were more afraid of the immortal extermination array being obtained by a faction with a Tao ancestor, the orthodox Tao sects monopolizing the complete immortal extermination array was also not something that the Tao ancestors were happy to see. This was especially true for the immeasurable celestial and the future Buddha. The reason why the orthodox Taoism obtained the immortal extermination formation was not to protect themselves. After all, this was a killing formation and not a defensive formation. It couldn't protect a universe or a world. However, no matter if it was the immortal court or the blessed lands of the White Lotus, neither of them could tolerate the immortal extermination formation descending upon their territories. It was a massacre that not even a Tao ancestor could stop. Simply put, I can't prevent you from hitting me, and you can't prevent me from hitting you. You're not afraid of being alone, but you'll become a general without an army. The result of the mutual explosion. This kind of existence that was beyond one's control was naturally a taboo. Although the heavenly river basin was long, under the distortion and annihilation of time and space by the immortal extermination array, the long river that stretched to both ends without end was also swept back and gradually engulfed by the immortal extermination array. The killing intent of the array surged into the heavens, destroying creation. However, above the array, in a boundless high place, a jade gate, an ancient bell, and a white lotus appeared. The broken strings of the Fushi zither turned into the carnate 8 trigrams diagram, which could only stop one Tao ancestor at a time. At this moment, the jade gate, the ancient bell, and the white lotus appeared at the same time. As the carnate 8 trigrams diagram slowly faded, a green lotus also appeared outside the immortal extermination array. The terrifying sword Qi that could destroy heaven and earth and destroy Tao did not pose a threat to the two lotuses, the gate, and the bell. The immortal extermination array could not harm the Tao realm mighty figures, and the Tao ancestors could enter and exit the array freely. However, if not for the four Tao realm mighty figures attacking at the same time, they would not be able to break the immortal extermination array. However, even if the vast freedom heavenly demon had returned to the 9 underworlds, there were still 4 Tao realm mighty figures descending. Perhaps after they broke the array, there would still be a fight for the 4 immortal extermination swords. In the end, they would most likely obtain 1 sword each. No one would be able to gather all 4 immortal extermination swords and obtain the complete immortal extermination array. However, all of this seemed to have nothing to do with the Taoists. In the end, we still reached this step. Daoist Lu Yue shook his head and looked towards Yang Zhaoge, Yong Jian, and the others. He sighed and said, "The Fushi zither only has 4 strings. Otherwise, you might still have a chance." The immortal extermination array had already stopped expanding. Yang Zhaoge cupped his hands towards Daoist Lu Yue. "If there were a few more strings, you might not even give it to us." Daoist Lu Yue laughed involuntarily. However, Yang Zhaoge suddenly blinked. "However, we still prepared some for ourselves. Hence, there are more than 4 strings." Huh! Daoist Lu Yue's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt something. The Dipankara ancient Buddha, rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, and the others followed Daoist Lu Yue's actions and looked towards the distance. Within the void, a jet-black banner appeared, with a person standing beneath it. It was the silhouette of a woman. Her aura was elegant and ethereal. However, a sharp glint was hidden within. Today, top-notch experts from all over had gathered here. Some had high statuses, and some had attained the Tao. All of them had extraordinary experiences. Almost everyone recognized the woman beneath the banner. In the past, the prime clear bigwig, the head of the 3 sky fairies, Fairy Cloud Sky. During the ancient investitures of the gods' era, the 3 sky fairies held the chaotic origin golden chalice and laid down the 9 bends yellow river formation, causing Daoist Lu Yue to flee. Almost all of the jade clear lineage was wiped out. In terms of battle results, it could be said to be the most glorious achievement among the prime clear lineage. It was comparable to Kong Xian's in the past. However, because of the primordial heavenly lord and the lord of Tao and virtue, they suffered a tribulation. Fairy Cheung Xiao and Fairy Bai Xiao suffered a death tribulation and entered the investiture god board. They then entered the heavenly court's divine palace. Fairy Cloud Sky was captured by the Lord of Tao and Virtue and suppressed under the Chiline Cliff. After that, Fairy Cloud Sky was allowed to stay in the Chiline Cliff for half of the time every year due to her sincere sisterhood. The other half of the time, she would enter the heavenly court's divine palace to accompany Cheung Xiao and Bai Xiao. Their 9 bends yellow river formation diagram was kept by the heavenly court's divine palace because of this. Now, Yang Zhaoge and the immortal court could lay down the 9 bends yellow river formation because of this. After the great calamity, the heavenly court's divine palace and Kunlun mountain perished. At this moment, she suddenly reappeared in the mortal realm. However, the Dipankara ancient Buddha and Daoist Lu Yue weren't concerned about Fairy Cloud Sky herself. After all, the chaotic origin golden chalice had long been destroyed in the great calamity. Even if it was still there, it couldn't withstand the might of the Tao ancestor. They were concerned about the long black banner beside Fairy Cloud Sky. As the 6 banners fluttered, it caused one's heart to palpitate. The Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, the 9-headed bug, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, and even the Dipankara ancient Buddha's expressions were especially ugly. They all looked like they had seen a ghost. 6-soul banner? The Buddhists and demons exclaimed in unison. Within the immortal extermination formation, Yang Zhaoge smiled rather amicably and said, "Sorry, it's not a trick. We really have this thing." Chapter 1610. Previously, Yang Zhaoge and the others had purposely set up a deceptive formation. They seemed to be searching for the roaming jade palace and the treasures within. What attracted the most attention was the controversial 6-soul banner in the past. Only, whether the 6-soul banner was within the roaming jade palace was questionable. Whether they could find the roaming Jade Palace was also questionable. To the orthodox Taoism, the immortal extermination formation that seemed to be right in front of them was far more reliable. The Western Pure Lands and the demon race were more than happy to go along with the flow and pretend to be misled by Taoism to search for the roaming Jade Palace. In fact, everyone knew that the orthodox Taoism's true target was still the immortal extermination formation. The Dipankara ancient Buddha and the others were merely using this to fool the orthodox Taoism. They wanted Yang Zhaoge and the others to search for the immortal ending sword without worrying about stepping on the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's trap. As expected, Yang Zhaoge and the others were here to search for the immortal extermination formation. The Tao sect was a gathering of heroes. Almost everyone who could come was here. Yang Jian, who disguised himself as the Earth Queen's earthly deity, came. The great Daoist Shen Du, who had always lived in seclusion in the Tushitou Palace and had a transcendent status, had come. The North Star Emperor, who had always been at odds with Yang Zhaoge, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the Incongruence Divine Mother, and the others, had also come. The orthodox Taoism could be said to have gone all out. It was an unprecedented explosion after the Great Calamity. Even so, the details of the immortal ending sword might not be as expected. However, the general direction of development was still within everyone's expectations. However, at this moment, the Cloud Sky Fairy suddenly appeared. Her appearance was fine. However, her appearance told everyone that the six-soul banner was already in the orthodox Taoism's hands. How could the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the others not feel suffocated to the point of vomiting blood? The first thought that popped up in the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles' mind was to pinch the Dingguang Joyous Buddha to death. The damned six-soul banner might still be in the roaming Jade Palace. The Dipankara ancient Buddha took a deep breath. I didn't feel the roaming Jade Palace reopening. Does that mean that this thing wasn't in the roaming Jade Palace since a long time ago? To be able to hide it from us, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha, and even the Tao ancestors, there's only one possibility. The six-soul banner had always been in the Tushitou Palace all these years. Everyone quickly thought of many things. Did the three clear Daoist ancestors place it in the Tushitou Palace before they transcended, or did the Elder Lord take it back to the Tushitou Palace after the three clear Taoists transcended? Fairy Yun Xiao must have been recuperating in the Tushitou Palace like Yang Jian all these years. Now that she brought the six-soul banner here, did she do it on her own? The Grand Supreme Elder did not interfere. Or was it the Grand Supreme Elder's instructions? Old Lord, what are you thinking? Was he going to make a move this time? Is he already here? Many thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. However, what was even more eye-catching was that after Fairy Yun Xiao and the six-soul flag appeared, she immediately bowed to the flag solemnly. Above the sky, the four Tao ancestors were about to descend, and the six-soul banner began to flutter. The name on the six-soul banner can only be inscribed by a Tao ancestor. When everyone thought of this, they hurriedly looked carefully. Of the 6 banners, 3 were empty. The other 3 had 3 names written on them. Amitabha, Eastern Emperor Tai, Great Freedom Sky Devil. As Fairy Yun Xiao bowed, the six-soul banner was immediately raised. The 6 banners kept fluttering, setting off rays of dark light. The light was indifferent and merged into the void, as if it had disappeared. However, the creation world in front of him seemed to have an invisible fluctuation. Amidst the fluctuations, there seemed to be an invisible sword that appeared from an endless high place and swept across the universe. In the 9 netherworlds, at the deepest bottom of the Demon Sea Abyss, which seemed to be the highest peak, a pitch-black ancient mirror appeared. As the mirror flashed, it blocked the invisible sword. Under the influence of the black mirror, the entire 9 netherworlds demon domain seemed to tremble and reject the invisible sword. In the sky above the immortal vanquishing array, the Jade Gate and the White Lotus were not affected. However, the Green Lotus and the Ancient Bell stopped in their tracks of descending into the world. The Green Lotus bloomed, and there were relics on it. The Ancient Bell rang, and the sound of the bell resounded throughout the heavens. Just like during the Great God-Conferment War of the Ancient Era, the six-soul banner did not cause any effective damage to the Tao realm mighty figures this time. However, after being disturbed by the six-soul banner, Amitabha and the East Emperor Tai's footsteps were temporarily delayed. If the vast freedom heavenly devil came as well, he would also be temporarily stopped by the six-soul banner. Just like what Yang Zhaoge had said to Daoist Lu Ya, other than the Fushi remnant zither they obtained from Daoist Lu Ya, they had also prepared other zither strings. These zither strings could only be used once. However, several zither strings broke at the same time, obstructing the Dao ancestors from attacking. Amitabha and the East Emperor Tai's footsteps were obstructed, while the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha descended from the skies without any hesitation. However, just as Fairy Cloud Sky was about to bow down to the six-soul banner, Yang Zhaoge and the others weren't idling around. Within the immortal vanquishing array, Gao Qingxian and her clone leaped up together. They held onto the Qingping sword and pointed it towards the skies. Outside the immortal vanquishing array, the great Daoist Xian Du flipped the 10 extremities crane cover above his head. Above the skies, a hole suddenly opened up. Fragrance permeated the surroundings, and celestial sounds filled the air, as if it was leading to a wondrous and majestic land. Yang Zhaoge formed a seal with both hands, causing the 4 high platforms within the immortal vanquishing array to rise from the ground and rush towards the clouds. Their momentum combined with the Qingping sword. As the Qingping sword flew up, the entire immortal vanquishing array soared towards the skies. As the sword formation soared, it engulfed Yang Jian, Yang Di, the southern extremity longevity emperor, Fairy Cloud Sky, and the six-soul banner. The jet-black banner's tail was still fluttering non-stop. Only, the name written on it had already disappeared. The jade door and the white lotus stood horizontally in the air, obstructing the soaring immortal vanquishing array. The immortal execution formation's killing intent soared to the sky, and the sword light swept across. While the jade door and the white lotus couldn't be harmed, the entire formation's momentum continued to rise. The jade door and the white lotus barged into the formation. Their respective treasured lights and Buddhist lights captured the swords hanging on the pillars of a high platform. However, as the 4 swords moved simultaneously, the positions of the high platforms shifted, and the doors were overturned. The treasured lights and Buddhist lights of the 2 Dao realm bigwigs were repelled, preventing them from retrieving their swords. Suddenly, an illusory palm reached out from the white jade door. The palm ignored the terrifying sword qi within the formation that could shatter creation and recreate chaos. It grabbed towards the Qingping sword. The Qingping sword swayed in the void and retracted within the golden lights and yellow fog within the formation. It was faintly discernible. The palm that reached out from the white jade door couldn't grab onto the Qingping sword for a moment. The white lotus platform bloomed and became incomparably huge. It occupied a vast area, as if it had filled up the entire formation. Rays of Buddhist lights spread out, intending to lock the immortal vanquishing array in place and drag it down. The immortal vanquishing array paused in mid-air for a moment. However, in the next moment, countless sword qi surged and wore down the rays of Buddhist lights. The entire formation continued to rush towards the skies and flew beyond the skies. Everyone was in a daze. The scenery before their eyes changed, and they arrived at a misty paradise. Within the paradise. Remember the mobile website, M. Chapter 1611. Lihan Heaven. Tushitor Palace. Even though the people in the immortal slaying formation had never been here before, they couldn't help but think of the Tushitor Palace. Then, the same name appeared in his mind. Old Lord Taishang. In the immortal execution formation, Jade Gate and White Lotus failed to snatch the Qingping sword that was steering the formation, so they were unable to stop it from moving forward. When they reached the Lihan Heaven, they still left the immortal extermination formation. They didn't enter the immortal extermination formation along with Yang Zhaoge and the others. The Jade Door and the White Lotus were suspended in the sky. The immortal extermination formation gradually retracted. The golden light and yellow mist dispersed. The 4 ancient swords fell and disappeared without a trace. The ordinary-looking Tushitor Palace's door opened. Under the Xuanju Great Daoist's lead, Yang Zhaoge and the others entered the palace. At this moment, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha were only concerned about a single existence. In Tushitor Palace, there was an old man in Daoist robes who was dozing off by the side of an enormous cauldron, and he seemed to be completely unaware of everything that was occurring in the outside world. Jiyu Zhong and Qing Lian were delayed by the influence of the six-soul banner. Seeing that the celestial slaying formation had entered Lihan heaven, they decided not to go over. They circled around and left, returning to the Astro Mountains Starry Sea and the Western Pure Land respectively. The White Lotus throne gave way to the Jade Door and returned to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. After a short moment of silence, the Jade Gate did not chase after Bai Lian and continue the fight that had been caused by the humanly essence stone fragment. The White Jade Door returned to the Immortal Court. A great battle finally came to an end. In the endless void of the outer realm, Daoist Lu Ya, the ancient Buddha Randeng, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, and the others felt rather heavy. The impact of today's battle would be far-reaching. Whether it was to the Western Pure Lands or the Demon Race, the outcome wasn't ideal. To the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court, the impact would be even worse. They actually succeeded. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles gritted his teeth. Six-soul banner, the great sage of the Demon Race, who felt that he had been fooled, was furious but helpless. Whether or not the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord took the initiative to make a move was one thing, but it was another when someone else came knocking on Lihan Heaven's door. Putting aside the Grand Supreme Elder's strength, even if the other Tao ancestors joined forces, who knew if they would provoke the three pure ones of the Tao sect who had already transcended? Furthermore, Zenith Heaven heavenly immortals like the long-eared Dingguang Immortal and Fairy Yun Xiao worshipped the six soul flags with the Tao realm mighty figures. The Tao ancestors were not united. On the contrary, they had great enmity and competition with each other. If one side suffered heavy losses and the harvest was not enough to make up for it, it would immediately be taken advantage of by others. If he could not stop the immortal slaying array on the spot, it was destined that he would not be able to chase into Lihan Heaven. In particular, the appearance of the six-soul streamer and the three names written on it caused everyone to have even more doubts. In the end, I ended up helping others. The rise of the orthodox Taoism is inevitable. It seems this is fate. Tao Lord Lu Ya shook his head and sighed. He was not angry. To him, the moment the immortal execution formation crushed the yellow river of Nine Bends formation, the outcome of today's battle was already decided. In this battle, other than Mahamayuri's appearance, which seemed to be able to sweep through everything, the demon race and orthodox Buddhism almost didn't clash with each other. In order to seize the immortal execution formation as soon as possible, both sides used their strength to break through Taoism's defensive line. There were very few incidents where they dragged each other down. On the other hand, it was the orthodox Taoism that forcefully withstood the attacks from both sides. They successfully held on until the immortal ending ancient sword was refined, and the immortal execution formation was completely erected. If they were given more time, the outcome of the battle might be unpredictable. After all, the time that Yang Zhaoge and the others could manifest the great sage equaling heaven's true body was limited. Once this period of time was dragged on, the situation was likely to change even more. However, there were no IFS in this world. In the end, the orthodox Taoism succeeded. As for the others, they suffered a double loss. Tao Lord Lu Ya was not only injured, he even lost the immortal slaying flying saber. The gourd was sealed by the Triratna Jade Scepter, and it fell into the heavenly river. Under the immortal execution formation's activation, the heavenly river flowed backwards, causing it to disappear without a trace. The Fushi remnant zither was one of Daoist Lu Ya's trump cards to protect himself against the Tao ancestor. If it was given to the orthodox Taoism, he would have received other benefits. In this battle, he mainly used it to defend against the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the Amitabha Buddha, which was also what he wanted. Unfortunately, he couldn't obtain more. As for the Nailhead 7 Arrows book that could only be used once per epoch, it could be said that his efforts were wasted. After such a huge battle, Daoist Lu Ya felt that he had suffered a huge loss. Moreover, the demon race had lost two demon race great sages, the Yellow Wind Devil and the Black Clouds Immortal, in this battle. Almost everyone else was injured. The entire Astro Mountains Starry Seas suffered heavy losses. Let's watch the next round. Unfortunately, there's another chess player. Daoist Lu Ya sighed and retreated together with the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles and the other great demons. The Buddhist Bhantes didn't have the heart to continue fighting. The impact of today's incident had added many variables to the future. They urgently needed to rethink their plans and adjust their strategies. Thank you, Daoist. The Dipankara Buddha placed his palms together and bowed towards Mahamayuri. It's a pity that the immortal extermination formation was faster. Otherwise, Daoist would have a higher chance of winning. As expected of the great sage equaling heavens, Mahamayuri said, even without the undying demonic body, there's still a 50-50 chance of winning against me. He shook his head and transformed into a Buddha radiance. The Dipankara Buddha looked at the silent victorious fighting Buddha and remained silent. Although they had the green lotus flag's protection, the Western Pure Lands had suffered significant losses as well. They even lost the Buddha of virtue and the Buddha of sandalwood merit. The Dipankara Buddha himself had even lost 6 of his sea calming pearls. From today onwards, the 24 myriad heavens would no longer exist. Apart from that, there was another problem that had to be considered. Compared to the orthodox Buddhism, although the demon race suffered a greater loss, the blessed lands of the White Lotus didn't suffer any significant losses from today's battle. On the contrary, the future Buddha, Maitreya, finally found an opportunity to escape from the immeasurable heavenly Lord and refine the humanly essence stone's fragment. As for the immortal court that was on the same side as the Western Pure Lands, they had lost the immortal extinguishing sword, allowing the orthodox Taoism to gather the immortal extermination 4 swords. Moreover, their grand heavenly immortals were already inferior to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Now, they had lost the percussion heavenly Lord, making their situation even worse. After this, the immeasurable heavenly Lord had to be more vigilant. With the orthodox Taoism in control of the immortal extermination formation, the 2 heretics were the most threatened. In recent years, the immortal court and the orthodox Taoism had more conflicts. If the immortal court and the Western Pure Lands were considered as one party, and the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race were considered as one party, it was hard to tell who would be more affected from today's battle. However, there was no doubt that the orthodox Taoism would benefit the most. The immortal extermination formation was meant to be a chess piece. Now that we've failed, the variables will be even greater. The Dipankara Buddha closed his eyes and sighed. Chapter 1612. Young Jen. Mahasthamaprapta Bodhisattva sighed as well. The orthodox Taoism had backstabbed him from the very beginning. After discovering that the so-called Earth Queen's land was transformed by young Jen, the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Mahasthamaprapta Bodhisattva, and other top experts of the Buddhism sect understood. At the start of the war, they felt that the orthodox Taoism had already seen through the trap of the immortal court and the Western Pure Lands. However, the arrow was already on the bowstring, and it had to be released. Moreover, everything ultimately came down to strength. When young Jen revealed his true form, everything became clear. The direct lineage of Taoism was playing along. Even though he knew it was a trap, he still took the risk to use the only chance to obtain the celestial slashing sword. In the end, he successfully gathered the 4 celestial slaying swords and recreated the celestial slaying formation. Young Jen didn't die, and he even transformed into the Earth Queen to confuse us. That's only one aspect. The Dipankara ancient Buddha shook his head. The key is the great sage, heaven's equal. If that wasn't the case, the Western Pure Lands would still have a higher chance of getting Mahamayuri to help. Even if the orthodox Taoism still had young Jen, Suo Mingjong, and the others, they still had to face other experts. Although it's a pity, in the end, everything comes down to strength. Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled bitterly. It's just that we are not as strong as others. Tao Lord Lu Ya wasn't the only one who used his trump cards, the immortal slaying flying saber, the 7 arrows nailhead book, and the Fushi zither. The ancient Dipankara Buddha and the other great figures of the Buddhist sect had also paid a hefty price. Looking at where Mahamayuri had left, the Dipankara ancient Buddha did not forget that the blessed lands of the White Lotus still had a Buddha's Sariya. Let's go. The emotions in the eyes of the ancient Buddha disappeared and he regained his calmness. Today's matter is just the beginning. The situation will change greatly in the future. Namo Amitabha. The Buddhist Bhantes chanted in unison and disappeared into the void. Compared to the resentment and helplessness of the other clans, the atmosphere in the Tushito Palace of Lihan Heaven was very different. Yang Zhaoge let out a long breath. Ever since he first learned that the immortal slashing sword had fallen into the hands of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord almost 50 years ago, his heart had been tightly wound. It was only at this moment that he could finally relax. The rest of the people around him had similar expressions on their faces. Everyone looked around the hall of the Tushito Palace and said to the great Daoist master Xian Du, "May I meet the Grand Supreme Elder? It's not that I want to neglect you, fellow Daoists. Without the Grand Elder's decree, I can't make a decision on my own," great Daoist master Xian Du answered apologetically. Yang Jian smiled and said, "I've been in Tushito Palace all these years. I haven't been able to meet Grand Supreme Elder." Fairy Yun Xiao said calmly, "I've never seen the Grand Supreme Elder either." "That's a pity." The group of people felt a little regretful. Then, they thanked Yang Jian, Fairy Yun Xiao, and the great Daoist master Xian Du. "It's all thanks to you guys working together this time. Otherwise, the outcome would definitely be different." The three of them shook their heads. "We're all on the same path, there's no need to be so polite. Today's matter concerns the fate of our Taoism, so we naturally can't stay out of it. With today's success, the situation will be very different from before." Fairy Yun Xiao said, "However, we can't let our guard down. Otherwise, our years of hard work might go down the drain." As he spoke, he looked at the pitch-black six-soul banner. The 6 tails of the banner were now empty. There were no more names. Even if the Grand Supreme Elder didn't make a move, the existence of the Immortal Extermination Formation would allow the Orthodox Taoism to have the confidence to fight against the other major forces to a certain extent. They could even fight against Tao realm bigwigs. The Immortal Extermination Formation couldn't harm the Tao realm bigwigs like the Amitabha Buddha, Maitreya Buddha, Immeasurable Heavenly Lord, Eastern Monarch Tai, and Mahesvara Heavenly Devil. However, no matter if it was the Western Pure Lands, Blessed Lands of the White Lotus, Immortal Court, Astro Mountains Starry Seas, or even the 9 underworlds, they would all feel their scalps go numb when facing the #1 killing formation in history. However, there was a problem within this. Without the 6-soul banner and Fushi zither to fight against the Tao ancestors head-on, the other Tao ancestors could still join forces to break the formation and obtain the sword. Hence, the Immortal Extermination Formation could only ensure that it would be effective at the moment it suddenly descended. In other words, one chance to attack. However, the conflict between the other major forces was, who would bear the losses caused by the Immortal Extermination Formation's attack? This gave the Orthodox Taoism a chance. This was the reason why Yang Zhaoge, Yang Jian, and the others worked so hard to obtain the Immortal Extermination Formation. After the Great Calamity, the environment of the Orthodox Taoism's direct lineage would be completely changed. The Immortal Extermination Formation is often left in the Tushito Palace. "I'm afraid Grand Old Master won't like it." The great Daoist master Xian Du looked at Fairy Yun Xiao and the incongruence Divine Mother. "I might have to trouble the two of you in the future to carry the Qingping sword and control this formation to transform into the endless void." This was something that couldn't be avoided. Only in this way could they maintain their deterrence at all times. However, it was inevitable for the sword-wielding person to drift in seclusion all year round and become one with the void. Fairy Yun Xiao nodded and said, "We can take turns. Senior apprentice sister Wudong is injured now. I'll do it later." The incongruence Divine Mother, whose aura was still weak, nodded. "Thank you, Yun Xiao. Although there's no name on the 6-soul banner, the outside world doesn't know if a new name will be written on it." Yang Zhaoge smiled and said, "Other than that, I'm afraid they're even more uncertain about the Elder Lord's thoughts." Although it was difficult for the Orthodox Taoism to make an accurate judgment, the advantage of being part of the 3 clear lineage was that as long as the Elder Lord did not object, it could be taken as a tacit agreement. It could be said that it was a bluff, or that it was a fox borrowing the tiger's might. At the very least, this tiger's skin could still be used as a flag. Only, they still had to be careful. As such, the group of people would hide in the Lihan Heaven. It was not good. Only when good steel was used on the blade and used at the crucial moment would it have the greatest value. For example, the Immortal Extermination Formation this time. Our Taoism was extremely glorious in the past. Now that we're at a low point, it's also in line with the heavenly Tao. Yang Jian smiled and said, after the low point, there should be a peak. Now that the dawn has appeared, we still need to unite. Then, the future can be expected. Yang Zhaoge couldn't help but grin when he heard that. Just like what Yang Jian had said, before the Middle Era, Taoism was really powerful. Before the primordial heavenly devil opened the heavens, he fought with the primordial heavenly lord for the position of primordial beginning and lost. After the heavens were opened, he was suppressed by the primordial heavenly lord. During the primordial era, the three sovereigns created and ruled over the myriad races. However, the Lord of Tao and Virtue preached to the world, allowing the human race to obtain great fortune and stand out, leading the masses. While the human race still worshipped the three sovereigns, their martial arts followed the Lord of Tao and Virtue and Taoism's three clear lineage. The first Tao realm bigwig to perish, the creation heavenly devil, was slain by the Lord of Numinous Treasure. From the primordial chaos before the creation of the world, to the primordial era when heaven and earth were first formed, the three clear Grand Masters had never suffered any losses. It's good that our ancestors were rich. However, as the saying goes, every dog has its day. Remember the mobile version, M. Chapter 1613. In the chaotic era before the creation of the creation world, and in the primordial era when the creation world had just been created, the battle was much more intense and cruel than it was now. Not only did many primordial lifeforms and carnate overlords perish, but even Tao realm mighty figures perished. The Taoism's three clear Grand Masters were able to occupy a powerful position in that era. It was evident how powerful they were. Later on, during the primordial era, Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Lu Ya, and other major powerhouses joined the Daoist sect one after another, creating a golden age for the sect. Even after the Great God Conferment War and the Tao sect's internal strife, the Heavenly Court's divine palace was still created. As for the three clear patriarchs, they had all transcended at the end of the ancient era. However, it was also because of the transcendence of the three clear Grand Masters that the boundary between the upper and middle epochs was a watershed that Taoism's situation was no longer as strong as before. From the beginning of the Middle Era to the current era's great calamity, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Taoism had gone through a process of extreme prosperity and decline. Afterwards, whether they would continue to sink or fall into oblivion would have to depend on Yang Zhaoge and the other successors. Today, the celestial slaying formation was successfully completed, and it could be considered as officially opening the door to the revival of Taoism. In front of them was no longer a glimmer of hope that made people tremble with fear, but a real light. However, whether this light would become brighter and brighter, or if it was just a fleeting appearance, would depend on what would happen next. But no matter what, today was a historic day. Even the two Tao ancestors as powerful as the creation heavenly fiend and emperor she will die. We still have to guard against arrogance and rashness, Fairy Yun Xiao said as she looked at the Fushi zither in the great Daoist master Shendu's hand, which had all its strings broken. Yang Zhaoge smacked his lips, sighing unceasingly within his heart. Up until now, there were a total of two Tao realm great beings that were confirmed to have fallen, both of them dying in the archaic Great Era. The first was the creation heavenly demon, and the second was Emperor Shi, one of the immemorial three sovereigns. Speaking of which, the three pure ones of Taoism had been domineering for a period of time. Logically speaking, the other Tao fathers would naturally be wary of them and join forces against them. However, time and fate were different. There were people who attracted more hatred than them. Previously, the carnate fiend Tao stood against everyone and was suppressed by the three pure ones of the Tao sect, the three primordial emperors, and the second ancestor of the Buddhist sect of the Western sect. Later, Emperor Shi became the target of public criticism. The most orthodox Fushi innate divination art was long lost, but even today, its name was still resounding. As the most powerful Tao realm cultivator in divination, Emperor Shi was destined to be feared by everyone. It was true that he couldn't completely calculate the past and future of the other Tao fathers, but just a little bit of prying was enough to incur hatred. There was also competition when one transcended the Tao realm. Emperor Shi, who was skilled in calculations, thus became a public enemy in the eyes of the other Tao fathers. According to legend, other than Empress Wa and Amitabha, even the Eastern Emperor Tai, one of the three ancient sovereigns, had participated in the siege against Emperor Shi. Although Emperor Shi could calculate everything in the world, he was also a cultivator of the Wei realm. He had his own specialties in this area. Even if he was inferior to Emperor Shi, the difference was not that great. Under the joint attack of everyone, Emperor Shi still fell in the end. The Fushi zither was broken just like that. It passed through many hands, first falling into the hands of the Eastern monarch Tai, and then into the hands of Daolord Lu Ya. In the end, it was traded to Yang Jian. It was put to use in today's battle. No matter why Daoist Lu Ya traded the Fushi remnant zither to us, this treasure played a huge role in our success. Yang Zhaoge sighed. The six-soul banner could stop 3 Dao ancestors at once, but it couldn't stop the same person 3 times. The 4 strings of the Fushi remnant zither couldn't stop 4 Dao ancestors at the same time. However, when facing one person, it could continuously sound 4 times. It was precisely because of the existence of these 2 treasures that the Orthodox Taoism could obtain the immortal ending ancient sword without any Dao ancestors present. After that, they even managed to escape unscathed. Now that all of the zither's strings were broken, the Fushi zither no longer had any miraculous properties. It was just like an ordinary broken zither. However, Yang Zhaoge and the others still bowed towards the Fushi zither. After that, please keep this treasure in the Tushito Palace and let it return to peace. Thinking about how the Taoism's 3 clear Grand Masters had participated in Emperor Shi's death, and how the Fushi remnant zither had helped Taoism take a decisive step forward, Yang Zhaoge and the others felt complicated. Other than the Fushi zither, the 6-soul banner can only be refined by the Dao ancestors. For us, unless the Elder Lord takes action, we can't count on it for now. After a while, Yang Jian said. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge understood what he meant and smiled bitterly. Although we managed to block Mahamayuri, there are many repercussions. For a long time, the great sage equaling heavens wouldn't be able to reappear. It might take more than 10 years, or even 100 years. Even if we could manifest the great sage equaling heaven's true body, we wouldn't be able to fuse with the earthly essence stone for a long time. Everyone shook their heads and sighed upon hearing his words. Yang Zhaoge spread his palms apart, although it's not like Daoist Lu Ya's nailhead 7 arrows scripture which can only be used once per epoch, the interval between uses is still extremely long. We can't count on it for now. Fortunately, we have the immortal extermination formation. Moreover, our opponents suffered even greater losses. On the contrary, we've gained a lot. After saying that, Yang Zhaoge turned his head to look at the southern extremity longevity emperor, Daoist Gao. It's been hard on you. The southern extremity longevity emperor smiled faintly. He opened his sleeves, and a silhouette jumped out. It was Gao Han. Gao Han held a gourd in his hand. Purple, white, and golden radiances flickered within the gourd's mouth. They were none other than Daoist Lu Ya's immortal slaying flying saber and the 3 treasures jade scepter that temporarily sealed the immortal slaying flying saber. Facing Yang Zhaoge's seemingly smiling expression, Gao Han said honestly, this Gao was merely taking a risk. After all, there were too many bigwig experts present. My success was purely due to luck. Furthermore, I have to thank the young Heavenly Lord for showing mercy. Everyone within the Heavenly River was engaged in a fierce battle. During the most intense moment, they couldn't take care of anything else. Gao Han sneaked into the Heavenly River and didn't approach the actual battlefield. Instead, he hid by the side and saw the immortal slaying flying saber falling into the Heavenly River after the 3 treasures jade scepter fell. After the 9 bends Yellow River formation was completely destroyed by the immortal extermination formation, Gao Han took the opportunity to retrieve the gourd. In the end, the Heavenly River was swept away by the immortal extermination formation. Naturally, Gao Han fell within the immortal extermination formation as well. Under the southern extremity longevity emperor's protection, he was brought to the Lihan heavens. You've truly put a lot of effort into this. Yang Zhaoge's gaze moved between the southern extremity longevity emperor and Gao Han. The North Star Emperor was also looking at the southern extremity longevity emperor. However, His gaze remained calm, and he only let out a soft sigh. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor retrieved the radiance from the gourd's mouth, which transformed into a jade scepter that flickered with 3 colors. This treasure holds great significance to me. Please forgive me and let me have it. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor said, other than that, I won't take anything from you. As he spoke, a 5-colored radiance surfaced in front of him. After the radiance retracted, a pearl appeared. It was heavy and vast, as if a universe was hidden within. It was clearly a sea-calming pearl. Chapter 16:14. The 3 treasures Jade Scepter was the personal treasure of the Jade-Clear Primordial Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. After the Primordial Lord of Heaven transcended, it was kept in the hands of the Jade-Clear successors. After the Great Calamity, Taoism declined and the world was no longer the same. Under the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's search, the Triratna Jade Scepter reappeared in the world. Afterwards, he had also made use of this treasure when establishing the world beyond worlds. However, due to the pressure from the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the Immortal Court, this treasure ended up in the hands of the North Star Emperor. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor himself, as well as Gao Han, Ling Qing, and the others who had left the world beyond worlds with him, were all attempting to retrieve this treasure. Previously, when Suo Mingjong ascended to the Grand Heavenly Realm and Yang Zhaoge split the world beyond worlds into 2, Gao Han and Ling Qing had attempted to help the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor retrieve the 3 treasures Jade Scepter. Unfortunately, they failed in the end. Now that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor finally had a chance to retrieve the 3 treasures Jade Scepter, he naturally wouldn't let it slip by. However, he was not the one in charge of today's big battle. There were many important things that he could not decide with just a word. Although it would not cause others to fall out with him, it was better to avoid conflicts that could be avoided as much as possible. Gao Han sneaked into the Milky Way to wait and secretly search for treasures. This was not open and above board. The incongruence Divine Mother was gravely injured, while Yang Zhaoge and Gao Qingxian were the controllers of the Immortal Extermination Formation. If not for Gao Han, the Immortal Slaying Flying Saber and the 3 treasures Jade Scepter would have fallen into Yang Zhaoge and Gao Qingxuan's hands. Due to the relationship between Shao Junhuang and Xue Chuqing's lineage and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Yang Zhaoge might not be able to keep the 3 treasures Jade Scepter for himself. However, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and Gao Han obviously wanted to have a 100% chance of retrieving the treasure, which was why they took the initiative to attack. In exchange, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had to give Yang Zhaoge an explanation. The current Yang Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing, Yang Di, Xu Fei, and the others behind him were undoubtedly worthy of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's attention. The sea-calming pearl was the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's compensation and apology. At the same time, he did not keep the Immortal Slaying Flying Saber for himself. Instead, he handed the gourd to Yang Zhen. This was within everyone's expectations. Without Daolord Lu Yai's secret technique, no one would be able to activate the Immortal Slaying Flying Saber. Even if they obtained it, no one knew when they would be able to figure out how to use it. However, no one wanted it. Even if the facts had proven that this precious treasure was no longer Yang Zhen's absolute counter, it still more or less posed a slight threat to him. If someone schemed and was determined to obtain the Immortal Slaying Flying Saber, what would Yang Zhen think? As for Yang Zhen obtaining it, Yang Zhen's own strength was formidable. If he could not do anything to an opponent, the Immortal Slaying Flying Saber would most likely not be able to take it down. Lu Yai's treasure seems to be fated with me. Yang Zhen now had some experience in dealing with the Immortal Slaying Flying Knife. The further he went, the less afraid he was. However, he did not refuse and took the gourd with a smile. Then, Yang Zhen also opened his palm and took out a sea-calming pearl that was flashing with 5-colored light. I'm either staying in the Tushitou Palace or wandering around. I have no plans to reopen my cave abode. This sea-calming pearl is useless to me. I'll give it to someone who needs it, said Yang Zhen with a smile. He looked at the incongruence Divine Mother. Divine Mother, you've been severely injured after obtaining the Immortal Extermination Formation for our Taoism. You should focus on recuperating. Regardless of whether you're recuperating after opening up the universe or educating the future generations to bring glory to the prime clear lineage, this treasure will be useful. The Dipankara ancient Buddha had lost 6 sea calming pearls in the heavenly river. These sea calming pearls were not sucked into the immortal extermination formation along with the heavenly river. Before that, the 6 heavenly venerables of the Tao sect Yang Jian, the southern extremity longevity emperor, Feng Yunsheng, Suo Mingjong, the great Daoist master Xian Du, and the great Gaochen emperor each had 1 pearl. The North Star emperor had cast aside his previous enmity and rushed over to help. However, he had lost the Triratna Rui scepter. Furthermore, it was not lost to his opponent but to his fellow Daoist. It was inevitable that he would feel depressed. However, when he obtained the Triratna Rui scepter, he had a complicated relationship with the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. The current him was like the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor back then. The grudges and entanglements between them were difficult for bystanders to distinguish. To him, obtaining a sea calming pearl was considered a consolation. The Tao sect had successfully obtained the immortal extermination formation and benefited as a whole. The North Star Emperor was no exception. I naturally can't use this sea calming pearl. Great Daoist Master Xian Du saw that the goddess incongruence had accepted Yang Jian's sea calming pearl. After thanking her, he took out the sea calming pearl that he had obtained and said to Fairy Yun Xiao, fellow Daoist, you can use it to reopen the 3 immortal island lineage as a foundation. Fairy Yun Xiao did not act pretentiously. She took the pearl and fell into a daze under the 5-colored light. The original owner of the 24 sea calming pearls, the mighty figure of the prime clear Jie sect, Zhao Gongming, had always called Fairy Yun Xiao brother and sister. After Zhao Gongming died, the 24 sea calming pearls fell into the hands of Daoist Randeng, who was now the ancient Buddha Randeng. Looking at the sea calming pearl, Fairy Yun Xiao could not help but think of her brother. In the end, she sighed softly and said, I'm the only one left on the 3 immortal island. Senior Sister Wudang is recuperating. I'll bring the immortal slaying formation into the void first. After Senior Sister Wudang replaces me, I'll consider reopening the 3 immortal island. Hearing her words, everyone felt that it was a pity. In the past, there were 3 goddesses, Yun Xiao, Cheung Xiao, and Bai Xiao of the 3 immortal island. Now, only Fairy Yun Xiao was left. After the Great Calamity, the Heavenly Court's divine palace collapsed. Some people obtained their freedom, while others lost their lives completely. Fairy Cheung Xiao and Fairy Bai Xiao had both perished during the Great Calamity. The 3 Xiao fairies were as close as one person. Fairy Yun Xiao was naturally sad when she thought of her 2 deceased sisters. The matter regarding the immortal vanquishing array should not be delayed. After I make some arrangements, I will leave. If there are any other matters, I will need your help, fellow Taoists. Fairy Yun Xiao quickly composed herself. Everyone said in unison, thank you, fellow Daoist. Yang Zhaoge also kept the southern extremity longevity emperor's sea calming pearl. The pearl's mysteries were hidden, and it didn't seem very eye-catching. However, it still felt extremely heavy when he held it in his hand. If the sea calming pearl completely released its power, it would be much heavier. Compared to the 24 pearls, 1 sea calming pearl seemed rather weak. However, it was a treasure. The 5-colored radiance was dazzling, making it hard for others to guard against it. If the sea calming pearl were to fall, most people under the heavens wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. They couldn't do anything to Suo Mingjong because he was too strong. Besides, the sea calming pearl wasn't only used for combat. If the space within was released, a layer of heavens would be manifested. Just by calculating its size, it would be even larger than the awakened sky cosmos. At the same time, the myriad things within could be reborn, and many resources could be produced. After some adjustments, it could be self-sufficient. It was often said that the Dipankara ancient Buddha had 24 heavens and 24 blessed lands. This was how it came about. Feng Yunsheng obtained 1 sea calming pearl, and Yang Zhaoge obtained another one. This was extremely significant to the awakened sky cosmos. Moreover, Yang Zhaoge's personal gains from this battle weren't limited to this. Chapter 1615. Daoist Randeng lost 6 sea calming pearls, which were obtained by the 6 Dao sect's grand heavenly immortals who participated in the battle in the Heavenly River. Feng Yunsheng had also obtained one. Adding on the other pearl that Yang Zhaoge had obtained from the Southern Longevity Emperor, they now possessed 2 sea calming pearls. Apart from the sea calming pearl, most of the other treasures that were scattered in the Heavenly River were sucked into the immortal extermination array when it rolled the Heavenly River. The power of the formation was extremely ferocious. Once the sword light grinded, these treasures would not be spared. Still, Yang Zhaoge was rather meticulous in controlling the formation as he did his best to preserve these dead objects. Other than Gao Han, the immortal slaying flying saber, and the 3 jade jewels, all the treasures within the immortal extermination formation had temporarily entered Yang Zhaoge's pocket. The heretic grand heavenly immortal, the percussion heavenly lord of the immortal court, was in charge of the 9 Bends Yellow River formation to restrain the immortal extermination formation. In the end, he died tragically under the immortal extermination formation without any chance to resist. He died without a complete corpse, completely wiped out by the sword qi. However, most of percussion heavenly lord's personal belongings were kept. Putting aside the other items, there was a sky ascension drum that was of rather outstanding quality. It was a grand heavenly immortal artifact. Although there were many drawbacks to breaking through the origin heavenly tribulation as a heretic cultivator, it did not have much of an impact on the level of weapon forging and weapon manipulation. Although the percussion heavenly lord originated from the heretical Tao, he was still able to fully unleash the might of a grand heavenly immortal weapon. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to use it. Inspecting that heaven ascension drum, Yang Zhaoge nodded to himself. Most of the top-notch cardinal treasures and grand heavenly realm immortal armaments that existed in the world today had their origins in history. New grand heavenly immortal artifacts born after the Great Calamity were very rare. Suo Mingjong had ascended to the golden immortal realm for over 100 years, yet he was still empty-handed. Even though he could display his strengths without a weapon, it didn't mean that he didn't need it at all. The biggest reason for this situation was the lack of raw materials. Since ancient times, talented people had appeared in large numbers. Many treasures could only be chanced upon but not sought. It was already a miracle for one to appear once, and it was very difficult to hope for it to appear often. From a certain perspective, Yang Zhaoge felt that this could actually be considered a good thing. After all, while it was difficult for the heretics to give birth to a grand Luo, it was still easier than orthodox Taoism. Under the situation where their artifact forging and artifact manipulation skills weren't affected, if they had sufficient materials to support them, the heretics would be able to make up for the disparity in strength between them and the orthodox 3 clear lineage with the help of a tremendous amount of treasures and immortal artifacts. Of course, if that was the case, the Western Pure Lands and the demon race wouldn't sit idly by. The percussion Heavenly Lord's Heaven Ascension Drum was one of the few grand firmament immortal artifacts that were born after the Great Calamity. Now that it had fallen into his hands, Yang Zhaoge was also in a very good mood. Of course, what made him feel even better was the other weapon room. The Black Cloud's Immortal's Prime Val Hammer. This was a treasure whose power was almost comparable to Heavenly Lord Guangcheng's flipping heaven seal. It was extraordinary. During the ancient era's investitures of the God's War, Heavenly Lord Guangcheng himself and Master Kaijing and the other Jade Clear bigwigs had suffered losses due to this treasure. The Black Cloud's Immortal became famous because of it. Among the demon immortals of the Prime Clear Jie sect, his reputation was even above that of the Qiu Shou Immortal, the Golden Light Immortal, the Spirit Tooth Immortal, and the Feathered Wings Immortal. Facing Mahamayuri, the Black Cloud's Immortal and the Prime Val Hammer weren't shameful when they were struck by the 5-colored divine light. Kong Xian's 5-colored divine light was simply too tyrannical. After that, the great sage equaling heavens broke free from Mahamayuri's 5-colored divine light. Along with him, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, the 9-headed bug, and the others also escaped. At the same time, the Prime Val Hammer that escaped from the 5-colored divine light was lost in the Heavenly River. Due to the urgency, the Black Cloud's Immortal wanted to seize the immortal extermination formation while the great sage equaling heavens and Mahamayuri were fighting. In the end, He was slain by Yang Zhaoge within the formation with the immortal extermination sword. When the immortal extermination formation swept the heavenly river, the prime Valhammer was sucked into the formation. Just like the heaven ascension drum, it became Yang Zhaoge's spoils of war. Compared to the heaven ascension drum, the prime Valhammer was more effective in combat. If a grand virtual immortal took it, he could use it against a grand heavenly immortal. These two items could be immediately converted into cash and unleash their might. Other than them, Yang Zhaoge had other spoils of war. However, he had to carefully consider how to use them. Under the immortal extermination formation, the virtuous splendor Buddha perished. Not even his Sarira was left behind. Unlike the percussion Heavenly Lord's heaven ascension drum and the others, the virtuous splendor Buddha's personal treasures were kept in the blessed lands of Buddhism. They perished together with his golden body. However, the other fallen Buddha, the Buddha of sandalwood merit, was beaten to death by the monkey with the golden cudgel. He didn't perish under the immortal extermination formation. As a result, the Sarira was left behind. In comparison, the yellow wind monster was killed by Feng Yunxing's sneak attack, while the Black Cloud's immortal was killed by Yang Zhaoge within the immortal extermination formation. As a result, the yellow wind monster's corpse was relatively intact. The Black Cloud's immortal's body was slashed by the formation's sword Qi. Although it was severely damaged, many parts of his body were still preserved. These were all precious treasures. A great demon's entire body was filled with treasures. It wasn't as simple as it sounded. Many precious treasures' raw materials were located here. Looking at the yellow wind monster's corpse, Yang Zhaoge could still clearly feel the chilly wind. Using this to refine treasures, he couldn't guarantee that he could refine a treasure capable of activating the Samadhi divine wind. However, it wouldn't be difficult to refine a treasure capable of stabilizing the wind. As for the Black Cloud's immortal's original form, the golden-bearded turtle fish, it was a great demon in the water. Even if it was riddled with holes by the sword Qi, causing a lot of its vitality to leak out, its water form's essence Qi was still abundant. Although these items didn't seem to be of immediate use, to Yang Zhaoge, their value might even be above the chaotic origin hammer and heaven ascension drum. There was no other reason. Many of Yang Zhaoge's ideas were only on paper. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Now that he had more and more treasures in his hands, he could try putting many of his ideas into practice. Of course, the biggest gain from this battle was still the immortal extermination formation. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Taoism's situation after the Great Calamity had changed. From today onwards, the three clear lineage could live openly and develop themselves. The group of Taoism heavenly lords no longer had to hide in the void and drift all year round like in the past. Instead, they could open up their own cave abodes and move freely. Under the Tao realm, the conflict between the three clear lineage and the demon race, Buddhism, 9 underworlds, and other forces still depended on their own strength and plans. Life and death were up to fate. However, the threat of the Tao realm bigwigs had been greatly reduced. However, someone had to control the immortal extermination formation and hang it in the void as a deterrent. As the prime clear lineage, the incongruence Divine Mother and Fairy Yun Xiao took up this heavy burden and cooperated with each other. The incongruence Divine Mother was now recuperating from her injuries. Fairy Yun Xiao was in charge for the first time. Only when the incongruence Divine Mother recovered her vitality would she replace her. After greeting everyone, Fairy Yun Xiao immediately set off. Since the Elder Lord was not seeing guests for the time being, the others discussed the future matters and kept their sea-calming pearls. After bidding farewell to the great Daoist master Shen Du, they left the Lihan Heaven's Tushito Palace together. After exiting the palace, Yang Zhaoge looked back and pondered. Chapter 1616. Yang Zhaoge looked at the board with the words Tushito Palace written on it. After pondering for a while, he followed the others and exited the Lihan Heavens. They descended from this wondrous immortal realm and re-entered the void's boundless outskirts. "Do you feel anything special?" Feng Yunxing asked Yang Zhaoge via sound transmission. Having paid attention to Yang Zhaoge's actions just now, she knew the reason without needing words. After meeting the great sage equaling heavens at the foot of the Five Elements Mountain, Yang Zhaoge started suspecting if he was related to the Elder Lord. Now that he finally had the chance to visit the Tushitor Palace in Lihan Heaven, it was a pity that he did not get to see the Elder Lord. I don't feel anything special, Yang Zhaoge replied via sound transmission. Feng Yunsheng was stunned. Nothing special? Yang Zhaoge muttered to himself, that's right, there's nothing special about it. It's just that it's strange. Feng Yunsheng nodded in agreement. After thinking for a while, she said, the great Daoist master Xian Du didn't seem to be acting strange when he saw you. The great sage, Heaven's equal, had actual contact with Lao Jun, so he could see things from me that others couldn't. Yang Zhaoge said, however, his contact with the Elder Lord isn't as close as the great Daoist Xian Du, right? Either there's something fishy about it, Feng Yunsheng guessed and said, or is the great Daoist master Xian Du pretending not to know? Yang Zhaoge nodded and glanced at the southern extremity longevity emperor. This person is also very suspicious. He calmed himself down. Let's stop here and observe for a while longer. Everyone left Lihan Heaven and said their goodbyes. Yang Jian also left the Tushitor Palace this time. He seemed to have something to do. Daoist brother, please wait for a moment. This Yang has something to ask you. Yang Zhaoge called out to him via sound transmission. All right. Yang Jian's expression did not change as he left. After a while, he circled around, meeting up with Yang Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, Yang Di, Xu Fei, and the others. There was already no one else around. Why are you looking for me, Zhaoge? Yang Jian said while smiling, I wonder what the meaning of your name is. You're taking advantage of me. Yang Zhaoge looked at Yang Di, who could not help but shake his head and laugh. The others all laughed as well. I grew up in a lower world from a young age. My hometown there was known as Yangzhou. The people there were bold and heroic, with many people who sang sorrowful songs. Therefore, my father gave me my current name, Yang Zhaoge said smilingly, please forgive me, Daoist brother. Yang Jian smiled and said, speak, what do you want to ask me? The vast freedom heavenly devil assisted the Amitabha Buddha in obstructing the East sovereign. What do you think about this? Yang Zhaoge retracted his smile and asked slowly. Yang Jian also straightened his expression, it seems that you already have a guess. Fellow Daoist, you must have the same suspicions as us. Yang Zhaoge said softly, connecting this to the immortal exterminating sword that year. Could there be a connection between the two? Around 50 years ago, Yang Zhaoge and the others searched for the immortal exterminating sword. In the end, they discovered that the immortal exterminating sword was already in the Tushitor Palace. Yang Jian transformed into the earthly deity of the Queen of Earth and used the immortal slaying sword to attract the attention of others while he went to the Hollow Jade Temple to retrieve the Hollow Jade glazed lamp. In the end, he relied on the Hollow Jade glazed lamp's light to exchange for the Fushi remnant zither from Daoist Lu Ya and used it to fight for the immortal extermination formation. In the past, Yang Zhaoge and the others didn't disappoint Yang Jian and successfully obtained the immortal exterminating sword. However, according to Yang Jian, the immortal exterminating sword wasn't always in the Tushitor Palace. In reality, during the Great Calamity, after the Lord of Broad Accomplishment perished, the immortal exterminating sword that was originally in his possession ended up in the hands of the 9 underworlds. Only after the 9 underworlds made a deal with the Tushitor Palace did the immortal exterminating sword belong to Taoism. The specific situation was handled by the Xuanju Great Daoist. Even Yang Jian didn't know the details, but he had his own guesses. The vast freedom heavenly devil personally visited the Tushitor Palace. The items that could be exchanged from the Tushitor Palace were limited. If he wasn't sure previously, the Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Court were able to convince the vast freedom heavenly devil to help them in this war. The price that they offered was definitely not small. Connecting the two, one's imagination would naturally run wild. There were many deals that could convince the 9 underworlds, but there were only a few deals that could convince the vast freedom heavenly devil. The supreme heavenly devil, An. Xu Fei said in a deep tone. The faceless heavenly devil. Yang Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, Yang Di, Yang Jian, and the others remained silent. The devils originally had 6 devil ancestors. However, The Grand Clear Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue and the Western Amitabha Buddha used their great abilities and wisdom to snatch two of the positions. As a result, the third ancestral devil became the Lord of Tao and Virtue's incarnation, the Grand Heavenly Devil, while the fourth ancestral devil became the Amitabha Buddha's incarnation, the Faceless Heavenly Devil. Incarnations weren't clones. Strictly speaking, the two devil ancestors weren't actual existences. From Yang Zhaoge's perspective, it would be more appropriate to say that they were the incarnations of the Lord of Tao and Virtue and the Amitabha Buddha. Just like how Daoist Zhuanti first transformed into the Subhuti Grand Master, and then into Buddha Sakyamuni. However, there were countless profundities within, which outsiders couldn't understand. In the past, there were people who suspected that the Supreme Elder Lord of Tao and Virtue was the incarnation of the Supreme Heavenly Devil after the Lord of Tao and Virtue had transcended. However, after the Great Sage Equaling Heaven's confirmation, they knew that this wasn't the case. When the 9 underworlds wanted the Supreme Heavenly Devil and the Faceless Heavenly Devil, it wasn't because they wanted the Lord of Tao and Virtue, the Supreme Elder Lord, and the Amitabha Buddha to vacate their positions. The positions were already occupied. As long as the Elder Lord and the Amitabha Buddha were still alive, the 9 underworlds wouldn't be able to have 2 more Tao ancestors. However, they could take back the authority that belonged to the Supreme Heavenly Devil and the Faceless Heavenly Devil. Even if the 9 underworlds took back the authority of the Supreme Heavenly Devil and the Faceless Heavenly Devil, they wouldn't be able to summon the true 3rd and 4th devil ancestors. However, it was still very meaningful. 12 devilish heavenly formation. Yang Zhaoge muttered to himself. Yang Jian said, "That's right." The 9 underworlds sought the authority of the Supreme Heavenly Devil and the Faceless Heavenly Devil for the 12 devilish heavenly formation to restore the prestige of the devils, as well as to seal the primordial Heavenly Devil. As the name suggested, the 12 devilish heavenly formation was a formation laid down by the 12 devilish heavenly devils. With 6 Tao realm bigwigs and 6 pinnacle grand heavenly immortals working together, the strength of the formation was shocking. However, from the looks of it, this legendary terrifying formation could only exist in theory. Even if the primordial Heavenly Devil broke out of the seal and the Doomsday Heavenly Devil descended into the world, the Creation Heavenly Devil was only left with its shell, while the Supreme Heavenly Devil and the Faceless Heavenly Devil weren't truly born. Even if the formation was laid down, it wouldn't be able to unleash its full might. The 9 underworlds wants to make use of the formation to help the primordial Heavenly Devil break out of the seal and trigger the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's true birth. Yang Zhaoge pondered. That's the most probable outcome. Yang Jian said, the 9 underworlds lay dormant and never gave up on finding an opportunity to rise up. However, they still have a long way to go if they want to achieve anything. Yang Jian paused for a moment before continuing. Actually, since ancient times, the various forces had been secretly observing the 9 underworlds' actions. The opportunity that the 9 underworlds yearned for was also a chance that many others were waiting for. Chapter 16-17. A chance that many people are waiting for. Yang Zhaoge repeated his words. He and the others looked at each other and said in unison. A chance to ascend to the Tao realm? A grand heavenly immortal, demon race great sage, or Blessed Lands Buddha would have the chance to ascend to the Tao realm. The closer they got to the Tao realm, the harder it would be. Not only would they have to break through, but they would also have to face their competitors. From a certain perspective, the competition of the great Tao and the competition of fortune didn't exist in harming others without benefiting oneself. Harming others would definitely benefit oneself. If one's chances were lesser, one's chances would be greater. In other words, having fewer competitors would increase one's chances. In the past, due to the uniqueness of the Maitreya Buddha's lineage, he could have easily succeeded the Tathagata Buddha and become the new Blessed Lands of Soha's master. However, after being scammed, he could only change his path and transform the central Blessed Lands of Soha into the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus. This matter had far-reaching effects. Although the future Buddha, also known as the Maitreya Buddha, ascended to the Tao realm and stabilized the fate of the Blessed Lands, it also caused chaos. Many Buddhist Bhantes perished, and many Buddhist Bhantes left to join the Western Pure Lands. Yang Zhaoge speculated that the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's birth which triggered the chaos of the heavenly court's divine palace after the Great Calamity, was the result of a Taoism heavenly immortal's advancement. In the end, he succeeded and transformed into the immeasurable heavenly Lord, ascending to the Tao realm and becoming a Tao ancestor. However, the calamity that affected the entire Great Thousand Worlds was the start of it. Most of the orthodox Taoism's lineages suffered from the calamity and only recovered their vitality today. All Tao ancestors were born earlier. After confirming that the Tathagata Buddha was Daoist Juanti's incarnation, it was confirmed that only the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha had achieved the Tao ancestor's position after birth. Among the grand heavenly realm pinnacle experts, which of them didn't yearn for the Tao realm? At this stage, even if they cultivated the same Tao art, everyone's path of ascending to the Tao realm might be different. However, other than their own efforts, it also depended on luck. In this world, such a huge fortune was limited. For example, the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha to gather faith power using humanly essence stone. It was already a rare occurrence. It was impossible for a third person to appear. As for the two of them, they influenced each other and became mortal enemies, fighting each other to this day. Different people, different paths, but in the end, they might have to fight for the same opportunity. More often than not, a fortuitous encounter could only create one person. 9 Nether. Feng Yunsheng took a deep breath. While the demons were busy plotting, the others had never forgotten about them. It was just that the time had not come yet, and everyone was still in the stage of laying out their plans. Isn't it like killing pigs during the New Year in the secular world? When the pigs are fattened up, they can be slaughtered during the New Year, and then the whole family will have a fat year. Yang Zhaoge smiled. Yang Jian also laughed and shook his head. It looks like it, but this wild boar has rough skin and tough hair. It's extremely strong, and its fangs are sharp. It could turn around and stab a person to death at any time. Feng Yunsheng didn't laugh. She thought of Jian Shunhua and herself. There were already signs of an impending catastrophe. Under the power struggle of many parties, no one dared to say that they could grasp the situation, nor could they say that they could predict the outcome. In this great calamity, what role would she play? What would be the final outcome? In this scheme of the 9 underworlds, the ones who acted included our Taoism's seniors, right? Yang Zhaoge turned and looked behind him. The Tushato Palace of Lihan Heaven was so high that it was difficult for those who were in the boundless void outside the realm to find their bearings. However, this action of Yang Zhaoge's was very obvious. The 9 Nether used the immortal slaying sword to exchange for the authority of the Taishang demon. The Grand Supreme Elder did not comment on it and left it to the Great Master Xian Du to handle. In the end, the Great Master Xian Du agreed to the deal. If a general wishes to take something, he must first give it. This principle was the same for 9 Nether and those who wanted to make use of 9 Nether to accomplish their own good deeds. For example, in the transaction between the Western Pure Lands and the 9 Underworlds, they used the faceless Heavenly Devil's authority to exchange for the Great Freedom Heavenly Devil's assistance. Not only was it for this fight for the immortal execution array, but it was also to pave the way for what was to come. Therefore, when the Tao sect sought the Immortal Extermination Formation and the 4 Immortal Extermination Swords, the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon of the 9 Underworlds brought the Immortal Extermination Ancient Sword to the Tushato Palace. If Taoism kept the Taishang Demon captive, the 9 Nether wouldn't be able to move and the other parties wouldn't have a chance either. Opportunities needed to be created by everyone. Giving others a chance was also giving oneself a chance. Everyone was well aware of this. While they had a tacit understanding, they were also on guard against each other. As for who would succeed in the end, and who would be sacrificing for others, it would depend on their own luck and methods. Obviously, the great master Xian Du understood this logic and did the same. Although he was the Elder Lord's disciple, he still had to compete with others if he wanted to ascend to the Tao realm. It's not just one person, and it's not purely for the 9 Nethers plan either. They're just acting according to the situation, said Yang Jian. Yang Zhaoge nodded, that's right. Everything is intertwined, and everything is intertwined. An opportunity will appear in the midst of chaos. Didn't the orthodox Taoism rise again because they were constantly searching for opportunities in such an environment that affected all directions? If Taoism could really gain another Tao ancestor, the meaning would naturally be different. Are you also calculating this plan, Daoist? Asked Yang Zhaoge. Yang Jian shook his head. I've embarrassed myself. My path ahead is still a little blurry, and I haven't completely sorted it out. The opportunity to ascend to the Tao realm is most likely not in the Nine Nethers plan. However, if we can really gain another Tao ancestor, I'd be happy to see it happen. Although his strength was extremely strong, it didn't mean that he was prepared to ascend to the Tao realm. It was normal for people's situations to be different. Yang Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. He looked at Feng Yunsheng and pondered, Nine Nether, to them, they might still be far away from the Tao realm. However, this tribulation was closely related to them. Not only Feng Yunsheng, but also Nai Jingshan, the Elder Lord's attitude is equivalent to going with the flow. He didn't go against the great master Xian Du's intentions, but he doesn't intend to create a new Tao ancestor for Taoism. Yang Zhaoge retracted his thoughts and looked at Yang Jian. He doesn't seem to care about whether the 9 underworlds could establish the 12 devilish grand formation, whether the primordial heavenly devil would break out of the seal, or whether the doomsday heavenly devil would descend. Yang Jian said, the Elder Lord's thoughts are hard to predict. Whether he agrees or not, it wouldn't be surprising even if he rejects it. Daoist brother, you haven't made your preparations yet. May I know who's already prepared and waiting for the final step? Asked Yang Zhaoge. Among the people, the one who prepared the earliest should be the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Yang Jian answered, after the end of the ancient era, during the Middle Era, the Dipankara ancient Buddha should have already reached the final step of the grand heavenly realm. He only needed an opportunity to ascend to the Tao realm. However, this one step was the difference between the grand heavenly realm and the immortal realm and the Tao realm. They were two completely different concepts. I've heard others mention that the Dipankara ancient Buddha had spoiled the Maitreya Buddha's Tao path, causing the Maitreya Buddha to have no choice but to change his path, asked Yang Zhaoge. Chapter 1618. What happened to the Maitreya Buddha was indeed related to the Dipankara Buddha. After a short pause, Yang Jian continued, however, if I'm not wrong, this matter involves the game between several Tao ancestors. We can't blame it all on Dipankara ancient Buddha alone, but he definitely can't get away with it. Yang Jian smiled. The Dipankara Buddha didn't leave the Western Pure Lands for many years to prevent the Maitreya Buddha from finding trouble with him. Previously, the Dipankara Buddha personally went out to search the awakened sky cosmos with the sea-calming pearl and the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. It was also because the orthodox Taoism's resurgence was too strong. The Western Pure Lands and the demon race reached a certain degree of tacit understanding and compromise to suppress the orthodox Taoism. With such a background, in addition to the immeasurable heavenly Lord pestering the future Buddha after he obtained the humanly essence stone, the Dipankara Buddha was able to act so openly. Now that the immortal extermination formation was involved, the Dipankara Buddha didn't need to be so cautious anymore. After all, the vast freedom heavenly devil obstructed the Eastern Emperor Tai and helped the Amitabha Buddha. From the looks of it, if the Maitreya Buddha followed the right path and took over the Gautama Buddha's position, he would have blocked the Dipankara Buddha's path to the Tao realm, said Yang Jian. That's why he had to take action back then. Yang Di frowned. However, even if the Maitreya Buddha's path was destroyed, the Dipankara Buddha couldn't replace him. Xuefei guessed, destroying the Maitreya Buddha's path might only be one of the conditions for the Dipankara Buddha to succeed. It doesn't mean that he could replace him. However, if he didn't do it, he wouldn't have any hope. Of course, there's also another possibility. That is, Maitreya Buddha took revenge and blocked the original path of the Dipankara Buddha, causing the Dipankara Buddha to wait until now to change his path and seek opportunities related to the 9 underworlds. Although there were many guesses, it didn't change the fact. The Dipankara Buddha had already reached the pinnacle of the grand heavenly realm during the Middle Era. His strength might be inferior to the great sage equaling heavens, Mahamayuri, Yang Jian, and the others. However, he was undoubtedly the existence closest to the Tao realm. As long as he could take that step, he would be in a completely different world and have a completely different fate. After suffering for so many years, One could imagine how much importance the ancient Dipankara Buddha placed on this opportunity that concerned the 9 underworlds. Apart from Dipankara ancient Buddha, Uncle Master Xian Du should only be 1 step away, said Yang Zhen. Great Daoist Xuanju, what did you exchange that Shakyamuni Sariya for with the Dipankara ancient Buddha? Yang Zhaoge asked with interest. They were already aware of that deal. Therefore, he was not surprised when Mahamayuri appeared. The great sage, heaven's equals true body, had to undergo the baptism of Mahamayuri's 5-colored divine light before it could fuse with the earthly essence stone and return to its peak state. However, it would be best if he didn't run into Mahamayuri. While it was a good thing for the great sage equaling heaven's true body to return to his peak, there were too many repercussions. In Yang Zhaoge's mind, it would be better if he could decide the time himself and seek out Mahamayuri alone in the future. However, it was impossible for everything in the world to go as one wished. There were priorities, and when it was time to act, one had to act decisively. Since he had already taken action, Yang Zhaoge was naturally concerned about what the great Daoist master Xian Du had gained from it. In the past, other than the ginseng fruit tree, Zhen Yuanzi also possessed a top-notch treasure, said Yang Zhen. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhaoge and the others understood earthly scripture. According to the legends, it was the prenatal layer of creation that was born alongside the heavens and earth when the world was created. Throughout the ages, the earthly scripture could be considered as one of the top-notch treasures. To be precise, it's half of the earthly scripture. Yang Zhen explained, the earthly scripture was destroyed, and only a fragment was left. Dipankara ancient Buddha used this treasure to exchange for the Shakyamuni Sariya in the Tushita Palace. Yang Zhaoge nodded and fell into deep thought. Zhen Yuanzi was one of the top-notch bigwigs among the Taoism loose immortals in the past. He was one of the top-notch bigwigs in Taoism. After the Great Calamity, he disappeared without a trace. He was considered as one of the candidates for the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. However, after the battle for the Immortal Extermination Formation, his suspicions had lessened significantly. Because of the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation. Although Yun Xiao Fairy was there, she didn't transmit any more formations. For the immeasurable Heavenly Lord to be able to control this formation, he was most likely a bigwig of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. After all, others might not be sure, but Yang Zhaoge was very clear that the Divine Palace's martial repository had been completely destroyed at the beginning of the Great Calamity. Now that he knew that the earthly scripture was damaged, Zhen Yuanzi's disdain for it decreased further. However, he still couldn't eliminate his suspicions. Previously, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others had seen the figures fighting within the White Jade Door. It was very complicated. Perhaps only the people involved knew the truth. Does the great Daoist Xuanju have to use the earthly scripture fragment to ascend to the Tao realm? Yang Zhaoge pondered. Although I'm not sure what senior apprentice Uncle Xuanju plans to do, he seems to be waiting for the 9 underworlds to make a move with the earthly scripture fragment. Yang Zhen said, although senior apprentice Uncle Xuanju has always kept a low profile, senior apprentice Uncle Xuanju has walked ahead of many others. Not only did he have a fortuitous encounter, but he also had his own reasons. Yang Zhaoge and the others nodded. The great Daoist Xuanju has obtained the Lord of Tao and Virtue's legacy. His truly admirable. Yang Zhen continued, other than the Dipankara ancient Buddha and senior apprentice Uncle Xuanju, Daoist Lu Ya should be more or less done with his preparations. He used the Fushi Zither fragment to exchange for the fire seed devilish spirit within the jade illusory glazed lamp, said Yang Zhaoge. Previously, he had suspected that the fortune Yang Zhen wanted to exchange for with the jade illusory glazed lamp might not have landed on the Dipankara ancient Buddha. In the end, he was right. The fire seed devilish spirit within the jade illusory glazed lamp originated from the jade clear Daoist sect's early years of subduing devils. After sending the 3rd fire devil of that generation to perish, they accidentally harvested it and kept it within the lamp. This was something that Daoist Lu Ya had always wanted. Archaic demonic transformation, ancient Tao, medieval ancient Buddha. Yang Zhaoge had already understood the logic behind it. Daoist Lu Ya is going to walk on the devil's path again in this era. The other party was the essence of earlier heavenly fire. If he wanted to transform into the devil's path, only the authority of the third fire devil of the 6 great supreme devils could bear it. Yang Zhen said, "That's right. Daoist Lu Ya is planning to do so. According to my deductions, he would most likely find a suitable body for the third fire devil's reincarnation. Then, he would make other plans. Perhaps, he would secretly tamper with the reincarnation ritual, or he would simply take over the body. As one of the oldest grand heavenly realm experts in this world, Daoist Lu Ya, who was born during the earlier heaven, was even more ancient than the original third fire devil." Yang Zhaoge and Yang Zhen didn't doubt that Daoist Lu Ya, who had been planning for so many years, would have his own unique methods. Of course, the 9 underworlds wouldn't just sit by and watch. Only, it was still the same old saying. Giving others a chance was also giving oneself a chance. It wasn't unimaginable for both sides to reach a tacit agreement and trade. Yang Zhaoge and the others were thinking about this. What could they obtain from this tribulation? Chapter 16:19. If one were to target the 9 underworlds, the timing would depend on the 9 underworlds. Yang Zhaoge pondered, however, the others could try to obstruct the 9 underworlds in order to buy time for themselves. Everyone's more or less prepared. Now is the time to act. If the 9 underworlds are prepared, and we aren't able to obstruct the 9 underworlds people, we wouldn't be able to make it in time. Yang Zhaoge pondered and said. Of course, not being able to make it in time didn't mean that they had to stay out of it. There was an old saying, unable to accomplish anything, but capable of ruining everything. Those who were not prepared could totally obstruct and destroy those who were prepared. Otherwise, if the other party succeeded, they would have to face another Tao ancestor. There was no such thing as harming others without benefiting oneself. As long as one harmed others, it would definitely benefit oneself. Even if one didn't gain anything this time, they could still plan ahead and prepare for the next round. The intensity of this tribulation wouldn't be inferior to the battle for the immortal extermination formation. In fact, it might even surpass it. From a certain perspective, the Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Lu Ya, and the others weren't only satisfied with splitting the immortal extermination 4 swords. They were also trying to increase their strength and solidify their foundations, which would increase their chances of winning in the upcoming battle for the Tao realm. Tao Lord Lu Ya still has to search for a suitable body for the Devil of Fire to reincarnate. This isn't something that can be predicted. Yang Zhaoge stroked his chin, however, before the Great Calamity, or even before this era, he should have already been planning for this. He should be able to make it in time. Yang Di said plainly, perhaps, he or the 9 underworlds will start this round. Either Tao Lord Lu Ya was prepared and waited for the 9 underworlds with the others. Or the 9 underworlds was also prepared and waited for Lu Ya with the others. Comparatively speaking, the former was more likely. It might be a long wait. Yang Zhen smiled. It's not impossible for some changes to happen during this period. Other than the Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Xuanju, and Tao Lord Lu Ya, is there anyone else who reached the final step of the grand heavenly realm? Yang Zhaoge thought for a while and asked, how many Buddha's Aris does Mahamayuri have now? Did he manage to gather all of them? Yang Zhen explained, according to Uncle Shendu's words, there should be a total of 5 Buddha's Sariras. I'm not sure how many Mahamayuri has, but it's definitely not all of them. During the war, Mahamayuri and the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles had communicated with each other through sound transmission, so no one could hear them. Therefore, Yang Zhaoge, Yang Zhen and the others did not know how many Sariras Mahamayuri possessed, not knowing that the future Buddha possessed one. However, the ancient Dipankara Buddha still relied on the relic to exchange with Mahamayuri in order to fight for the immortal extermination formation. It could be imagined that after today, Mahamayuri would definitely not be able to gather enough relic. Otherwise, with Mahamayuri as a competitor, the ancient Dipankara Buddha would have a headache first. As Buddhist bigwigs, it's very likely that they're fighting for the same opportunity, and both of them will fall on the 9 underworlds. Yang, undertow Tao Lord to the Yang Zhen worlds. The Buddha God, all worlds. Yang Zhen said, not many people know about the details. Such matters are usually kept secret. Due to everyone's attention, some information leaked out. No one would wish for the path they had painstakingly planned to be destroyed by others. Their future would be filled with nothing but hopelessness. For such matters, it was best to keep a low profile. Unfortunately, this was everyone's focus. It wasn't something that could be kept low profile. Not mentioning all sorts of divination, just one person's preparation and searching for some necessary items would be able to easily see through it. However, everyone still had to force themselves to continue. They couldn't give up on eating for fear of choking. The closer one got to the Tao realm, the harder it would be. No matter what, someone from Taoism is just a step away. Yang Zhaoge smiled. Even if that's the case, it's still unknown when this great tribulation and opportunity will arrive. Yang Jian said, before that, all we can do is continue to endure hardships and accumulate strength. Otherwise, when a fortuitous encounter arrives, it would only be for the benefit of others. At that time, we'll suffer a calamity and only have regrets left. After the three clear lineage obtained the immortal extermination formation, their situation changed greatly. They now had the confidence to stabilize themselves. However, they had to be cautious if they wanted to progress further. After all, no matter if it was the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Mahamayuri, or Tao Lord Lu Ya, they might have the support of a Tao ancestor. The 9 underworlds, which everyone wanted to take a bite out of, at least had the freedom heavenly devil. It wasn't a pushover. As for the Elder Lord, he might not stand up for the great Daoist Shen Du if it was a real problem. It wouldn't really disappear just because it didn't exist. Thank you, Daoist, for dispelling my doubts. Yang Zhaoge cupped his hands towards Yang Jian. May you succeed. Thank you for your blessings. After bidding farewell to Yang Zhaoge and the others, his figure disappeared by the void. Yang Zhaoge and the others continued their journey. After walking by the void's boundless outskirts for a period of time and observing their surroundings, Yang Zhaoge and the others stopped by a universe. Let's do it here. Yang Zhaoge nodded towards Feng Yunsheng. Keep your sea calming pearl for now. Feng Yunsheng answered, all right. Yang Zhaoge took out the southern extremity longevity emperor's sea calming pearl. The pearl was incomparably heavy, and it flickered with 5-colored radiances. Compared to the past, the heavens and earth are different now. Yang Zhaoge took a deep breath, and the profundities of the heaven-opening scripture, grand commencement divine finger, and dragon hand tribulation scripture manifested simultaneously. The 5-colored radiances on the pearl were unprecedentedly dazzling, and they continuously expanded towards the surroundings. As the radiances flickered, the sea calming pearl also started expanding. The heaviness of a universe became more and more obvious, causing one's heart to palpitate. Under the continuous expansion, the 5-colored radiances gradually disappeared, and the sea calming pearl itself also disappeared. Only space continued expanding, suppressing the void outside. Within this universe, many empty spaces suddenly appeared, and the entire place was filled with darkness. As Yang Zhaoge activated his heaven-opening power, the darkness was dispelled, and an extremely dazzling radiance was born from within. The chaotic earth, water, fire, and wind followed closely behind the radiance, and continuously surged forward. Within the cosmos, layers upon layers of unstable space appeared like boiling water. Then, they popped like bubbles, and more bubbles floated up. Under Yang Zhaoge's control, the chaotic earth, water, fire, and wind quickly calmed down and regained their calmness. The changes within the cosmos void stabilized, and it had its own rules. Then, specks of starlight lit up, and stars of their own were born. While it couldn't move, it was an existence even more vast and majestic than the awakened sky cosmos, and it spanned across the void's boundless outskirts. It was grand and aboveboard. Chapter 1620. Within the boundless void's outskirts, a brand new grand cosmos was opened up. Yang Zhaoge let out a long sigh and looked at the cosmos formed by the sea calming pearl. A look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes, and he looked at Feng Yunsheng, Yang Di, Xu Fei, and the others by his side. After the great calamity, the heavens were destroyed, and all creations were overturned. Us Taoism's descendants suffered a huge calamity. Today, we finally welcome a new beginning. He smiled and said, let's call this new starting point the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven. The others looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Gao Qingxian temporarily stayed in the Tushito Palace and served the incongruent's Divine Mother, who was recuperating. Everyone present was of the Broad Creed Mountains lineage. After hearing Yang Zhaoge's words, the past surfaced in their minds. In the past, when the Broad Creed Mountain had just left the Eight Extremities world's lower realm and attempted to head to the world beyond worlds, their first stop was the Royal Reed Sea. That place's name originated from one of the Taoism's 36 heavens, the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven. It was recorded in the World Beyond Worlds records. To the Broad Creed Mountain, the Royal Reed Sea was a brand new starting point. Now, a new chapter had begun here. The impregnable pass is as tough as steel. Now, we're stepping forward, said Yang Zhaoge emotionally. As space warped, another vast cosmos gradually manifested. It was the awakened sky cosmos. Previously, Yang Zhaoge's North Ocean clone had left and returned to the awakened sky cosmos. After contacting Xue Chuqing and the others, they gathered at the awakened sky cosmos. After expanding into the awakened sky cosmos, many of the Pill Hall's original functions were weakened. Now that we have the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, the Pill Hall can be more relaxed. Yang Zhaoge said, however, it's still not the time for us to be complacent. We shouldn't get carried away. For safety's sake, let's let the Pill Hall continue drifting outside. Feng Yunsheng said, with the immortal extermination formation, other forces wouldn't dare to oppress us Taoism's descendants. We have the confidence to compete or trade with them on equal grounds. However, correspondingly, other forces would pay more attention to us. In fact, we might even attract the Tao ancestors' full attention. With the Pill Hall hiding within the void, it's no longer safe. That's right, all the rules have to be overturned. Yang Zhaoge smiled, the necessary caution is still necessary. Still, we can begin advancing. The awakened sky cosmos and the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven drew closer to each other. The formless boundaries of the two cosmoses started to come into contact with each other, pushing and repelling each other. However, they gradually formed something like a door that connected the two cosmoses. The various worlds in the awakened sky cosmos began to show signs of migration towards Zhu Luo's Royal Reed Heaven. As Yang Zhaoge presided over the ceremony, his heart jolted slightly. It's Daoist brother Chen Gaochen, said Feng Yunsheng. As Yang Zhaoge and the others turned their heads, they saw that a brand new universe was currently being established in a faraway place amidst the void's boundless outskirts. The source was the same as the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, the sea calming pearl. Ever since the Tao universe and the world beyond worlds were invaded and occupied by the Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Court, the North Star Emperor had also rebuilt the universe. Moreover, not only could this universe be used to nurture new Daoist talents, it could also become Emperor Gaochen's new cave abode. Currently, Taoism's heavenly immortals could already exist in the world. They no longer needed to drift and sleep with the void's outskirts. After the goddess of Wudang's injuries stabilized and she recovered some essence energy, she would naturally use the sea calming pearl in her hand to open up a new universe and a new Tao field. Apart from replacing Fairy Yun Xiao to take turns to support the immortal vanquishing array, she could stay in her new cave abode or walk in the world. The Cloud Sky Fairy was in the same situation as the incongruent's Divine Mother and the North Star Emperor. When it was the incongruent's Divine Mother's turn to be on duty, she would rebuild the three Immortal Islands foundation. Previously, although Feng Yunsheng didn't need to hide within the void, she still had to conceal her aura and hide within Yang Zhaoge's right pupil. Now, there was no problem for her to walk alongside Yang Zhaoge and the others. Yang Zhaoge turned his head and smiled at Feng Yunsheng. They turned their heads to the other side. There, flames suddenly lit up within the void. The boundless sea of flames seemed to have illuminated the surrounding universe. Even the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, the awakened sky cosmos, and the North Star Emperor's newly established cosmos were dyed fiery red. A tall, short-haired man walked out of the sea of flames and arrived in front of everyone. He was the exalted fire luminary, Suo Mingjong. Senior Suo. Daoist Suo. Yang Zhaoge and the others greeted him. After returning their greetings, Suo Mingjong said, "I'm here to receive Jun Huang." "Senior Suo, please follow me," said Yang Zhaoge. Then, he brought Suo Mingjong into the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven. The group traversed through the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven's cosmos and arrived at the sky beyond skies. When they arrived at the Broad Creed mountain range's Bright Connection Valley, they saw two Tsanghua divine trees, one tall and one short, standing between the heavens and the earth as if they were reaching the heavens. The moment Suo Mingjong stepped into the sky beyond skies, the taller Tsanghua divine tree suddenly bloomed with white flowers amidst its blue branches and leaves without any warning. The flowers looked like a snowflake. As the flowering tree swayed without any wind, the melodious sound of wind chimes resounded within the Bright Connection Valley. Suo Mingjong appeared under the tree and looked at the Tsanghua divine tree in front of him. He opened his palm, and snowflake petals fell onto his palm. The short-haired man remained silent. He stood on the spot and didn't move for a long time. Yang Zhaoge and the others, as well as Xue Chuqing, who rushed over from the Broad Creed Mountain's main peak, stood silently by the side and looked at the two towering divine trees. After a long time, Suo Mingjong turned around and nodded towards Yang Zhaoge and the others. Then, with a wave of his hand, a halo enveloped the taller Tsanghua divine tree and brought it away, disappearing from the sky beyond skies. He exited the sky beyond skies, left the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, and arrived at the void's outskirts. Then, he took out his sea-calming pearl. Then, this sea-calming pearl stood side by side with the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven and the North Star Emperor's cosmos. It formed a brand new universe, which was spread out within the void's outskirts. Suo Mingjong entered it and tapped on a bubble that hadn't stabilized yet. The bubble expanded. Clear air floated upwards to form the sky, while turbid air sank downwards to form the ground. A brand new world was formed. The tall Tsanghua divine tree rooted itself into the ground once again. Suo Mingjong sat in a lotus position under the tree. He raised his head and looked at the divine tree's gently swaying branches and leaves. His gaze was lonely and distant. The Taoism's three great universes were opened at the same time. They were spread across the void's boundless outskirts, and could be seen from afar. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of various parties. One after another, powerful auras appeared from afar and silently observed the scene. However, no one stopped or interfered. In fact, no one even came close. After losing the immortal extermination formation, it won't be the same anymore. Within the Astro Mountain's starry sea's grand essence heaven, atop the ancient Fusang tree, Daoist Lu Yue didn't move after receiving the news. Instead, he shook his head, unlocking the golden lock and releasing the flood dragon. The group of great demons in front of him remained silent. Chapter 1621. In the Grand Essence Heaven, on the Fusang Divine Tree, Dao Lord Lu Yue shook his head. The great demons in front of him were silent. The face of the leader, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, was so dark that it seemed as if it would drip water at any moment. Between him and the other Dao sect martial artists, it was not only a competition between their respective backgrounds and forces, but also a personal grudge. His only son, Fuluor Zi, perished under the incomplete immortal extermination formation laid down by Yang Zhaoge and the others. All these years, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles had been looking for an opportunity to take revenge, but he had never been able to do so. At this moment, the newly established Dao Heaven was right there in the open. However, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles needed to think twice before acting. In response to Dao Lord Luya's sigh, he felt extremely stifled, but all he could do was remain silent. After a long time, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles said, "I'll go to the central blessed lands of Sohar and see if I can exchange for that Buddha Ara from Maitreya Buddha. While the great sage equaling heavens is strong, he isn't the real him. The three clear lineage might not be able to continue manifesting his true form." The rock's voice was hoarse and ferocious. "No, for a very long time, they won't be able to manifest the true body of the great sage equaling heaven. Mahamiri's strength is so great that even I admit my inferiority. However, while the three clear lineage does not have the great sage equaling heavens, the others are not to be underestimated." Dao Lord Lu Yue sighed softly. "If I let young Jian go and fight Mahamiri one-on-one, even if he's no match for him, I'm afraid the outcome will not be decided in a short time. I don't have the immortal slaying flying saber to restrain him for a long time. Lu Yue shook his head. This lad is indeed extraordinary. Although the previous battle was just a flash, I can see that he is gradually finding a way to deal with the immortal slaying flying dagger. The more he fights, the more fearless he is. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles's expression was as calm as still water. After a moment of silence, he said, "If it's just my brother, he might be alone, but if there are others helping him, the situation will be different. If not for the fact that we were pressed for time, it would have been impossible for the three clear lineage to succeed in obtaining the immortal extermination formation." He said slowly, "Without the immortal extermination formation, the three clear lineage wouldn't be able to withstand the encirclement of many sects. The existence of the immortal extermination formation had completely changed the situation of the Tao sects. But on the other hand, it was more of a deterrent. This was especially so for the Tao fathers, forming a tacit agreement to restrain each other. From a certain perspective, this restriction was mutual. It was the same for the Tao ancestor and the immortal vanquishing array. If Tao realm experts didn't interfere, then those below Tao realm would have to depend on the expert's abilities. Before coming here, I contacted the Grand Sage of Nine Spirit and the others to return, Tao Lord Luya said calmly. If Randeng is smart, he'll make the same decision. The war between the central blessed lands of Sohar and the Immortal Court is unavoidable. However, no matter what happens in the future between us and the Western Pure Lands, it's best for us to temporarily stop the war. As for the three clear lineage, it's still too early to say. Let's observe for now." Hearing Immortal Luya's words, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles expression darkened. However, he did not say anything. As the group of demons conversed, a dark cloud passed through the vast starry sky of the Astro Mountain Starry Sea and landed in the Grand Essence Heaven. The dark clouds that blotted out the sky shrunk when they entered the Grand Plainness Heaven. They first headed towards the plains of Chestnut, and a moment later, they left the plains of Chestnut and descended towards the Fusang Divine Tree. As the dark clouds retracted, they stopped on the tree trunk, facing Tao Lord Luya, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, and the other great demons. Amidst the hazy clouds, a tall figure with a lion's head and a human body appeared. What was even more terrifying was that the person's body seemed to have 9 lion heads. The lion heads were ferocious, but they weren't ferocious. Their auras were orderly, and they stood tall. However, the 18 lion eyes flickered with sanguine radiance, as if they were 18 deep and ice-cold pools of blood. He was the Grand Sage of Nine Spirit, the 9-headed lion under the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. After the Great Calamity, the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord suffered a tribulation, while the Grand Sage of Nine Spirit managed to survive and entered the Astro Mountain's Starry Sea. He had been living in seclusion for years, and had only recently come out of seclusion. Previously, he didn't participate in the battle for the Immortal Extermination Formation. Instead, he led a portion of the demon race and continued fighting against the Western Pure Lands Guanyin Bodhisattva, Unbreakable Vajra, and other Buddhist Bantes. Now that the battle for the Immortal Extermination Formation had come to an end, the situation had changed, and the war between the demon race and the Western Pure Lands had temporarily come to an end. Thus, the Grand Sage of Nine Spirit led the other great demons and temporarily retreated to the Astro Mountain's Starry Seas. "Daoist Nine Spirit, have you completed your mission with the Eastern Monarch?" asked Tao Lord Luya. The Grand Sage of Nine Spirit, who had a lion's head and a human body, replied, "That's right." He looked at Tao Lord Luya, then at the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. "Are you going to stop the war with the Western Pure Lands and join forces against the Orthodox Taoism?" "It's still too early to say how we're going to treat the three clear lineage," Tao Lord Luya said. "However, at least for the time being, we shouldn't be tangling with the Western Pure Lands too much. We just have to keep an eye on the Immortal Court and the central blessed lands of Sohar." As he spoke, Luya smiled. "In any case, if we don't interfere and the Western Pure Lands doesn't interfere, the central blessed lands of Sohar will definitely gain the upper hand." The Grand Sage of Nine Spirits' figure seemed to be shrouded in dark clouds. "No matter what decision you make, I won't mind. However, don't count me in if the Orthodox Taoism is in trouble. This old man has no intention of getting involved in either side. It's just that the lives of a few of my grandsons were lost in the hands of traveling monk Sunday. He became the victorious fighting Buddha and is currently in the Western Pure Lands. This old man wishes to take revenge for my grandsons' deaths, so I came out of the mountains to make a trip. Tao Lord Luya shook his head and said, "It's fine. Daoist Nine Spirit, please go ahead. Farewell." The nine-headed lion's figure vanished into the dark clouds and flew away from the propping mulberry tree. After the Grand Sage of Nine Spirit left, Luya's expression remained calm. He looked at the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles and the other great demons and said, "Keep an eye on the three clear lineage, but don't act recklessly." Although the great demons, including the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, were unwilling, they knew that the current situation wasn't stable and needed further observation. After hearing Tao Lord Luya's words, they nodded and dispersed. Tao Lord Luya sat on the tree branch and closed his eyes in deep thought. After a while, he opened his eyes. The Golden Crow Sage appeared and stood beside him. "Send this to the three clear lineage," said Tao Lord Luya as he took out a scarecrow. An arrow was nailed in between the scarecrow's brows. Its blood had dried and turned black. Wudang knows the method herself. This can help her recover faster. "Help me pass a message to her. I have something that she's interested in," said Tao Lord Luya as he handed the scarecrow to the Golden Crow Sage. The Golden Crow Sage received it respectfully and flew away from the propping mulberry tree. Tao Lord Luya smiled and muttered to himself, "Since things are different now, I can't judge people with my old standards. I have to be more prepared." At the same time, in the Western Pure Lands, within the Dipankara ancient Buddha's Pure Land, the ancient Buddha was conversing with the Bodhisattva Guanyin, the unbreakable Vajra, the victorious fighting Buddha, and the other Buddhas. "Right now, the three clear lineage is in a more comfortable situation than us," said the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Chapter 1622. In front of the Dipankara ancient Buddha, numerous Buddhas stood with different expressions. After hearing Dipankara's words, the Buddhist Bhantes nodded silently. With the immortal extermination formation, Orthodox Taoism had the confidence to contend against the other factions. They no longer had to hide and struggle passively. They could now advance and retreat freely. They could either defend or attack, turning from passivity into initiative. They could take the initiative to advance, and they could continue hiding and slowly develop. They were unlike the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. In order to develop, they had to expand their territory, increase their population, and accumulate faith power. Conflicts with other factions were unavoidable. As they walked the same path, they were the most direct competitors, as well as the best targets for each other. War could also consolidate and gather faith and incense. From a certain perspective, the two heretics would engage in a large-scale war every 100 years. Even if the final victor could not be determined, it was still necessary. Due to various reasons, if the war between the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus entered the decisive stage, the Western Pure Lands and the demon race would not sit idly by. The orthodox Taoism that had been struggling to survive in the past could now reap the spoils of war after obtaining the immortal extermination formation. Compared to the Western Pure Lands and the demon race, the orthodox Taoism was much more at ease. One wrong step leads to many wrong steps. The indestructible Vajra Buddha said, "Previously, we were too lenient towards the three clear lineage. Now that we can't get rid of them, even if we were to ally with the demon race to deal with them, we would have to hold back." Whether they were willing or not, the current orthodox Taoism was already a colossus on the same level as the Western Pure Lands and the Astro Mountains' starry seas. Even if a few factions worked together to destroy such a colossus, they would have to pay a certain price. The problem was, who would bear the price? Not a single faction would be able to do so. Even if they did not perish along with orthodox Taoism, they would not be able to withstand the attacks of the other factions if they were to face a huge blow to their vitality. At the end of the day, their clans were enemies with each other. We were too greedy and wanted to obtain the complete immortal extermination formation. We ended up nurturing a tiger. The Dipankara Buddha admitted his mistake. "I have yet to see through the three poisons of greed, aversion, and obsession." The indestructible Vajra Buddha shook his head. "You're being too serious, ancient Buddha. It's just that we need to control the conflict between the Immortal Court and the White Lotus heretics. Otherwise, we'll only give the three clear lineage more opportunities to take advantage of. We should just wait for the 9 underworlds tribulation to end before we fight against the demon race and purge the heretics. However, the Immortal Court is still too weak against the White Lotus heretics. The group of Buddhist venerables put their palms together and chanted softly. The Dipankara ancient Buddha also sighed and smiled. It's a late start. It's already commendable to be where it is today. Buddha Guanyin, Bodhisattva Buddha. Said. Ma. Buddha my Buddha. And said. The Bodhisattva Guanyin said, fortunately, we have the green lotus flag to defend against my Buddha. However, we still have to be careful. The slightest mistake could cause the situation to collapse. Like the yellow almond flag, the green lotus flag could also defend against my Buddha's 5-colored divine light. However, as the defending side, they had lost the initiative. Against others, he could still cope with the changes by remaining calm, but against an expert like Mahamayuri, the slightest carelessness could lead to a complete collapse in a very short period of time, not giving his opponent a chance to react. Since they know that we have the green lotus flag, my Buddha wouldn't be able to do anything to us. The White Lotus heretics wouldn't waste their chance so easily. The Dipankara Buddha said, although the Immortal Court is weak against the White Lotus heretics, it wouldn't be easy for my Buddha to find an opportunity if they are cautious and focused on stabilizing themselves. However, we have to pay attention to the three clear lineage. They will continue to stir up trouble. The Dipankara Buddha looked at the Buddhist Bhantes before him. The great sage equaling heaven's true body won't be able to reappear within a short period of time. However, we have to pay close attention to Yang Jian, Suo Mingjong, and Feng Yunsheng's movements. Yang Jian didn't need to say much. Excluding the great sage equaling heavens, Yang Erlang was currently Taoism's strongest overarching heavenly immortal. Even if he wasn't as close to the Tao realm as the great master Shendu, his individual strength was still superior. Against my Buddha, the outcome of the battle was still uncertain. Among the active experts, he, the great sage equaling heavens, and my Buddha could be considered as the top 3 experts beneath the Tao realm. Previously, during the battle for the Immortal Extermination Formation, Suo Mingjong forcefully resisted the Dipankara Buddha, who possessed the 24 Heavens Sea calming pearl. His name shook the world once again. Only 100 years had passed since he ascended to the grand heavenly realm. As for Feng Yunsheng, she had only ascended to the grand heavenly realm for around 50 years. However, she was already unafraid of the likes of the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles and Yuan Hong. She had practically replicated Suo Mingjong's legend. What was more noteworthy was the fact that with her strength, not only was she proficient in ambushes and assassinations, but she was also proficient in them. As such, her threat level would increase exponentially. Most people would have to pay extra attention to her and be on guard against her. Other than the 3 of them, Yang Zhaoge and his son had also ascended to the grand virtual realm, said the Dipankara Buddha. The Buddhas of the Blessed Lands said, you don't have to remind us. We're all aware of it. The Dipankara Buddha nodded silently. Will the Immortal Court take the risk and attack the 9 underworlds? Asked the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva. The 9 underworlds' evil devils could be enlightened as well. The Dipankara Buddha, Daoist Lu Ya, Great Daoist Shendu, and the others had a tacit understanding with the 9 underworlds. They would give each other a chance and wait for the final moment to arrive to fight for the greatest opportunity. However, the Immortal Court had no such need. Although the 3 clear lineage is no longer a pushover, and the 9 underworlds is more of a taboo, if we don't help them, the Immortal Court would have no advantage against the 9 underworlds. The Dipankara Buddha smiled. As for the 9 underworlds, we still have to be careful. The indestructible Vajra Buddha said, while you, Daoist Lu Ya, and the others have made arrangements, we still have to prevent the 9 underworlds from taking advantage of the situation. The 3 clear lineage is a good example. The Dipankara Buddha said, you're right. I'll be careful. After discussing for a while, the group of Buddhas took their leave. The Guanyin Bodhisattva watched the victorious fighting Buddha's silhouette disappear. Then, she turned around and looked at the Dipankara Buddha. She wanted to say something, but stopped herself. I know what you're thinking. If we can't eliminate them, we shouldn't make them our enemies. The Dipankara Buddha said, although the conflict between the three clear lineage and the immortal court is almost irreconcilable, if the timing is right, we can use the three clear lineage to help us. At the very least, we can try to make some deals like Mahamayuri did. He let out a long sigh, which was similar to Daoist Lu Ya, who was far away in the Astro Mountain starry seas. The situation is different now. It's not that easy to suppress the three clear lineage. We have to change our methods. Chapter 1623. The Dipankara ancient Buddha looked at the Bodhisattva and said with a smile, "It's not appropriate for me and the others to show up. I'll have to trouble you to interact with us and the three clear lineage. I hope there's a suitable time." The Bodhisattva shook her head and sighed before leaving. The Dipankara ancient Buddha watched her leaving silhouette and retracted his gaze after a while. 18 glowing 5-colored pearls appeared in front of him. Looking at the sea-calming pearl that was missing a quarter, the ancient Buddha shook his head and smiled. Then, he kept the pearl. Sitting on the lotus, the Dipankara ancient Buddha's expression was calm. His gaze no longer fluctuated. His eyes were slightly closed, as if they were extinguished. No matter if it was the Western Pure Lands or the Astro Mountain starry seas, they all remained silent after receiving the news of the three clear lineage establishing the Taoism myriad heavens. The immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus that had been actively suppressing the orthodox Taoism didn't make any noise. The three new Tao universes swaggered about and existed openly in the void's outskirts. However, the other forces seemed to have ignored this fact. Compared to thousands of years ago, when the Taoism universe, the world beyond worlds, and the roving jade heavens were established, they experienced a long and bloody battle. In the dark times that the orthodox Taoism had experienced after the Great Calamity, they had paid an immeasurable price to finally be able to find a stable place to settle down and develop. After all, there were very few hidden and stable places like the Jade Spring world. Most of the time, the people of Taoism would struggle to survive within the cracks. People like Li Xingba and Daoist Crimson Mist lived in seclusion. Even if no one went to suppress them, it was obviously impossible for them to develop and spread their lineage. Immortal realm experts with their cultivation would naturally be fine if they were to leave the mortal world. However, the selection of successors and the nurturing of successors couldn't be separated from the mortal world. Only with sufficient population could a small number of outstanding geniuses emerge. Only with sufficient stability in the middle and lower levels could they continuously produce new blood. Today, the orthodox Taoism lineage no longer had to worry about such issues. Suo Mingjong, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, the Incongruence Divine Mother, and the other Taoism Heavenly Lords didn't have to continue drifting within the void's outskirts. They reopened their abodes and lived here peacefully. At the same time, it also meant that more martial arts inheritances would be passed down, more people would be born, and more human worlds would be established. From then on, the Daoist martial artists could walk in the endless void of the outer realm. Although they were not without scruples, they did not need to hide like stray dogs and worry about being besieged and pursued. There were more resources and more treasures. Whether or not they could compete with the other factions was another matter. At the very least, they could openly compete with others with their own abilities. He no longer had to worry about enemies of a higher level appearing all of a sudden, but he didn't have any big shots backing him up. No matter how high he was, he could not be a Tao realm mighty figure. In the past, the biggest embarrassment of the Tao sect martial artists was that they did not have a Tao ancestor who could stabilize the situation. Although it still did not exist, the immortal execution formation had changed the situation. The overall situation was indeed different. Seeing Suo Mingjong taking away the Tsanghua divine tree formed by Shao Juanhuang's slough, Yang Zhaoge and the others were filled with emotions. Now, everything was the expectation of the predecessors of Taoism like Shao Junhuang after the Great Calamity. One couldn't reach 1,000 miles without taking small steps. It was precisely because of the efforts of generations after generations that the glimmer of light finally grew stronger. In the end, it turned into the sun rising from the east and started dispelling the darkness and coldness. Yang Zhaoge opened his palm, and an indistinct radiance rose up. It gradually expanded and turned into a huge wheel of light. After the radiance dissipated, a black iron wheel appeared on Yang Zhaoge's hand. There were 12 holes on the wheel. It was the Great Netherworld Wheel. The huge black iron wheel continuously rotated. Currently, the Tsanghua divine tree that was left in the Bright Connection Valley had countless blue flowers blooming without any signs. The blue flower petals floated down like fine snowflakes and landed on the black iron wheel. Yang Di also extended his hand and tapped lightly. A red radiance appeared on his fingertip. The red radiance expanded and enveloped the Bright Connection Valley. This red radiance originated from the immortal trapping sword. Yang Di intercepted it and kept it with him. The dark red radiance transformed into a curtain, presenting an eternal scene. A man in purple and a woman in white stood side by side with their backs facing Yang Zhaoge and the others. The man in purple held the sword in his left hand, while the woman in white held the sword in her right hand. Her left hand was linked with the man's right hand. Other than the back view in front of Yang Zhaoge and the others, they could also see the man and woman looking at each other. They revealed half of their faces and smiled. That was the final back view of Yang Di's parents, Yang Xintang and Di Qinglian, as recorded in the immortal trapping sword. The sword Buddha in the scene had already been eliminated by Yang Di, leaving only his parents. Yang Xintang and Di Qinglian had sacrificed the Jade Cauldron's corpse and the immortal trapping sword. As a result, their remains weren't left behind. Yang Di could only build a cenotaph as a memento, and this dark red swordlight always accompanied by his side. Yang Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing, Yang Di, Xue Chuqing, Xu Fei, and the others all had solemn expressions on their faces and bowed solemnly. Grandfather, grandmother, exalted wood, dim radiant and bright connection seniors, and other Taoism seniors, your past efforts weren't in vain. We've succeeded. Yang Zhaoge muttered softly. The number of Taoism experts who perished during and after the Great Calamity was uncountable. Currently, Yang Zhaoge and the others already knew a lot about the situation through Yang Jian, Yun Xiao Fairy, Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Xuanju Great Daoist Master, and the others. The Jade Clear Lineage, the Lord of Broad Accomplishment, the Jade Cauldron Cultivated Deity, the Lord of Taoism, and other bigwigs had suffered heavy casualties. Within the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, one of the 4 Imperials, the Earth Queen had perished. Among the 3 Sky Fairies, other than Yun Xiao Fairy, Cheong Xiao Fairy and Bai Xiao Fairy had perished. The former Prime Clear Lineage's pinnacle bigwig, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's head of the Fighting Division, the Golden Spirit Divine Mother, had perished as well. One of the proudest descendants of the Prime Clear Lineage's 3rd generation, the Lord of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Thunder Division, the 9 Heavens Responding Thunder Heavenly Lord Wenzhong, had perished, following in the footsteps of his master, the Golden Spirit Divine Mother. The original owner of the 24 Sea Calming Pearls, the Prime Clear Bigwig Zhao Gongming, had also escaped the investiture of the gods during the Great Calamity. However, he had the same fate as Cheong Xiao Fairy and Bai Xiao Fairy. The Zhenwu Devil Rinsing Heavenly Lord, Longevity God Lord, Venus Star Lord. There were countless of them. Some perished during the Great Calamity, while some perished for the sake of Taoism's revival after the Great Calamity. For example, the Incongruence Divine Mother had almost become one of them during the fight for the Immortal Extermination Formation. Yang Zhaoge looked at Yang Xintang and Di Qinglian's back view. He looked at the great underworld wheel formed by Yin Tianxia's corpse. He looked at the Tsanghua divine tree formed by Hu Yuexin's corpse. He looked at the silhouettes that gradually appeared in front of him. While he felt disappointed, he also felt a little relieved. Although we haven't been able to clear away the heretics and other enemies, our Taoism's revival has already begun. Yang Zhaoge said slowly, the Golden Age will arrive as everyone wishes. Chapter 1624. Although Taoism's situation had drastically changed, it wasn't the time to be complacent. There was still a long way to go before Taoism's flourishing era could return to its former glory. If they made a mistake along the way, today's good atmosphere might turn into nothing. Yang Zhaoge and the others were aware of this. They didn't lose their morale or their cautiousness. After paying their respects to the ancestors, they left the Bright Connection Valley. In the past, I once swore to the dim radiant wheel beneath the Tsunghua divine tree. I wanted all those who besieged dim radiant yin to perish under the dim radiant wheel, so that the dim radiant wheel could personally take revenge. Yang Zhaoge said as he walked. Unfortunately, when I went to the heretics' territories to look for He Mian, I didn't have much time. I didn't have the time to look for them one by one. He lowered his head and looked at the radiant wheel in his palm. I'll have to make up for this in the future. Naturally, we have to do what we have to do. However, don't be too hasty, said Xue Chuqing. Don't worry. I understand. Yang Zhaoge nodded. Taoism was busy rebuilding the myriad heavens and expanding their territories. While attracting the attention of other forces, they were also paying attention to the outside world. The Western Pure Lands and the Astro Mountains' starry seas had stopped fighting. For the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha no longer showed themselves. Only the two heretics experts were still fighting against each other. However, the intensity of the war was also decreasing. The future Buddha could finally refine the humanly essence stone fragment. The war between the two heretics for 100 years had finally ended, and they entered a new period of peace. While there would still be conflicts between them, and small-scale battles would continue, the large-scale war would have to wait for the next round. Taoism's revival naturally attracted the two heretics' vigilance. The next round of war would require a new opportunity. Otherwise, it would be hard for them to fight again within the next few years. However, for the current orthodox Taoism, they didn't need to rely on the conflict between the two parties to carry out their activities. Of course, for Yang Zhaoge and the others, it would be best if they could continue watching while their enemies fought against each other. If the demon race and orthodox Buddhism don't interfere, the blessed lands of the White Lotus's advantage is still greater than the Immortal Court's. Yang Zhaoge said, the Immortal Court isn't aggressive enough. However, if they focus on defending, they wouldn't suffer a huge loss. At most, they would give up some immortal territories and shrink their territories. Let's just let nature take its course, Xue Fei muttered. On one hand, the orthodox Tao sects had just obtained the immortal extermination formation, and the other enemies were at their most wary. They kept their fangs and were wary of the movements of the orthodox Tao sects. At this moment, if the three clear lineage were to continue pressuring them, even if their opponents were unwilling, they might be stimulated to the point of taking a risk. On the other hand, the situation was now in a delicate balance. If the three clear lineage were to help the blessed lands of the White Lotus beat up the Immortal Court, the blessed lands of the White Lotus would definitely be happy. The Immortal Court would soon collapse. But in that case, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord would no longer have any apprehensions and would no longer fear the immortal extermination array. In the end, the blessed lands of the White Lotus would obtain the greatest benefits. Of course, letting nature take its course didn't mean that the orthodox Taoism, the Immortal Court, and the blessed lands of the White Lotus would live in harmony. It wasn't that he didn't want revenge, it was just that the time had not come yet. Currently, the most urgent matter for the orthodox Taoism was to utilize the safety of the environment to further develop themselves and accumulate their strength. The Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Lu Ya, and the others are waiting for the fortune of the 9 underworlds. Yang Zhaoge's gaze was deep. To us, this matter is of utmost importance. If the three clear lineage had another Tao realm bigwig other than the Elder Lord, the situation would be entirely different. The great Daoist Shendu's fortune of ascending to the Tao realm is also within the 9 underworlds, said Feng Yunsheng slowly, directly competing against the Dipankara Buddha and the others. That was why they were so focused on the immortal extermination formation. The immortal extermination formation's existence was an important source of confidence for the upcoming Tao realm fortune. The Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Lu Ya, and the others had the same thought, which was why they took the risk. In the end, they were one step behind. To a certain extent, the fight for the immortal extermination formation was the prelude for the upcoming battle of the Great Tao. The battle of the Great Tao would become crueler and more intense. A Tao ancestor alone couldn't deal with the immortal extermination formation. Only 4 Tao realm bigwigs could break through the formation. However, on the other hand, the immortal extermination formation couldn't deal with Tao realm bigwigs. Even if there were 400 immortal extermination formations, they still wouldn't be able to harm a Dao ancestor. This was the difference between the immortal extermination formation and Dao realm bigwigs. Strictly speaking, while the immortal extermination formation could defeat grand heavenly immortals, it was still in existence below the Dao realm. Yang Zhaoge and the others were extremely clear about this point. Looking at the overall situation, we're currently looking for a chance to initiate an attack. However, our overall strategy is to defend. Yang Zhaoge lightly tapped on his temple. In the past, they couldn't even defend themselves. They could only move around and make use of the enemy's conflicts to take advantage of the situation. Now that they had the immortal extermination formation, they could stand their ground and fight against their enemies on equal grounds. However, overall, they were still in a defensive position. If the orthodox Taoism could have another Tao ancestor other than the Grand Supreme Elder, they might be able to usher in a strategic counterattack and start to take the initiative. That was naturally the prosperous scene that Xiao Junhuang, Hu Yuxin, and the others had been looking forward to. It's still the same old saying. Either you try to make yourself stronger, or you make the enemy weaker. Yang Zhaoge pondered and said, think of a way to hinder Dipankara and immortal Lu. Yang Di said mildly, it's not just the Dipankara ancient Buddha and Tao Lord Lu Ya. In order to prevent others from interfering, those who are attempting to ascend to the Dao realm would often keep their cultivation and fortuitous encounters a secret. Randeng, Lu Ya, and the great Daoist master Xian Du are publicly acknowledged to be the closest to the Dao realm. However, it's not impossible for the others. The three of them might not be the only ones who are plotting for the opportunity of the Nine Nether. Yang Di said, moreover, it is still hard to say when the outcome of this round will be decided. Everyone is fighting for it. That's right. Although everyone is rearing the Nine Nether like a pig and preparing to slaughter it for the new year, just like what Yang Erlang said, the Nine Nether is a wild boar. It might turn around and kill the hunter at any time. Yang Zhaoge smacked his head and laughed self-mockingly. Didn't the others suffer a loss at our hands during the immortal extermination formations round? After letting out a long sigh, he said, using the immortal extermination formation, we obtained the hard-earned environment for development. Naturally, we have to make good use of it. Moreover, the environment wasn't good in the past. Everyone was hiding and living in seclusion. Yang Zhaoge touched his chin. Now that the environment is different, will there be some good news for us after the news spreads out? Chapter 1625. Although many Taoism bigwigs' deaths were confirmed, there were still people whose whereabouts were unknown. Yang Zhaoge and the others naturally hoped that more of their fellow Taoists survived. However, the void's boundless outskirts was too vast, and it wasn't easy to find them. Even if there were, it wouldn't be possible to understand the changes in the environment within a short period of time. Previously, they had been hidden for so many years, and no one could find them. This meant that their communication with the outside world was limited. Others couldn't find them, and it was hard for them to get in touch with the outside world. When they found out about the changes in Orthodox Taoism's environment, it would take a long time. They might not even realize it even after many years. Regarding this, Yang Zhaoge and the others could only hope for the best. Right, do you have any special intentions for leaving behind another sea-calming pearl? Xu Fei asked Yang Zhaoge. I don't have any special intentions. After a while, I'll open up a cosmos for humans to live in, said Yang Zhaoge. However, I have some ideas regarding this cosmos and the various worlds within. I intend to give it a try. Oh, what do you mean? Everyone's interest was piqued. Yang Zhaoge touched his chin. We all know that the heretics are opportunistic and have many flaws. Although I don't agree with them, there are some things that we have to face. The heretics improve faster and easier than us. Although they can't produce top-notch experts, at least in the profound immortal realm, they have a huge advantage in terms of numbers. Especially in such a short period of time. Feng Yunsheng and the others quietly listened to Yang Zhaoge's words without interrupting or questioning him. They have a lot of flaws, but there's one thing that I think is worth discussing. Yang Zhaoge spread his palms. The heretics' entry threshold is much lower than ours. The orthodox Taoism's path of martial arts had certain requirements for one's aptitude and talent. It was a fact that hard work could make up for one's lack of talent. However, there was another type of reality. People who were more talented than you were also more hardworking than you. Other than that, a person's natural lifespan had a limit. When one's martial cultivation reached a certain realm, their lifespan would increase accordingly. Even if hard work could make up for one's lack of talent, most of the time, this lack of talent had a minimum limit. Otherwise, the natural law of dying of old age would eliminate most people. In this aspect, the orthodox Buddhist sects might be slightly better than the Daoist sects. Although some dharmic formulations also tested one's perception, there were still some dharmic formulations that focused more on one's willpower and bitter cultivation. However, one thing that had to be recognized was that people with extraordinary willpower were actually still in the minority. From the perspective of the entry threshold, the popularity of the heretics was much higher than that of the orthodox Taoism and Buddhism. While from Yang Zhaoge's point of view, the heretic cultivation techniques had some problems here and there, it was still a huge advantage for them to be widely spread. Looking at them, I often wonder if there's any way to lower the entry requirements for our orthodox Taoism. Yang Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Feng Yunsheng, Yang Di, and the others exchanged looks. By saying this, you have an idea? Not really. That's why I've decided to give it a try. Yang Zhaoge shook his head. You. Could it be that you want to imitate the netherworld demon's bestowment technique? Feng Yunsheng asked hesitantly. If there was a technique in this world that allowed one to improve faster than the heretic path, it would undoubtedly be the Godfiend empowerment. But on the one hand, after the empowerment, it was difficult to continue saying you or you. On the other hand, this might be the best technique to test one's innate aptitude. I have to admit that although it's different, it did give me some inspiration, said Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge said, still, it's just a vague idea for now. Let's wait until I try out this unorthodox method a bit more, and have some ideas about it. He looked at his mother, Xue Chuqing, and changed the topic. Daoist Fu, the three of them. Nothing special happened, said Xue Chuqing as she shook her head. During this fight for the immortal extermination formation, Yang Zhaoge and the other Taoism lineage disciples were also secretly on guard against one thing. That was Fu Ting, Meng Wan, and He Shixing, who had hidden dangers because of the immeasurable heavenly lord. The Taoism lineage, the immortal court, and the other forces were fighting for the immortal extermination formation with all their might. Currently, all the top-notch experts that they could contact and mobilize were all mobilized. While they were fighting with all their might on the battlefield, Yang Zhaoge and the others didn't forget to guard against their own backyard. Fu Yunkai, who had just broken through the pure profound tribulation, was closely guarding his 2 daughters and 1 disciple. Before Yang Zhaoge left, he had made some arrangements. With Fu Yunkai keeping an eye on them, even if they were forcefully illuminated by the immeasurable heavenly lord, the situation wouldn't escalate to the sky beyond skies and the awakened sky cosmos. In the end, to everyone's delight, nothing special happened. However, Yang Zhaoge didn't think that the immortal court had forgotten about this. Especially since many people believed that Yang Zhaoge's situation was similar to Fu Ting and the others. As for why Fu Ting, Meng Wan, and He Shixing didn't encounter any trouble, it might be due to Yang Zhaoge and the others' countermeasure. Or perhaps, they had other plans. We've done our best for now. Before we have any other clues, let's not rush. Yang Zhaoge shook his head. I'll head to the roving Jade Heavens first and take a look at senior apprentice Sister Yu. Under everyone's cooperation, Yu Yi's condition gradually stabilized. Close to 100 years had passed since then. Amidst the changes, the entire world was vastly different. Currently, Yu Yi still hadn't regained her senses. It was only because Yang Zhaoge, Gao Qingxian, and the others told her to rest better. Back then, her injuries were extremely severe, and she almost lost her life. Under normal circumstances, even if she regained consciousness, her vitality might be greatly damaged, and her foundation might be damaged. Naturally, this wasn't what Yang Zhaoge and the others wanted to see. What they were currently busy with was seeking for the best outcome. However, after regaining consciousness, Yu Yi would have to face many things. Yang Zhaoge believed that with Yu Yi's willpower, she should be able to endure it. However, just because she could endure it didn't mean that it would be a form of cruelty to her. What's to come will eventually come. Yang Zhaoge shook his head and sighed. He left the sky beyond skies and headed towards the roving jade heavens. After arriving and checking on Yu Yi's condition, Yang Zhaoge said to Long Xueji, after 2 more treatments, she should be fine. We can try to awaken senior apprentice sister Yu. Only, we still have to make some preparations to recover her vitality. Some treasures still have to be gathered. Unfortunately, the clues are limited. She's already doing very well. Long Xueji looked at his niece, his gaze filled with warmth. Among the 3 siblings, his second sister, Long Xuening, and her husband had already passed away, leaving behind only her. Although martial arts practitioners didn't care much about life and death, Long Xueji would feel guilty towards his deceased sister if Yu Yi were to die. Now that there was hope for Yu Yi's recovery, he was naturally delighted. At that moment, Jiao Shuebwa walked in and asked, "How's little Yi's condition?" After hearing Yang Zhaoge and Long Xueji's confirmation, Jiao Shuebwa said, "Mother sent a message. Dao Lord Lu Ya sent a scarecrow to the Tushato Palace through the Xuanju Great Monk's connections." Chapter 1626. Scarecrow? Yang Zhaoge raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it related to the Nailhead 7 Arrows book? Jiao Shuebwa nodded. That's right. According to the great Daoist master Xian Du and the goddess, this straw doll can help the goddess recover as soon as possible. It is not impossible, Yang Zhaoge pondered as he nodded slowly. After thinking about it, he smiled and said, Daoist Lu Ya is apologizing, but it's not enough. I think there are other ways to make it up to Saint Mother. Dao Lord Lu Ya was born in the carnate world. He has experienced Tao, Buddhism, and demons. There is no doubt that his foundation is rich. Perhaps he really has something that the goddess is interested in. The so-called foundation did not only refer to personal strength. Most of the time, a secret that was unknown to others, something that others desired, could be more useful than a person's martial strength. The key was how to use it. Fighting for the immortal extermination array was the common interest of the entire Dao sect. The incongruence Divine Mother was severely injured because of Daoist Lord Lu Ya. If she wanted to seek revenge on Daoist Lord Lu Ya, she would need to use the immortal extermination formation. That would concern the entire Dao sect. However, if she decided not to seek revenge on Dao Lord Lu Ya, it would be a personal matter, and the incongruence Divine Mother could decide for herself. Now that Jiao Qingxian had relayed the news to the others, it was clear that Daoist monarch Lu Ya's bargaining chip had moved the incongruence Divine Mother. Yang Zhaoge and the others naturally had no objections to this. With the immortal extermination formation, our Taoism's direct lineage is no longer as weak as before. Daoist Lu Ya and the demon race would naturally try to mend their relationship with us. Yang Zhaoge shook his head slightly. However, we still have to be careful. At the same time of cooperation, friction and confrontation were unavoidable. After all, both sides had their own needs, and there were disputes and competitions between them. When Dao Lord Lu Ya injured the incongruence Divine Mother and fought for the immortal extermination array, the Dao sect's direct disciple also killed the Yellow Wind Monster and the Black Cloud's Immortal, causing the demons to suffer heavy losses. 2 of the 9-headed bug's heads were smashed by Yang Jian and the monkey. It was heavily injured and on the verge of death. The demons had even more reason to retaliate. It was just that they had a deeper conflict with another opponent, the Western Pure Lands. Therefore, they were more restrained when facing the orthodox Taoism. This principle was also applicable to the Western Pure Lands. Now that the environment had just changed, everyone still needed to adjust and adapt. When everything was ready, a new round of conflicts and battles would erupt. To the direct disciples of the Tao sect, they were happy to have a stable period of time to continue to promote their own development and prepare for the upcoming situation. The main point is that apart from the Grand Supreme Elder, we have to quickly produce another Tao realm mighty figure. Yang Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. The Divine Mother is also a veteran heavenly lord who attained the Tao during ancient times. How far away is she from the Tao realm? Jiao Shuebwa and Long Xueji both shook their heads slightly. According to what we know, it's hard to confirm anything at the moment. We'll have to see how things develop in the next few years. After a slight pause, Long Shueji said, according to the words of the old ancestor, the Divine Mother's path towards the Tao had once seen the light of dawn, but it was severed. Now, she has to start anew and walk another path. It is even more difficult, and the hope is even more uncertain. The old Grand Master he mentioned was naturally the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, who had already passed away before the great calamity. I see. No wonder Tao Lord Lu Ya was able to move her heart. Yang Zhaoge stroked his chin. I wonder who was the one who obstructed the Divine Mother's first path? After asking, Yang Zhaoge noticed that Jiao Shuebo and Long Shueji's expressions were a little weird. I heard that it was the Manjushri Bodhisattva. Jiao Shuebo said slowly, in other words, the Manjushri Heavenly Lord of the past. Yang Zhaoge blinked his eyes and laughed. The weather today is really nice. The Manjushri Heavenly Lord was one of the Jade Clear lineage bigwigs during the ancient era. After the investiture of the God's War, he entered Buddhism along with the Samantabhadra cultivated deity, the compassionate cultivated deity, Chen Sun, and the others. They transformed into the Manjushri Bodhisattva and stood alongside the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the Guanyin Bodhisattva. After the Middle Era, the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha and the Gautama Buddha transcended, and the Maitreya Buddha transformed the central blessed lands of Soha into the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Countless Buddhist Bhantes perished. The Manjushri Bodhisattva was one of them. Only, Yang Zhaoge didn't know that the Manjushri Bodhisattva had once obstructed the incongruence Divine Mother's path. I wonder if the incongruence Divine Mother interfered when the Manjushri Bodhisattva perished? Yang Zhaoge guessed maliciously. Between the Manjushri Bodhisattva and the Divine Mother, they might be fighting for the same treasure or the same fortune. You have it, while I don't. Jiao Shuebo said, the deceased is already dead. There's no need to say anything more. It's just adding more troubles for the Divine Mother. Yang Zhaoge pondered for a while and said, while the great Daoist Shendu is already prepared, the more grand heavenly immortals we have, the better. He told Jiao Shuebo and Long Shueji about how Tao Lord Lu Ya, the Dipankara ancient Buddha, the great Daoist Shendu, and the others were waiting for a fortune in the 9 underworlds. It's still hard to say if the Divine Mother can make it in time. Jiao Shuebo listened attentively and said, after all, when this will begin depends on the results of the various parties. We should place our hopes on the great Daoist Shendu. Yang Zhaoge nodded. For now, that's indeed the case. He looked at Jiao Shuebo and Long Shueji. Senior apprentice Sister Yu's condition has already stabilized. What I'm saying is that we shouldn't be in a hurry to wake her up. Let's continue searching for treasures like the blood cord stone pith, soul-shattering jade, and spirit ocean essence. If we can achieve the best outcome, it'd naturally be good. If not, we shouldn't force it. Jiao Shuebo sighed. Yang Zhaoge nodded and smiled. Right, Qing'er has started sheathing edge and nurturing sword. Jiao Shuebo's expression relaxed slightly. Indeed. Her personality is still a little unstable. However, there's nothing wrong with sheathing edge and nurturing sword. It can be used to train her. Jiao Qing was Jiao Shuebo's granddaughter. In the past, she was a rising star of the prime clear lineage of the roving Jade Heavens. Her reputation was rather resounding. Although her cultivation was slower than Fu Ting's, she was still younger than Fu Ting. The two were famed geniuses of the roving Jade Heavens and the world beyond worlds. Although they were inferior to Chen Qianhua, Nai Jingshan, Yu Yi, and He Mian, they were still monstrous talents that far surpassed the masses. Fu Ting had already pushed open the door to immortality and ascended to the true immortal realm. Jiao Qing was slower than her. Still, she had already become a human exalt long ago, having caught up to her little uncle, Long Hanhua. Considering how difficult it was for sword cultivators to improve in the first place, Jiao Qing's rate of improvement was rather shocking. After attaining the human exalt realm, Jiao Qing had started sheathing edge and nurturing sword as well. It seemed like her improvement had slowed down, as if she might stagnate for many years like her grandfather, Jiao Shuebo. Still, sheathing edge and nurturing sword was essentially a technique that pursued perfection, allowing the strong to become even more powerful. Those who could successfully nurture their swords were extremely rare. This meant that if they cultivated normally, they would also have a chance of pushing open the door to immortality based on their own talent and strength.